Stars, Joan Fontaine, Charles Drake. Production, Ivy. Director, Sam Wood.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present the dramatic study of one woman and of the ambition that was her story. Here now is our adaptation of Ivy, starring Joan Fontaine in her original title role with Charles Drake as Jim.
This is Detective Lieutenant Martin, 5th Precinct, New York City. If the story of Ivy Lexton were to be told in sequence, it would begin January 6, 1912, the fateful day she chose to visit a gypsy fortune teller in a gloomy Greenwich Village basement apartment. Somehow, from the moment Ivy seated herself, she instinctively knew that her fate was sealed, that what she'd learn in the next few moments would be the definite pattern of her life, and that there'd be no turning back.
Time.
What are you saying, Madam Eva?
It is not yet clear, but soon I will know. Time.
Please, can't you shut off that metronome? It's very annoying.
No. When the instrument ceases to beat, so does life cease to exist.
Well, all I came here for was to find out
whether there will be a change for the better in your life.
Yes.
Yes, there will be a great change.
Are you sure? Oh, you don't know how happy you've made me. What else?
There are 3 men in your life.
Yes?
One can give you wealth, the wealth you so greatly covet.
Miles.
The other 2 men stand in your way. First,
my husband.
It's hot in this apartment.
Tenement, you mean? I can't stand this poverty any longer.
I'm doing the best I can. I can't help it if times are bad and jobs aren't lying about the streets.
Well, if your friends knew the way we live...
Oh, why worry about friends? We've had fun. We'll have it again. We once had money.
That was 5 years ago. Oh, Jim, what's the use?
Oh, come on now, darling. Stop pouting. It's pretty, but it's bad for the morale.
How many times have you said those words over and over again to me?
Maybe 100, maybe 2. What difference does it make? All that matters is that I love you.
Oh, Jim, we don't belong together. If we were apart, you'd be so much better off. You wouldn't have to worry about anything but yourself.
Darling, silly Ivy. I couldn't imagine spending my life without you. Not even one day. Now come here, darling, and kiss me.
Oh, Jim, don't, please. Oh, why don't you understand?
there is the other man who stands in the way of what you desire. He loves you as you may never be loved again.
Roger Greatrix.
You no longer care for him. He has become troublesome to you. Break with him now. Or if you don't...
Well, I've tried. I've tried.
Ivy, let's go outside on the terrace. Through this door.
Oh, Roger, be careful. Jim's watching us.
What difference does that make?
What's wrong with you tonight, Roger?
Same thing that's wrong with me every night. And morning and noon. I'm in love with you. Doesn't that mean anything to you?
Roger, I've been so worried lately.
Money?
Well, it's always that, of course, but...
Jim?
Well, it has to do with him. I don't think I'm being very fair with him.
Fair. He's held you in his arms. People point you out as his wife. I think he's about the luckiest man in New York.
Oh, you're nice, Roger, but we're forgetting that I'm married to him, aren't we?
We knew that from the very first.
Oh, but it was different then. I don't think I realized how easy it was to drift into things.
We didn't drift into this. It started because...
It started because I was unhappy, because you were something new and exciting in my life, so different from the sort of men I'd known. You're really handsome, you know, and I was impressed with your background, your family.
Not a dime to our name.
Oh, but you stood for something then, and you still do, money or not. I thought you were so kind and gentle. It was so noble of you, a clever doctor going down and practicing on the East Side in the slums.
Now, somebody had to take care of those poor devils.
I remember the first day I went to your office. Oh, it was a curiosity in the beginning, but the next day when I came there, I saw how you tried to fix the place up, especially for me, and I was so flattered.
And I was falling in love.
Well, that's just it. You've been taking too much for granted.
What, for instance?
Well, just because I came to see you, it was intriguing, my own key, my own entrance to your dispensary, but then you were fun, and we used to laugh.
We still do.
No, it's different now that you became so serious. You're determined just because we're good friends.
Friends? We're in love with each other.
I'm not.
Ivy.
No, it has to stop. You must stay away from me.
You don't mean that. You can't mean it.
Oh, you'll forget me.
Forget you? Ask me to stop breathing. It's the same. Oh, darling, I love you. I won't give you up, Ivy, no matter what you say or do.
Break with him. Do not see him again, ever. Because if you do, you'll bring him to misery and shame. And it's well to be off with the old love before you're on with the new.
Miles Rushworth. Rich, powerful. Someone to be admired. Mr. Rushworth, I'm in love with your home. May I confess something?
When a woman confesses, especially a beautiful one, it's time to beware. Well, I'm waiting.
Very well. I imposed myself on you. I induced your cousin Charlotte to arrange this invitation.
You really believe that?
I've confessed, haven't I?
Well, I guess it's my turn now. I prevailed on Charlotte to invite you before you asked. Feel better?
Oh, much, except that I know you're just being gallant and saving face for me. Well, I'd better be going on. I've already recited my piece, and I've disturbed you long enough. I know you have a lot of things to attend to from the look of all the papers about your study.
Please don't go. It'll keep.
But Jim and the others have gone on to the party at Mrs. Dale's. I did promise to join them later.
There is something I'd like to ask. Mrs.
Ivy, please.
Very well. Ivy. I know so little about you. Tell me about yourself.
Well, there's not very much to tell. I'm afraid it can be all summed up in a few words. My husband and I are practically paupers. We're awfully broken.
Something about you, Ivy. You're both honest and frank. What does Jim do for a living?
At the moment, nothing.
Well, not any longer. From now on, he's on my company payroll.
Oh, but I can't help but say it. You're wonderful. Oh, you'll have me crying in another second.
Please don't. Oh. Come over here, Ivy. I'd like to show you something of which I'm quite proud.
Oh, what a beautiful curio cabinet. And all those lovely things.
Yes. That's my weakness. Lovely things.
Oh, wherever did you collect them all?
Well, here and there, mostly in Europe, though.
Oh, they're wonderful, all of them. They're so beautiful.
You look like the small girl with jam on her face.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I suppose I was carried away.
Which do you like the best?
Oh, well, they're also... Now I feel like a child pressing my nose against a candy counter. Which do I like? Oh, I know, the adorable black handbag.
All right. Here. It's yours.
Oh, no, really, it's much too expensive.
Please. It's yours for next Christmas.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. A cameo set in rubies.
Yes, and there's something else. See the catch attached to the clasp? You press it. So. And it's a secret compartment.
Oh, Oh.
It's been said the clasp once belonged to Marie Antoinette. I hope it brings you more luck than it did her.
Oh, it will. It will.
Let's drink to it. Sherry?
Please.
May I propose a toast to you? A beautiful adornment in a beautiful setting.
Adornment?
Yes. Exquisite bric-a-brac. A Dresden doll. A portrait worthy of a Rembrandt.
Miles. Miles, I'm frightened.
It's all right. Don't worry.
Oh, hold me tight. Hold me tight.
Yes.
Oh, Miles.
Ivy.
Miles, darling.
Forgive me, Ivy.
Forgive you?
Yes. I'm not the most scrupulous of men. I've made a great deal of money, sometimes at the expense of others. I've hurt many people to acquire possessions, but there's one thing I can't do. That's to make love to another man's wife. If only...
Yes. Whether the interest of the man you want endures will depend entirely on yourself. With you, the element of time is most important. I cannot say why, but I know this to be true. You must choose the proper course.
Madam Eva, you make me very happy.
Mrs. Lexton, money is not everything. Don't be misled by golden illusions.
But I know what I want.
Your foot is upon the path. You've already made your choice.
Good day, Madam Eva.
Selfish little fool. It's fortune you want, but it's misfortune you'll get. Time changing into terrible misfortune, galloping down upon you like a riderless horse.
No matter what you now take for headache relief, we urge you to try Anacin for the incredibly fast relief these tablets bring the next time you're suffering from a headache. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from the pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin. A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin. At any drug counter in handy boxes of 12 or 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Now for the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Ivy, starring Joan Fontaine in the title role, with Charles Drake as Jim.
The incessant beat of the metronome ran through Ivy's mind from the moment she left the gypsy fortune teller. No matter how strongly she tried to rid herself of it, the beat prevailed. And two phrases that Madame Eva uttered disturbed her.
When the instrument ceases to beat, so does life cease to exist. With you, the element of time is most important.
And time became very urgent when Miles went to London for an indefinite period. Whereupon Ivy knew that the plan she'd formulated to rid herself of the two obstacles that stood in her way, her husband Jim and Roger Greatorex, would have to be put in motion immediately.
Well, Emily, and lucky at cards, lucky in love, they say.
Yes, ma'am. Mr. Jim is a fine man.
The most wonderful one in the world. You served the party very well, Emily. You're an excellent maid.
Thank you, ma'am. If that's Dr. Greatorex again, shall I still tell him you're out?
I'll answer it. I think you better start on the silver, Emily.
Very well, ma'am.
Hello?
Ivy?
Oh, Roger.
Ivy, darling, why haven't you phoned me?
Well, it was for the best.
I don't think it's for the best. Is that the Rushworth influence?
Oh, there's no need of you to be jealous. All Miles Rushworth has done is to be kind to me.
I'm sorry. Ivy, I must see you today.
No.
Well, if you don't come here, I'll come to you.
Well, you wouldn't dare come to this apartment.
Oh, yes, I would. I'll expect you in the usual place in an hour. Goodbye.
Dearie. Oh, dearie.
How dare he what?
Oh, it's nothing, Jim, nothing. Why are you home so early?
Your party over?
Apparently.
Why did you have to send the bill collector across to the office?
Oh, you mean that man from Putnam's?
Here I am trying to establish myself on a decent job that you were kind enough to arrange for me with Mr. Rushworth, and you send bill collectors to dun me right in the office.
Oh, darling, you look so funny when you're angry.
Well, I'm not feeling funny.
Well, Angel, what else could I do? Putnam said that they wouldn't leave another thing unless they had something on account.
Well, perhaps if you'd skip one or two of your bridge parties
And stay home and bore myself to death? Is that what you want?
if you'd only make an effort to be reasonable.
Come on now. Put your arm around me.
Ivy, I'm trying to talk some sense into you. After all, you're not a child.
No, I'm not a child. I'm a foolish, extravagant woman, and everything is my fault.
Well, just give me a chance to get on my feet, Ivy, to get out of debt. And we'll have a chance for a decent life.
Do stop nagging me. You used to want me to spend money, buy pretty dresses. Now all you do is argue.
I'm not arguing, Ivy. I'm simply trying to tell you I haven't got Rushworth's...
Millions? Yes, I know.
I'm making $4,000 a year. Ivy, you can spend every penny of it any way you please. But if you spend more than I'm earning, we're back where we started.
Oh, Jim, dear, I'm sorry. Of course you're right.
Huh?
Oh, darling, I've made such a mess of things for you, and I guess I always will. It's the way I am. Why don't you do the sane thing and get a divorce?
I've said I'd never divorce you in a million years. I won't. Oh, come on, cheer up. Forget what I said. Do whatever makes you happy. Besides, you got Rushworth to give me my job. How long do you think I could hold it without you as my sponsor?
But if we go on, Jim, there'll be nothing but years of petty wrangling.
Oh, we'll survive the wrangling. But we'll live those years together. Now, come over here. Let me kiss away those tears.
Oh, no, don't touch me. It only makes me feel worse. Oh, why must you make me hate you? Leave me alone. I'm here, Roger, in your dispensary.
Yes. Well, I don't suppose I should have said what I did on the phone. I can't say I'm sorry it brought you here.
Well, I must say you didn't give me much choice.
You didn't give me much choice either. I was terribly hurt when I found out about you going to parties with Miles Rushworth.
Jim was with me.
Jim's presence is no assurance.
Don't be absurd.
No man could be near you, touch you, or speak to you without falling in love with you.
Roger, sometimes you say the silliest, nicest things. You know, you shouldn't have telephoned me this afternoon.
Oh, darling, I can't explain what happens to me when I don't see you or hear from you. I've even thought of going to Jim and explaining everything to him and begging him to give you up.
Well, whatever made you dream of such a thing as going to Jim? You know he's refused time and again to agree to a divorce.
Well, there's some consolation in that. If I can't make you my wife, neither can any other man. As long as Jim lives.
No, I'm sorry. I'm at the end of my road. I know I am. What have I got to look forward to? Always poverty, always bills, always Jim harping at me. I can't go on like this.
Dr. Roger, come quick.
Martha, I told you never to enter this room without knocking first.
I know, sir, but something terrible has happened.
I'm busy, Martha.
It's Mrs. Parslow's little boy. He's hurt very badly.
I can't come now, Martha.
Oh, you've got to come, Dr. Roger. It's little Peter who likes you so much. He's bleeding something awful. I'll get your bag.
No, I'll get it. You get the antiseptic on the medicine shelf.
Here it is, sir.
No, Martha, not this one. It's poison. The antiseptic's on the second shelf.
Oh, here you are, sir.
All right. Go on now, Martha. Tell him I'll be there in a moment.
Yes, sir.
I'll be leaving, Roger.
No, darling, you mustn't. Not yet. I'll only be 10 minutes. Then we can talk things out. We've got to. There's a point at which one must make a decision. Wait for me, please, darling.
There's a point at which one must make a decision. You don't know, but you've made things very simple for me, Roger. Just a few grains from that jar is the answer. Just a few grains and a cameo of my black bag.
I beg your pardon, ma'am.
What is it that you want, Martha?
Nothing, ma'am. If you'll give me that bottle of poison, I'll put it back on the shelf. I'm sorry if I upset you, ma'am.
Hello, Ivy. You're late coming home.
Don't get up, Jim, dear.
That's the way a real wife should behave. And where could a man find a better one? How about fixing me a brandy and soda?
Of course, darling.
Don't ever let's quarrel again. You know something? I've been holding out on you. I have exactly $100 in a savings account. How about you going on a shopping spree?
Oh, no. From here on in, I'm helping you save money. Here's your drink.
Thanks, dear. Tastes a little bitter.
Oh, that's just your imagination. Come on now. Bottoms up.
Mrs. Lexton.
Yes, Emily?
The doctor called again for the third time.
Well, if he calls again, say I'm not at home.
Yes, ma'am. And, ma'am, I'm sorry to disturb you, but Mr. Lexton was ill during the night. I wanted to send for a doctor, but he wouldn't let me.
Thank you, Emily. I'll go right in and see him.
Hello, Angel.
How are you feeling, Jim?
I feel like I swallowed a salamander. Here, sit on the edge of my bed.
Your throat burning?
Yeah, it's drier than the great Gobi Desert. Or just too many brandies and sodas. Emily shouldn't have bothered you.
Emily should have bothered me much sooner.
Oh, I'll be all right. I got to be. I've got a heavy day at the office coming.
Oh, no, Jim, you mustn't go to the office.
Tell you what, Ivy. Go get me another brandy and soda. That'll make me feel better.
Are you sure?
Go on now, just a little one. Not too much soda.
Oh, ma'am, he's worse again.
Who's with him, Emily? I hear voices.
Oh, he took terribly sick. His throat was so hot, and he was swearing something awful. I got frightened, so I called the doctor.
The doctor?
Dr. Lanchester.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, there you are, Mrs. Lexton.
It was kind of you to come so quickly, Doctor. Jim, dear, I'm sorry you're feeling so bad again.
And he's got himself to blame. It's high time he learned brandy and soda can be poison.
Poison?
To some folks, it's just that. I'm placing him on a milk and broth diet.
Oh, I'm glad to hear that.
And you're going to see to it that he sticks to it.
Oh, I will. I will.
Well, goodbye. Be back tomorrow.
Poor dear Jim.
You have tickets for the show tonight, haven't you?
Yes, but I'm not going. Not with the way you're feeling.
Oh, please go. I'm nuisance enough as it is.
No, you're not.
All this stupid expense of doctors and nonsense. You must hate me for it.
No, I don't hate you. I sometimes wish I weren't so fond of you.
Oh, darling.
Now, be a good boy and do what the doctor tells you. I'm going to start immediately on your milk and broth diet. Operator, are you getting me Orchard 3252? Thank you. Hello, Roger? How are you, darling? I've a favor to ask. Jim's not feeling very well, and I'm worried. It's his throat, and... Oh, Roger, please make him stop drinking brandies and soda. You'll drop by? Oh, good. Thanks, darling. 8 o'clock sharp. See you then, darling. Operator, Lackawanna 1411, please. Hello? Dr. Lanchester, please. Oh, it's you. Doctor, Jim isn't doing very well, and I'm extremely worried. When can you come by and see him? 7 o'clock? Well, Doctor, if you don't mind, could you make it a few minutes past 8 so that I could be there? Thank you, Doctor.
Good evening. Mrs. Lexton in, please?
No, sir. Not now, sir.
Oh, when will she be back?
Oh, she won't be in till late, sir.
Who is it, Emily? Who's there?
It's Roger. Roger Gretorix.
Roger, come on in.
Thank you.
Hello, Roger.
Jim, what's happened?
Oh, just a little bit under the weather. Something I've eaten.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My throat's as dry as a board. I could use a brandy and soda.
Yeah, well, I'm not too sure what a brandy and soda would do to you.
Have you any better suggestions?
Well, water can't do you any harm. I'll pour you some. Here.
It's only fit for dogs and horses. Here goes. Say, look who's here. Dr. Lanchester. Time for a consultation, Doc. Meet Dr. Gretorix.
How do you do?
Hello.
Consultation? I don't think I understand.
Sorry, Doctor. That was meant to be funny. Dr. Gretorix is a very good friend of mine and Ivy's. I was just asking him if he knew of some way to cool this red-hot poker in my throat.
I'm sorry, Doctor. I had no idea you were on the case. I've been running along, Jim. I know you're in excellent hands. Good afternoon, Doctor.
What's this? Not more brandy and soda, I hope?
You hope the unpleasantest things, Doctor.
What is he giving you?
Something terribly dangerous. Water.
But, operator, can't you have her paged? Really, it's urgent. Yes, that's right, Mrs. James Lexton. Please. Thank you, I'll wait.
What's the matter, Emily? For goodness sakes, you're as pale as a ghost.
Oh, thank heavens you're home, Mrs. Lexton. It's so awful. Awful.
Please, Emily, what's wrong?
Mrs. Lexton,
Yes. Who are you?
I'm Dr. Barrick.
I couldn't get Dr. Lanchester, ma'am, so I ran downstairs for Dr. Barrick. He lives in the building.
My husband, he isn't worse.
He's dead.
Oh, no.
You have to keep hold of yourself, Mrs. Lexton.
Here, ma'am, take this sip of brandy.
Oh, I can't believe it. It isn't possible.
Had Dr. Lanchester realized how serious this was?
Oh, no, nor had I.
Well, this places me in a peculiar position. Although he was Dr. Lanchester's patient, I'm afraid I shall have to ask for a post-mortem.
Post-mortem? But I don't understand. Oh, Jim, my poor darling Jim. I never should have gone out tonight, left him alone. What am I going to do without him? What am I going to do?
I know it's painful to discuss it now, Mrs. Lexton, but it's necessary that this examination be made to determine the cause of death.
Time changing into terrible misfortune.
Our drama will continue in just a moment. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. When you go out to dinner, you know it's a lot cheaper to order from the dinner menu rather than a la carte. That's how it works when you buy things all at once. They cost less money. And when you buy your home entertainment all at once, you're in for some real savings there, too. For example, when you get RCA Victor's complete combination unit, you can get 2 radios, both AM and FM, 2 record changers, which play all record speeds, and RCA Victor's million-proof television, proven in well over 1 million homes. Get all 5 instruments in one beautiful cabinet, and they all play through RCA Victor's matchless Golden Throat tone system. Yet they cost you many dollars less than you'd ever pay for separate instruments of comparable quality. It's a wonderful way to save, and it's wonderful to enjoy all the entertainment in the world right in your own living room. So don't delay. See the wide variety of million-proof television combinations at your RCA Victor dealers today. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Ivy, starring Joan Fontaine with Charles Drake, will continue after a short pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Ivy, starring Joan Fontaine in her original title role, with Charles Drake as Jim.
The thought of facing a post-mortem didn't shock Ivy, for it was part of her plan, and it figured importantly in her calculations. As she stood poised behind her bedroom door, listening intently to her maid Emily being questioned, there was almost a smile of contempt and absolute assurance on her face. You're quite sure you and Mrs. Lexton were the only persons who saw Mr. Lexton yesterday?
That's right, sir, in a manner of speaking.
What do you mean by that?
Well, there was Dr. Gretorix, of course.
Was Dr. Gretorix on the case?
Oh, no, sir. He wasn't on the case. He was just a friend of Mrs. Mr. and Mrs. Lexton.
Why did you start to say of Mrs.?
He asked for Mrs. Lexton when he came in, sir.
Did he come often?
No, sir. Not until yesterday.
Did he telephone her often?
Oh, yes, sir, often. Not that she'd ever speak to him. Oh, she was devoted to her husband. If Dr. Gretorix phones, I'm not at home, she'd say.
What? Who is this gentleman, Emily?
Mrs. Lexton?
Yes?
I'm Detective Lieutenant Martin.
Detective?
I have to ask a few questions. That is, if you feel up to it.
As a matter of fact, I'm not feeling very well. I was about to go for a walk. You see, I've had a terrible shock, and I wanted to think.
I know. I'm sorry. And I'm afraid I have another shock for you, Mrs. Lexton. Would you please sit down for a moment?
Yes, thank you.
Your husband didn't die a natural death. He died of a virulent poison.
Poison?
That's why I'm here. Mrs. Lexton, did your husband have anything to eat or drink yesterday while you were with him?
Yes, he had some milk and hot broth. But that was all right, wasn't it? Dr. Lanchester ordered it.
Perfectly all right. Tell me, your husband's life was insured, of course.
No, Jim wasn't insured at all.
I don't like to trouble you with these questions, but he left you well provided for?
No, we lived on his salary, and all he had left was a lot of debts.
Sorry.
Well, I'll be all right. I'll find a job or something.
You're very brave, Mrs. Lexton. There's one other small matter, and then I won't bother you anymore.
Yes?
Your friend, Dr. Gretorix.
Our friend, Mr. Martin.
That's right. Did you know that he was coming here yesterday?
No. Was he here?
He was with your husband a few hours before he died.
I didn't know.
I understand he's been telephoning you quite a bit lately.
But I didn't talk to him.
So I'm told. But I wouldn't be misconstruing the case if I were to say that he's more your friend than your husband's.
That's true, Lieutenant.
You're very wise admitting it. You saw him alone at times?
Well, at times, but not often.
At his own house?
No, we'd go for walks in the park or to picture galleries.
I understand. In other words, you were quite fond of him.
I'm very fond of Dr. Gretorix. But I loved my husband.
Naturally. Was Dr. Gretorix jealous of Mr. Lexton? Please don't bother to answer that question if you don't want to.
Well, I suppose he was in a way, but make no mistake, Roger's a wonderful man.
I've no doubt of that. After all, he could hardly be blamed for falling in love with you and wanting to marry you.
Well, I suppose it was as much my fault as it was his.
You encourage him?
No, the opposite, but I could have been firmer.
What did your husband say to all this?
He didn't know.
You never told him?
No. He would have been so hurt, you see. He trusted Roger as a friend.
Oh, I see. Mrs. Lexton, in your opinion, if your husband had found out what Dr. Gretorix's feelings really were, do you think that he might have taken his own life?
Oh, no, don't even say that. He couldn't have done such a thing.
You're sure of that?
Well, of course he couldn't. Oh, you didn't know, Jim.
I'm sorry I didn't. He sounds like a pretty nice fellow. Dr. Gretorix lives on Sutton Place, doesn't he?
Yes, I think he does.
Mrs. Lexton, I'm very grateful to you for being so frank with me, and please accept my very sincere sympathy.
Thank you, Lieutenant.
Goodbye, Mrs. Lexton.
fortune you want, it's misfortune you'll get. Time galloping down on you like a riderless horse.
This bag, my beautiful black bag. Poison in it. Evidence against me. Oh, there'll be no evidence. I'll hide it. But where? The fireplace? No. The clock. Yes. Back of the grandfather clock.
Ivy.
Roger, something awful's happened. It's Jimmy's dead. He died last night.
Oh, darling, I'm so
We'll have
sorry.
to talk quickly. This man is coming here to your office.
Man?
Oh, it's so dreadful. I'm so frightened. They say that poor Jim didn't die a natural death.
Didn't die a natural death.
Oh, I don't know what to think or talk. This horrible man came to see me, a police lieutenant, and now he's coming here to see you.
But why?
I don't know. He asked such funny questions about you and me, and... Oh, Roger, you won't give me away, will you?
Give you away?
Well, he wanted to know if you were more a friend of mine than of Jim's, and I said that you weren't, that you were a good friend of us both.
What else did he ask?
Well, he wanted to know if you were fond of me, if you loved me, and I said that you didn't, and then he asked if I ever came here to see you alone, and, oh, darling, hold me in your arms. I'm so terribly frightened.
Easy, dear, easy. He asked that, huh?
Yes, and I said that I hadn't. What else could I say? But if you say that I have
It's
been
nobody's
here...
business but our own.
Oh, yes, I know, but... Oh, if it gets into the papers, it's all so awful.
Darling, of course I'll never say you've been here, but you shouldn't have come here now. What if you've been followed?
Oh, no, I wasn't. I was very careful.
I still don't understand this. If poor Jim took his own life, do you think he knew about us?
Oh, no, I'm sure he didn't. Nobody did, but everybody will if you...
Don't worry, they won't. Darling, we can't see each other for a while. We're both going to hate it, but...
Yes, it would be better if you went away from the city.
No, that wouldn't be wise. See, this means an inquest, and then...
Roger, I love you, darling. I love you.
Who's there?
Martha, Dr. Roger. There's a gentleman waiting out front to see you.
I'll be with you in a moment, Martha. You better go, sweetheart.
Yes, you will be careful, won't you?
Dearest, when all this is over with, you and I...
Thanks, my darling. I'll go now.
Wait. Wait till I leave and then slip out.
Oh, yes, Roger. What if Martha sees me here?
I'll attend to that. You mustn't worry, darling. I won't let anybody harm you.
Thank you, Roger.
Oh, Martha, will you do something for me?
You know I would.
You've seen Mrs. Lexton here. I want you to forget it.
Forget that I've ever seen her here?
That's right. It means a lot to me, and you may be asked. No matter how it appears to you, no matter what you think would be for the best, remember, you'll be helping me if you never tell a soul.
If it means something to you, Dr. Roger, then it means much more to me, I promise.
Thank you, Martha. I know I can trust you.
Thank you, sir.
Dr. Gretorix?
Yes?
And Detective Lieutenant Martin.
Oh, how do you do? Have a chair.
Thank you. Sorry to bother you, but I have to ask you one or two questions about a gentleman whom I believe was known to you.
Well, if you give me his name, I'll look up the case.
Oh, no, he wasn't a patient of yours. I'm referring to Jim Lexton, who died last night.
No. He wasn't a patient of mine.
That's what I thought. But he was a friend of yours.
Yes.
You understand, Doctor, when a thing like this happens, it's my job to explore every possibility. I suppose you can't give us any idea how Lexton could have come by irritant poison?
No, I can't.
I mean, it isn't possible that he could have obtained, or let's say, annexed some of it here?
Jim Lexton never came to this house.
Did his wife ever come here, Doctor?
No.
I don't want to get personal, Doctor, but I understand that you were more, shall I say, friendly with Mrs. Lexton than her husband.
What exactly do you mean by that?
Well, some sort of romantic attachment.
If you mean what I think you mean...
Yes, Doctor. There were occasions when you used to see Mrs. Lexton alone?
No.
Not even for a walk in the park?
No.
I see. You never even gave her a passing thought.
Mrs. Lexton is a very beautiful lady. I imagine it might be hard for any man not to wish to...
Fall in love with her? Agree with you. And you admit that if there hadn't been any Mr. Lexton, that you would have wanted Mrs. Lexton to be your wife.
There was a Mr. Lexton.
That doesn't answer my question. You do want to marry her, don't you? She's already admitted as much.
That I know is an unmitigated lie.
Really? I suppose you have a dispensary attached to this house?
Yes, in the rear.
You fill your own prescriptions, of course?
That's correct.
Like to look it over, if you don't mind.
I can save you time. I'm in possession of irritant poison, but no one has any access to it but my housekeeper, Martha, and myself. I have no idea how Jim Lexton got the stuff that killed him, if it killed him. But I do know it didn't come from my stock.
That may be, but in my opinion, Doctor, at this moment there is only one logical suspect, and that's you.
What are you talking about?
No one else had as strong a motive as you. You wanted Lexton out of the way so you could marry his wife, and you had the tools and access to the victim. I think you better come along with me. I'm going to book you on suspicion of murder.
In 2 hours, Dr. Greatorex, we go to court. You just have to cooperate with me.
I've told you before, Mr. Thomas, I have no need of an attorney.
You've got to listen, man. You're throwing your life away.
I'm not worried.
The prosecution believes they can convict you. I still don't understand it. Why are you involved? Where was your motive? Admitted you saw Mr. Lexton the day he died, but so did Miss Dr. Lanchester. So did the maid, Emily Green. Of course, the wife saw him, too. What would be her motive? There was no life insurance, no money. Now, if she wanted to marry another man... Doctor, are you sure you've told me all the facts? Was this woman in love with you?
Certainly not.
Or somebody else?
No. Not to my knowledge.
If there is anything, you'd better tell me, you know. Remember, you'll be under oath when I put you on the witness stand.
I won't go on the witness stand, Mr. Thomas.
What's that?
I will not testify under any circumstances.
The state contends that Roger Greatorex is guilty of murder in the first degree. Dr. Lanchester, you were the first to examine the victim, weren't you?
Yes, sir.
And in your opinion, medically at that time, you found no sign of poisoning?
No, sir.
You witnessed a scene where Dr. Greatorex gave some sort of drink to the victim.
Yes, sir.
What was that drink?
Mr. Lexton said it was water.
Mrs. Lexton,
Oh, Mrs. Greatorex.
I want to talk to you about my son's life.
Well,
I know appearances are against him, but you don't believe that Roger poisoned your husband, do you? You believe he's innocent, don't you?
How do I know what to think? I mean, it's all so strange. It's unfortunate that Roger was one of the last persons to see my husband alive.
You mean you believe he did this terrible thing because he was in love with you?
Oh, I didn't say that, but he was very fond of me, you know, and...
Roger loved you. He told me so. And because of that, please remember when you face him from the witness chair that what you say may very well be his death.
Next witness, Ivy Lexton.
That's you, Mrs. Lexton.
Repeat after me. I swear by the Almighty God
I swear by the Almighty God
that the evidence I give to this court
that the evidence I give in this court
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
You are Ivy Lexton, widow of the late James Lexton?
Yes.
Mrs. Lexton, your maid, Emily Green, has testified that the defendant used to telephone you sometimes as often as 3 times a day, but that you would never talk with him. Was that testimony true, Mrs. Lexton?
Yes.
Now, Mrs. Lexton, what was the nature of your relations to and with Dr. Greatorex? Yes,
Oh.
Mrs. Lexton?
We were friends, all 3 of us. My husband, too.
Mrs. Lexton, was there, unknown to your husband, any romantic relationship between you and the defendant seated at the table? Was the defendant in love with you?
Well, must I answer?
I demand that you answer.
Oh, please.
All right. Mrs. Lexton, the morning after your husband's death, did you tell Detective Lieutenant Martin anything? What did you tell him? Very well. I'll tell you. You told him that Dr. Greatorex was in love with you and wanted to marry you. And didn't you imply to the lieutenant that the defendant was a jealous man? You did tell the lieutenant these things, didn't you, Mrs. Lexton? Didn't you?
Yes.
Your Honor, if you please, I wish to withdraw my plea.
What did you say, Dr. Greatorex?
I wish to change it to guilty.
He's in an awful hurry to get that rope around his neck, isn't he, Lieutenant?
Very interesting. So is she.
Here's a telegram for you, Mrs. Lexton.
Heard of your terrible tragedy. I'm winding up my affairs as quickly as possible to be with you. Deepest sympathy, Miles. Miles, we'll be together soon. Everything's working out for me. For me.
Were you talking to me, Mrs. Lexton?
No, Emily. Emily, are my bags all packed? I'm anxious to get started.
Oh, I don't blame you, ma'am. After all you've been through, everything's taken care of. I was just about to get Jenks to take them down the elevator.
Oh, good. I'll be at Mr. Rushworth's home in the country if you want me. Miss Charlotte's been such a dear to insist on my going there on this little vacation.
A good thing, too, ma'am. You will take care of yourself?
Oh, of course. Now, run along like a good girl.
Yes, Miss Lexton.
Mrs. Lexton?
What is it, Emily? Have you forgotten something?
It isn't Emily. It's Mrs. Greatorex.
Oh.
Mrs. Lexton, why have you refused to see me?
I'm awfully sorry, Mrs. Greatorex. I'm leaving town.
Until it's all over. Until my son is dead.
Why, staying in New York wouldn't help the poor darling.
It might. It's nearly 5 o'clock. Do you realize it's only 16 hours? They're hanging him in 16 hours. Roger loved you. Why don't you try to help him?
Well, how can I help him?
Your husband could have committed suicide.
Oh, no, he wasn't that sort of person.
He may have suspected you and my son, and he might have taken the poison so that you and Roger would be accused of the murder.
What a horrible thought. You're speaking of my dead husband.
And I'm fighting for my son's life.
Well, I've done everything I could.
If Roger dies tomorrow morning, the person who killed your husband will go free. Is that what you want?
You seem to forget that Roger confessed.
It took you a long time to remember that.
Why is everyone so cruel to me? Nobody seems to realize what I've been through. All the nervous strain and notoriety. You'll just have to excuse me, Mrs. Greatorex. I can't talk to you any longer.
You don't want to help him, do you, Mrs. Lexton?
Well, I've done everything I could. Good day, Mrs. Greatorex.
Good day, Mrs. Lexton.
Good evening, Martha.
Oh, it's you, Lieutenant Martin.
Mind if I sit down here in the dispensary?
Mrs. Greatorex is out. She went out early this morning and hasn't yet returned.
I didn't come here to see Mrs. Greatorex, Martha. I came to see you.
Me?
Yes.
Oh, good evening, Mrs. Greatorex.
Hello, Martha. What is it you want, Lieutenant?
I just dropped in to have a talk with Martha, but since you're here, I'm curious to know why you called on Mrs. Lexton today.
Is that illegal?
How is she? Still frightened?
Yes, she's frightened. She's terribly frightened. But she's ready to let Roger die rather than to say whom he's...
Shielding?
Do you think he's shielding somebody, too?
Officially, this case is closed. I have no right to think, but this is my night off.
You do think it, though?
Who would she want him to shield, Mrs. Greatorex?
I think you know.
Herself?
Yes. And that's why Roger said he did it, to save her. And how easy for her to get the poison here, too. All she would have had to do was reach onto that cupboard.
Martha here has said over and over again that Mrs. Lexton has never been here. Isn't that so, Martha?
Yes, that's right, sir.
Oh, but he wouldn't have told Martha or anyone. Her reputation. She could have used that door.
Yes. Only today I learned that Dr. Greatorex had an extra key made for that door a year ago. Did you know that, Martha?
No, sir. I'm afraid, ma'am, the coffee pot will be running over.
She could have slipped in here without anybody knowing about it. Oh, I'm so sure of it, Lieutenant. So positive, but... Oh, it's the use. We couldn't prove anything.
This jar on the shelf labeled poison was exhibit number 1 at the trial. Anybody who was in this room could reach in and get it as easily as I can. Martha, this jar, did you ever see anyone take it?
Oh, what is he doing with that in his hands? The poison.
Why should this jar frighten you?
I broke the cups and spilled the coffee.
Never mind them.
Well, I'll go make some more coffee.
Never mind the coffee. Martha, in 15 hours, 15 short hours, Dr. Greatorex will be hanged. Hanged for something he didn't do. He's shielding somebody, and you know who he's shielding.
Martha, what are you keeping from us?
Please.
Say it.
But I promised.
You promised what? You promised whom? Oh, tell me. Tell me!
You've seen Mrs. Lexington here. You know she was here.
Was she, Martha? Please, was she?
Yes, she was here.
Oh.
All dressed in white, and she had a little black bag, sort of unusual, with a cameo clasp.
I've seen that bag the first time I called on her.
She was standing there by the medicine cupboard, and before her was the jar of poison, and she was slipping some of it in her bag. Oh.
Mrs. Gretorix, you get Martha over to my office. They'll take her statement. I've got a visit to make.
Speak up, Emily. It's difficult to hear you on this telephone.
There's a cable here for you.
Well, open it and read it, please.
Oh, I'm all thumbs. What with being in this apartment alone where Mr. Jim died and poor Dr. Gretorix going to be hanged in the morning. Oh, forgive me, ma'am. I've got the jitters. Oh, if I could only go to my sister's for the night.
Of course. What does the cable say?
Yes, ma'am. Here it is. Arriving New York late tonight. Pier 26. Meet you at your apartment. Ever, Miles Rushworth.
Put it on my desk. I'm leaving for home immediately.
Dr. Barrick, thanks for accompanying me here to Mrs. Lexington's apartment. You've brought me luck.
What do you mean, Lieutenant?
We came to find the weapon, and I think we got the motive. Ever hear of Miles Rushworth?
Miles Rushworth, the millionaire?
Yes, there's a cable here from him. Seems that Ivy has a way with men. 3 of them dangling.
And one almost from the neck in just a few short hours.
Rushworth's the one she'd want. Big fish for small fry. Keep hunting for the bag, Doctor. I'm going down to Pier 26 to meet Mr. Miles Rushworth. I'll call you from there.
Emily, what are you doing here in the apartment? I thought you told me you were going to your sister's.
Oh, I just had to return. I have the most wonderful news.
Yes?
It's all over the papers. New evidence has been found. Dr. Gretorix has been reprieved.
Reprieved? What is this new evidence?
You didn't say. Now they won't harm Dr. Gretorix. They'll get the guilty ones, you'll see. I'll unpack your bag.
The guilty one. New evidence. Oh, it must be some mistake. They couldn't have found out. They couldn't. Oh, Miles will see to it. He won't let them hurt me. Oh, Miles will see to it. Oh, Miles. How did you get in my room?
I've been waiting for you.
Oh, you frightened me. Oh, you'll never know how wonderful it is to see you. Oh, I've counted the days. I've counted the hours.
You're trembling, Ivy. Why are you frightened?
Frightened?
You are frightened, terribly frightened. It's in your eyes.
Why should I be? Awful things have happened since you went away. Poor darling Jim and the worries I've been through.
Have you heard that Dr. Gretorix has been reprieved?
Yes, I'm glad. I mean, if they think he's innocent.
Dr. Gretorix is innocent. Who is the guilty one?
Oh, please, let's not talk about it anymore. Poor Jim's death, and, it's all so unexplainable.
Not to Lieutenant Martin. He was waiting for me at the pier when I arrived.
Lieutenant...
He believes he has enough evidence to convict you of murder.
Oh, you don't believe that?
I didn't know what to believe. That's why I came to see you, to speak to you.
And now?
Now I know. I'm sorry for you, Ivy. Deeply sorry. Goodbye.
Miles, no! If you leave me now, I haven't a friend left in the world. What shall I do now? Where can I turn? Where can I go?
Time betrayed you.
Time betrayed? The bag, my black bag. They can't convict me without evidence. I'll destroy it. The clock's ticking again. I found it.
It's fortune you want. but it's misfortune you'll get.
No!
When the instrument ceases to beat, so will life cease to exist.
I could run away and hide, but for how long and then what? Operator, get me Detective Lieutenant Martin of the police department. Lieutenant, this is Ivy Lexton. I'll be waiting for you when you arrive.
So ends our Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Ivy, and two superb performances by Joan Fontaine and Charles Drake. Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse presents for the first time on radio the 20th Century Fox outstanding hit, The Big Lift. And our stars will be Paul Douglas and Edmund O'Brien, with screen director George Seaton. Be sure and listen. And now, here again is tonight's star, Joan Fontaine.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the time for introductions, when you're accustomed to meet the director of the picture we've adapted. But tonight, instead of giving you the man, we can give you only his memory. For Ivy was directed by the late Sam Wood. I think that any words spoken about Sam now should come from a person who knew him much better and much longer than I did. A past president of the Screen Directors Guild, and himself one of the great names of motion picture direction, Mr. George Marshall.
Thank you. Thank you very much. For you, the audience, the memory of a director can be no deeper and no broader than the memory of the pictures he created. And if you're still thrilled by the remembrance of such motion pictures as The Stratton Story, For Whom the Bell Tolls, and Goodbye, Mr. Chips, well know that these and so many more were the life's work of Sam Wood. The statue they have in your memory and the dramatization tonight of Sam's film Ivy, these are really the highest tribute that you or I can pay him. Thank you very much.
Ivy was presented through the courtesy of Universal International Pictures, who will soon world premiere Tomahawk, a Technicolor production co-starring Van Heflin and Yvonne DiCarlo. Joan Fontaine can currently be seen in September Affair, a Hal Wallace production for Paramount. Charles Drake can now be seen in Harvey, a Universal International picture starring Jimmy Stewart. George Marshall's latest picture for Paramount is Fancy Pants, starring Bob Hope and Lucille Ball. Tonight's cast included Gerald Moore as Roger Greatorex, also Noreen Gamil, John Stevenson, Ruth Parrott, Paul McVeigh, Frank Gerstle, Ken Christie, and Eleanor Audley. Ivy was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. The Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next Thursday when we present Paul Douglas and Edmund O'Brien in The Big Lift with screen director George Seaton. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Join Archie and the gang at Duffy's Tavern tomorrow night on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Douglas Fairbanks, Paula Morgan. Production, The Captain from Castile. Director, Henry King.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Cannon Towels, Famous for color, for design, for durability, among towels, America's #1 bestseller. By Chesterfield, the only cigarette that gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. By the makers of Amison for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present transcribed an adaptation of an exciting story of romance and adventure. It is The Captain from Castile. Now, Act 1 of The Captain from Castile, starring Douglas Fairbanks as Pedro de Vargas, with Paula Morgan as Katana.
Siéntese, señor. By your leave. Juan Garcia's my name.
Pedro de Vargas. You have been to the Indies, senor?
For many years.
Tell me about the Indies, senor.
Well, that word sets your imagination on fire, doesn't it? Well, why not? It's a new world, my friend. Listen, I've stood on the waterfront of Santiago and looked north, and you could feel the great land out there.
Tell me, senor, is it true that there's a country on the southern sea where heathen Indians live in palaces and eat their food off plates of gold?
Aye, and all that. Kingdoms, empires, mountains of gold, just waiting to be taken by the first cavalier with spirit enough to venture. Here's our wine, caballero. Drink.
A toast to the new world, senor.
The new world.
When Pedro de Vargas left the Peon Juan and rode his white charger along the Spanish countryside, the year was 1517, 25 years since Christopher Columbus had made his first voyage to the Americas. As Pedro entered his father's castle, he was greeted by the voices of his father and a guest whom he disliked, Diego de Silva.
And that's how it was, senor.
You found no trace of your missing servant, Diego?
No, Senor de Vargas. It is my belief that someone gave the Indian aid. But he'll be taken, at which time the Inquisition will deal with him.
You are an intimate of the Inquisidor General, are you not, senor?
I have the honor to be the El Supremo of the Santa Hermandad. It is my duty to pass sentence on those poor sinners whom the Holy Office has found guilty of heresy. Oh, by the way, it seems strange to me that a man of your name and fame should not be one of us.
I am not a theologian.
Nor am I. Is it possible, senor, you do not approve of the Santa Hermandad?
I do not approve, sir. I, too, am a Catholic, and have given more blood for the faith than you have in your entire body. But I regard the Santa Hermandad as an evil. I am against any organization, sir, which turns friend against friend, child against father. Do I make myself plain?
Quite plain. Oh, but why do you wish to pick a quarrel with me? I came here peaceably and alone, though injured by your son.
I injured you, senor? How?
If I attacked two of your servants, Pedro, and opened the face of one and slashed one of your dogs, wouldn't you call it an injury?
Add to it your men set their dogs on a girl, senor. That makes a difference.
Oh, yes, I forgot. It was the wench, Katana, from the Rosario Inn, of whom it appears you are unduly fond.
That's a lie.
A lie? That you rode her to the privacy of the Rosario? Or did my servant see wrong?
Senor, my son's conduct is a matter I'll settle with him. It has nothing to do with what we were discussing. If anything I have said displeased you, I shall be glad to give you satisfaction at your pleasure.
And I, senor.
Thank you. But suppose you leave the question of satisfaction to me. Buenos dias, senores.
The man is a coward.
Pedro, about this girl.
It's true, Father. She rode with me on my horse to the Rosario. She's a servant girl, Katana, who works at the inn.
But you've openly paid your respects to the Lady Luisa.
Nothing happened.
About De Silva's missing Indian servant.
Coatl. Yes, I helped him escape. He was a friend. We hunted and ate together. He was captured and brought to this country as a slave. But Coatl was no slave. In his country across the sea, he was a lord.
You should have called on me. I, too, would have helped. Give my respects to Lady Louisa when you call on her this evening.
Your servant plays beautifully, senorita.
Thank you, Senor Vargas.
May I tell you something, senorita? Yesterday in church, a ray of sunlight slanting through one of the narrow windows rested on your face. I held my breath, senorita. I knew at once it was a divine revelation.
Pedro.
That you were destined to be my lady of ladies. I knew then that I would always adore you, serve you, and I hope that one day I may be worthy, and that you may care for me, love me as I love you.
Oh, my handkerchief, where is it?
May I keep it as a token, as a favor to wear?
Yes, though I wish I had something better to give you.
Better? The golden fleece from the hands of His Majesty could not mean half as much. Tomorrow night, senorita.
Vaya con Dios. Senor.
Huh?
Pedro de Vargas.
What do you want? Who is it?
It's me, Katana Perez.
Oh.
I've been here for an hour hoping to head you off.
Head me off from what?
You mustn't go home. They've laid a trap for you.
They? Who?
The Inquisition.
What?
Your father, mother, and sister have been arrested.
But what have they done?
The charge is heresy.
Heresy? My father and mother, heretics? It's a lie.
You've no time to lose.
The Marquess de Carvajal, my father's best friend, my betrothed's father. He'll advise, he'll help.
You know best, senor. Only, senor, if anything goes wrong, if you need me...
Oh, thank you, Katana. You'd better go. They mustn't catch you helping me.
God go with you, senor.
I apologize, Senor Marquez, for intruding. My father and mother and sister have been arrested by the Holy Office.
The Inquisition?
But you know my family is not guilty of heresy. Why, my sister's just a child. I knew if I came here, you'd give me advice.
If this were a case before the civil courts, but the Inquisition is a different matter. What right has a layman to interfere in spiritual affairs? Perhaps something in your parents' lives?
But you know them, sir. You know there couldn't be anything.
My boy, you are blinded by natural affection. There is no guilt. Your parents will go free.
Your advice, then?
Is to rely on God, my dear boy. In the meanwhile, proceed at once to the prison and give yourself up.
And deprive my family of the one voice outside the prison left to take their part.
It would show your innocence and be an act of loyalty to your parents.
I thank you, Senor Marquez, for your advice.
You are quite welcome. It is a pleasure to be of help to the son of an old friend. My servant will show you to the door.
If my father were in your place and a member of your family came to him for help, he would have advanced to the very gates of hell without looking back to give you aid. I hope he never learns that I have brought dishonor on his name by even coming to you.
Get out.
Well, you came here to my courtroom, Pedro, and now you're manacled and chained. You lied, didn't you? And you lied again and again when you said you gave no aid to my escaped heretic, this Indian dog who calls himself a lord. Admit you lied because you hate the Santa Hermandad. Your silence calls for punishment you may not like.
Senor de Silva, it will do you little good to waste your threats on someone who does not fear them. It would be wiser for you to explain this outrage upon my family. I demand to know what you've done with my mother and father and sister.
You demand?
The charges you have brought against them have no foundation in truth, and you know it. I here and now accuse you of bearing false witness for reasons of cowardice.
Guards, bring in the other prisoners.
Yes, sir. In a moment, senor. Move on.
Father.
My son. Senor de Silva, I thought there was a cursed bad smell in this place.
This is not a moment for swagger, Francisco de Vargas. A gag may teach you what old age has not. Do you confess the crime of which you stand charged?
Confess that I'm a heretic, an unbeliever, that I taught irreverence to my family? The lie is black.
Mm-hmm. From the lips of children, we're apt sooner to hear the truth. Guards, begin with the girl. Apply the cord.
You cannot. Help me, brother! No, please, senor, please, take me, please, senor, take me. She's so young, so innocent.
No, my dear, don't. Would you give this lout the satisfaction?
Wait. Please, not her. I'll confess. I'll confess anything if you'll just release her.
No, Pedro, you'll not save her by a lie. Hey, Silva, if you do this thing, look to your own soul.
Apply the cords. Tighter.
Please, senor. I beg of you to have mercy.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou amongst women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb.
Senor, the girl has fainted. What shall we do now?
Well, revive her.
Oh, please, senor. She's just a baby. Please, senor. She's just a little baby. Oh.
We can't revive her. She's dead.
God has shown his mercy. Upon you rest his curse, De Silva.
Now for a special announcement about Cannon Towels. Always good news, Cannon Towels are today's big news.
Hurry, 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 hurry to the greatest May towel sales in history. Famous Cannon Towel Sales. Packed with value, big, beautiful buys, terrific bargains. Don't miss them. Get to your store now and get in on these great money-saving events. Cannon Towels give you the most for your money in beauty, value, lovely color, and design.
Cannon Towels absorb more. Wear longer, stay lovely longer.
No wonder more people buy Cannon Towels than all other towels combined. Get the most for your money. Get Cannon.
Big, fluffy, thirsty Cannon Towels.
As summer comes, you always need more towels. Now's the time to get them. And the towels to get are Cannons right now in these big Cannon Towel sales. See them in your newspaper. Get to your store quickly. Get in on the big, big, big Cannon values.
Now the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Captain from Castile, starring Douglas Fairbanks with Paula Morgan. It was very late that same night, and Pedro in his prison cell was heavily manacled. Suddenly, the jail door opened and a man stealthily entered. It was Juan Garcia, the peon from the Indies whom Pedro had befriended. He was dressed as a prison guard.
Are you awake?
Juan Garcia, how did you get in here?
I bought this job of turnkey to be here near my mother.
Your mother in here?
Yes, the Inquisition accused her of heresy. They sentenced her to be burned at the stake. But they'll not burn her now. She's dead.
Dead?
Katana Perez told me about it, so I came here to help. Here, I'll unlock the manacles. We'll make a break for it as soon as we can.
But my father and mother are here in prison. If I run away, there's no telling what they'll do to them.
Everything is arranged. Your father and mother are already outside in the care of Katana. Better put the manacles back on. Do not lock them. And hide this sword. You'll need it when the time comes.
I don't know how to thank you.
Save it until later, Caballero. Someone's coming.
Guard! What are you doing in here?
Seeing that the prisoner is properly secured, Senor de Silva.
Get out.
Muy bien, senor.
Well, Pedro, I see you're awake. I'm prepared to offer you leniency, provided you sign a confession that you and your parents are guilty of heresy. Otherwise, I shall have no recourse but to remove you.
When you remove someone, senor, you are careful not to risk your own skin, which is probably wise.
If you mean I do not give swashbucklers the satisfaction of a duel, you're quite right. My object is to dispose of them simply, as a warning to others. In the end, you will learn my method is thorough,
As thorough as your dishonor, if possible.
Dirty-tongued infants must be taught politeness.
Yes, I'll teach you politeness.
What? The manacles, they're open.
And I carry a sword. Out with yours. Well, what about satisfaction now, De Silva? Where is your policy and method, huh?
Guard! Guard, help me! Help yourself. Do not come out of the cell or I will kill you.
There. I've stripped you of your sword, De Silva.
Mercy. For God's sake, have mercy.
Now you're unarmed, and I have the point to your heart.
Mercy. You wouldn't kill an unarmed man, De Vargas. You wouldn't murder me.
Bareheaded before death, coward.
I'll let you go free.
You have 1 moment left. Spend it thinking of the child, my sister, that you murdered.
Have mercy, I beg you, I beg you.
You'd make amends,
yes,
perhaps?
Yes.
You'd secure our release?
Yes.
Make public apology?
Yes, anything, everything.
Can I trust you?
I swear it before God.
Oh, no. Not before God, De Silva. Perhaps if you renounced your faith in God, I'd believe you. You have defiled everything that the church stands for. Now renounce your faith in God.
Yes, anything, I'll renounce God. Spare my life.
My answer is this sword through your heart. Oh, now answer to God for your crime.
Pronto, Pedro. The guards are coming. Follow me. Right.
Manuel, take this trail to the north. See that my parents get aboard a boat bound for Italy. Let's go. We mustn't tarry. Goodbye, Mother.
Bear yourself well, my son. My blessings go with you.
God be with you, Pedro. Adios.
And now, Katana, Juan, my very loyal friends. We go in this direction.
Vamos.
There they are. This way, you prison whelps!
How does it feel, senor, to be free, to have thrown off our pursuers?
Wonderful, Katana.
This dark forest, it is beautiful.
Yes, Katana.
That handkerchief, is she beautiful, senor?
She? Who?
The lady whose handkerchief you carry over your heart.
Very beautiful. A great and lovely lady I'm privileged to serve.
Who is she, senor?
The Lady Luisa de Carvajal. Huh?
It's me, Juan.
Well?
Nothing to fret about. Oh, you should have been with me, lad. I went right into San Lucar and ran into an old friend of mine, Jorge Santera.
Never mind about that, but did you find out when there's a ship for Italy which will take me?
Your ship's the Julia, sailing in about a week. Oh, this friend of mine, he was telling me that before he left Cuba, all the talk was of a vast armada that Governor Velasquez is fitting out to take over a new land, a country full of gold. He told me every politician in the place is hanging around the governor like a pack of dogs after meat, scheming for the command. The talk was that Hernan Cortez would get it.
Who's Hernan Cortez?
A very courageous soldier. Come on, lad. This is the chance of a lifetime. Forget Italy. Let's go to the Indies. They say that every man that goes with Cortez will share in the profits and come back rich.
No, it's impossible. My family will be expecting me in Italy. I mustn't fail them. Besides, what is this itch that's got hold of you? Isn't there anything else in life but gold?
Perhaps. Well, there's a lot to be said for gold, too. It got you out of prison, didn't it? Besides, you're wrong about the islands. We talk of gold, but maybe we mean something else. Gold is just the excuse.
Have you space for me on the Bonifacio, senor?
For you, Katana?
Why not? What has Europe to offer me? If I'm taken here, it means death. Italy would be no better.
Katana, my mother's kinsmen are the Strazzis. One of my uncles is a cardinal. If you went there, they'd look after you.
Perhaps, but I'd be a sowsier just the same. In the islands, it's different. Juan says it's what you are, not who you are that counts. It's a new world.
So it is, Pedro. Europe's an old road. This is a new one. Change your mind, lad. Think of what can happen. You'll come home, your head high, on horseback, rich, famous, exonerated. All the things you long for.
Isn't this the answer, senor? Do everything you want for yourself, for your family, and for the one whose handkerchief you carry.
All right. I'll go.
Bravo, now you're talking good sense.
To the Indies. To the new road.
Hey, in His Majesty's name. Know everyone that the fleet now in Havana Harbor will sail by authority of His Excellency Diego Velazquez, Governor of Cuba, for trade, settlement, and discovery under the command of Hernan Cortez. Bless my guts if it isn't Juan Garcia. I thought I'd find you here. You seen Cortez yet?
That's what I'm here for. Meet my friends Pedro de Vargas, Catana Perez. This is Professor Botello. He's an astrologer and a sawbones. He reads the stars better than I can a book. What are you doing here, Professor?
I signed on to give Captain Cortez wisdom of what the stars have in store for him. To mend any bones that are broken. Yeah. Come on. Let's all have a drink.
Oh, no. Not until after we've had a talk with Captain Cortez. Come on, Juan, Katana. Let's go and sign up.
Enroll for God and His Majesty Don Carlos. Carry the light of our blessed faith to those who
It's Captain Cortez.
Huh? At your service.
Pedro de Vargas of Jaén, Spain.
Huh? Are you a relative of Francisco de Vargas?
His son, sir.
Well, our fathers were friends. I'm delighted to have you join us in this venture. If you have the spirit and merit of your father, you'll prove worthy of promotion and a command.
Thank you, Captain.
Oh, Senor, this is Father Bartolome.
Father.
How do you do, sir?
And here we have Senor Juan Escudero.
Senor de Vargas?
How do you do?
Senor Escudero is a representative of His Excellency, the Governor of Cuba. He came here to relieve me of my command. But I believe I have successfully convinced him that I am going to be captain of this company. There isn't going to be any captain. Hey, Escudero?
Pedro.
Oh, Father Bartolome.
Don't get up, Pedro. I'll join you here on the beach. Yeah, sand is very comforting.
Yes, so it is. But not the infernal waiting to cast off. When is Captain Cortez going to give the word?
Oh, it won't be very long. Have patience. What were you thinking of when I arrived? Home?
Yes, Father. How did you know?
When a young man sits staring to the east with a lady's handkerchief in his hands, what else should he be thinking but of his home and his sweetheart? Well, cheer up. Perhaps your dreams will come true.
If I only get half of what I want, Father, I'll be satisfied.
Now, let me ask you a simple question. Why haven't you been to Mass?
Because I killed a man. And I'd kill him again without hesitation.
Go on.
But I duped the coward into renouncing God before I killed him. That's why I haven't been to Mass.
Who was the man?
Diego de Silva, El Supremo of the Santa Hermandad.
Why did you kill him?
He caused the death of my sister, the imprisonment of my parents, the loss of everything I loved. And now, Father, I've placed myself in your hands.
No, my son. You've been in my hands for 2 days. Except for forcing De Silva to renounce God, you've told me nothing I do not already know. You have a penance to perform, my son. Pray for the soul of Diego de Silva. This is more of a penance than you think. God's love is a heavy burden. Are you prepared to carry it out? What is demanded of you is not easy. Do you, as you hope for salvation, accept the penance?
Yes, Father.
Hey, Captain Cortez will speak.
Men and our beautiful ladies, this land we seek, this new world, holds out to us a glorious prize. But it must be won. Great things were never achieved without exertion. We are few in numbers, but strong in resolution. Put your faith in me and the Almighty.
and we will go forward and carry to a glorious conclusion the work so auspiciously begun. To your ships, my friends, and prepare to cast anchor.
Now here's Chesterfield's answer to Cyrano de Bergerac. Bob Hope.
I'd top easy, Dad, but we only have a minute here to sell Chesterfield.
Okay, well, let's get to it.
Better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
The mildness is a cinch to prove. You just make the Chesterfield mildness test. You know, open a pack and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke them, and you'll know that Chesterfields are milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
So make our cigarette your cigarette. The reasons go together like this.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival. The third act of The Captain from Castile will continue after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue now with the third act of The Captain from Castile, starring Douglas Fairbanks as Pedro de Vargas, with Paula Morgan as Katana. Picture, if you will, the color, the dress, the medieval crossbows, cannons, swords of the year 1517. And realize that Hernan Cortez' Armada crossed an ocean only by sail and muscle and arrived in the New World at the tip of the wondrous land of what we now call Mexico. Settled only by the Indian tribes of the Emperor Montezuma, they were greeted there by Indian ambassadors with rich prizes and fabulous jewels, but with a definite warning to progress no farther and return home. To this, Hernan Cortez replied,
The great Emperor Montezuma sends nuggets of gold to us prospectors and then asks us not to visit the mine. Does he think we sailed all this distance with the idea of riding back and forth in trade? Everyone, listen. Tomorrow, we sail in the direction of Montezuma. But for now, fiesta!
Senor Botelho, I'm in love with Pedro de Vargas.
Well, what can I do?
You're wise, Senor Botelho, and have secret powers. If you could give me a charm, something that would win him, that would make him care for me.
Extend your thumb, Katana.
Yes?
On the finger I place this ring. In a minute you'll feel the heat of it. Such is the power of love it holds.
You're sure it will work, Senor Botelho?
Try and see. Go to the campfire and join the others now.
Yes.
Katana, come on. Give us a zarabanda.
It takes two to do the zarabanda, Juan. Who's dancing against me?
Did you ask?
You're beautiful, Katana. I didn't realize you were so beautiful. It came to me while I sat at the fire that I loved you. It's like a fever.
Oh, please, Senor. You don't know what you're saying. You don't love me.
Bella adorada mia.
It's this ring. I tell you, it's this ring.
What's the ring to do with us?
Botelho let me wear it. I wanted to make you love me, but now I know it isn't love. It's the spell of magic.
What sort of nonsense is this?
It's true, senor. I couldn't wait for you to come to me of your own accord. I had to put a spell on you.
But I did come to you of my own accord. Will you marry me, Katana?
What did you say, my lord?
Father Bartolome is waiting. He'll marry us tonight.
You're mad, senor. Noblemen don't marry camp girls. You could never return to Spain.
We're not going back to Spain. You're of this world, this new world. Together we will make it our world. Oh, my love, my wife.
Pedro and Katana were married that same night. The following day, 508 men and women set out on another perilous lap to reach their goal, the Emperor Montezuma. Short of their goal by many leagues to the west, they arrived at Villarica in the Gulf of Mexico, and again were met by Indian ambassadors. This time they were given a king's ransom, but with a sterner warning not to proceed any farther. Pedro was selected by Cortez to guard the treasure and the jewels.
Katana, adorada mia.
My love.
Pedro, come quick. Juan is drunk and fighting. No one can control him but you. He will be killed if you do not hurry.
I cannot leave. I'm watching this treasure.
But he will be killed, I tell you.
Katana, stay out here and guard this door to the temple.
No, you must not leave. Senor Cortez.
Juan is my friend and savior. Come, Mateo. All quiet, Katana?
Not a sound.
That Juan. What a terror he is when he gets drunk. He kept screaming over and over, "These dogs, they'll not burn my mother. I'll kill her with my own hands first." It was not easy to subdue him. Let's have a look inside the temple.
Senor, there is an opening in the back wall.
Where?
Over here.
A secret door. Someone has entered the temple from the back while I was gone. The trunk. The lock is open. Katana, the gems are gone.
Since when have you taken the liberty of opening a chest, De Varga?
Senor Cortez, the gems, they have been stolen.
By whom? Yourself? Be good enough to hand them over.
But I don't have them, sir.
You lie.
No, my lord, I swear it on my father. I came in and found the lock broken.
Were you outside guarding the temple all evening?
No, I left my post and had just returned.
Disobeyed orders? Deserted your post?
Juan Garcia was ill, sir. They sent for me.
So, a soldier in charge of an important post walks off at his pleasure to hold the hand of a sick friend. Very charitable. We'll deal with that in its place. Did you leave the door open when you left?
No, sir. It was locked.
Heaven give me patience. Do you expect me to believe someone walked through solid masonry into this room? Now, hand over those gems. Don't force me to have you stripped.
Whoever took those gems, sir, came through that door in the wall.
You're under arrest.
Please, look, sir.
Bless my soul, you're right. Where's the lock to the chest you opened?
Right here.
Give it to me. That's odd. This lock has been filed. The Indians have no steel. It must have been one of our own men. I should hate to see you hanged, De Vargas, but I have no doubt that will be the decision of my captains, unless these priceless gems are recovered. I give you until this hour tomorrow to recover them. You're relieved of your duty.
Dog.
But who was it, Pedro?
Father Bartolome was passing the back of the temple and saw the governor of Cuba's representative, Escudero, coming through the wall of the temple.
Huh?
It must have been he who stole the gems.
But how can you be certain, Pedro?
Listen to me, Juan. I know that Escudero has gathered a crew of men led by that thieving blackguard, Corio, and they plan on deserting. He has the jewels, I'm certain.
Well, we'll soon learn whether you know what you're saying. In a moment, we'll board Senor Escudero's ship.
Tie the boat to the side.
Si, senor.
Careful, Juan. I hear voices. Escudero is in that cabin. Stand close to the door. We will listen.
So we will sail at dawn for Cuba, gentlemen.
Senor Escudero, you have the Indian gems with you?
Unfortunately, no, Corio.
No? What about the secret door to the temple?
Pedro de Vargas was on guard, and we couldn't get him away from his post. I even got his friend Juan Garcia drunk and sent for him, but he wouldn't budge.
Draw your sword, Juan. Now.
You lie, Escudero! Pedro de Vargas! Out of my way, men. Let me have the handling of him.
My pleasure, Escudero.
Careful, Pedro. Careful. That thieving scoundrel Corio is behind you. I'll take him.
Not without your sword, Juan. Here, now start praying, beggar.
No, you don't, Corio. I'll take both you and Escudero.
That is a good one. In a moment you will cease to live, Senor de Vargas.
Fight, don't talk.
There, Senor de Vargas. Now you two are unarmed. I shall kill you.
Before you do, Corio, you'd better ask Escudero what he did with the gems he took from the treasure chest tonight.
Stand aside, Corio.
Hold your tongue, Escudero. What did you say, de Vargas?
Trust one of Cortez' spies to lie.
Wait a minute. What makes you say he got the gems?
Because he got me to leave my post. Because the gems were taken while I was gone. And because the secret door was left partly open. Senor Escudero was seen leaving from that exit.
By whom?
Father Bartolome.
Father Bartolome. He does not lie. I think I kill you, Escudero.
No.
Where are the gems?
Here. I was only joking before, Corio. Can't you take a joke? I thought I'd surprise you and the men before we landed in Cuba. You believe me, don't you?
Of course I believe you. Now that I have the gems. Men, I want you to bear witness that I'm placing them in this safe here. And locking it with this key. Look, gentlemen, look. I now throw this key through this opening into the water. The character of the sea is above suspicion. We shall share the loot when we arrive in Cuba. Place de Vargas and Juan in chains. De Vargas. Wake up, de Vargas.
What do you want, Corio?
How much would it be worth to Cortez if this ship does not sail for Cuba?
1,000 ducats for you.
The gems in that chest are worth 50 times that.
There's no market in Cuba for jewels like those.
Huh?
Who would you sell them to? Escudero's the man who'd get rich. He already has the ear of the governor. Even as a friend, he's proven how much you can depend on him.
I'm not in this for my health. I'm tired of songs and promises. What security have I that Cortez will pay?
You've heard of my father?
Yes.
I swear on his honor, I will show you the way to Cortez's favor.
Agreed. I'll get the chains off you and Juan. There. Juan. Gracias. There. You're both free. Here's your sword, de Vargas. And we'll take the gems with us.
There's no time for us to break open the safe. I hear footsteps.
Follow me. We will have to break open the safe. I threw away the wrong key.
Vaya, a lucky mistake.
Wasn't it? Here, you keep the gems. They're pretty but useless to a poor man. There's a rowboat over the side. Let's get to it.
Good. You first, Juan.
Gracias, senor.
Now you, Corio.
Very well. Follow closely on my heels and be quiet. I'm in.
Alarm! It's de Vargas! He's escaped! He's escaped!
Row for your life, de Vargas. Row!
You got crossbows! Don't miss! Don't miss!
I'm hit! My head!
How is he, Botelho?
I'm glad you got here, Captain Cortez. I'm afraid the good youth is beyond human skill. He's bleeding to death. What a pity to see him drain out like a stuck pig.
Well, then hitch up your breeches, man, and stop the bleeding.
Juan, look into the fire and see if the poker is red hot.
It is. What are you going to do?
Hand it to me. I'm going to sear the wound, burn it shut.
What are you going to do? Why are you going to burn me?
Have mercy, mercy, Juan.
I'm here, lad.
Juan.
Now lie back, easy.
Oh.
Don't you understand, my boy? It's this or bleed to death.
No, hold him. He's got to be perfectly quiet. Get hold of his legs. Sit on his legs. Captain Cortez, sit on his legs.
Help me. Somebody help me.
He doesn't know what he's saying. He's rambling. Get hold of his throat. Hold his head still.
Be careful, Botelho. If you miss, I'll cut your heart out. Hold it.
Look at him. Look at him. Pedro.
Even my skill can't defeat the will of God. But I've stopped the bleeding. It's a well-seared wound.
No. He's breathing.
It's true. His heart still beats.
Well, why not? In the practice of true science, God often lends a hand. And now, if you'll all leave, I'll sit by and help
Yes.
God.
Come, girl. Let us leave. He'll live, Katana. You needn't worry.
Yes, he'll live. He has to live. Captain Cortez.
Yes, little one. There is much work yet for him to do. He'll finish the job. Were it not for him, Escudero would have taken his ship and returned to Cuba to get the aid of Governor Velasquez. Had he succeeded, they would have defeated this expedition, destroyed everything we fought for. Where there's one traitor, there's apt to be two. And we face a repetition of that same danger as long as we have ships waiting for us.
But, sir, these ships are our only means of communication and retreat.
If one can't retreat, he must go forward. If we survive this expedition, the order I have given to destroy the Armada will go down in history as a monument to our resolution and courage. If we fail, it doesn't matter, as history will forget us.
We will continue with the third act of The Captain from Castile in just a moment. If you suffer from pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you have received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled Anacin. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets, and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today. We return you now to the third act of The Captain from Castile. On foot, this army of 500 gallants marched in their effort to meet the Emperor Montezuma. Pedro, weak but recovered, had been made a captain. Then, haggard and spent, they came to the village of San Antonio Limon, where again ambassadors of the Emperor awaited them. This time there were no gifts, only a threat that 1 million Indians would attack them if they did not leave the Mexican territory.
Leave the country? Impossible. We have no ships. And I've also learned that Governor Velasquez has sent 1,000 soldiers from Cuba to defeat us, under the leadership of Diego de Silva.
Diego de Silva? Then he was not slain by Pedro.
No, we must act at once. Divide our force, leave half here, march with the rest to Villarica, and fight. Captain Sandoval, prepare to march immediately. De Vargas!
Yes, my lord.
You will be captain of the guard here. Retain the Indian ambassadors as a guarantee that there will be no violence while I'm gone.
All quiet, Juan?
All quiet, Pedro. Well, listen there, Gus, again. The Indians are a pretty big pack if they rise.
We have several cannon to hold them off. There's still enough of us to handle them.
I wonder. Why don't you get some rest, amigo?
I want to look around first. Look in at our hostages, the Indian ambassadors. Hasta la vista.
Senor Pedro.
Yes?
Senor Pedro, I know you. You not know me. I am Indian you saved from Diego de Silva in Spain. Me, Coatl.
Coatl? How did you get here?
This, my home. This, my people. Senor Pedro, Castilian. I hate Castilian.
But you and I are friends, Coatl.
I think of that, senor. I think what you do for me in Spain. I think I speak to you now. Maybe I understand better why you come here. These my people, my gods. We not come tell you stop loving your gods. We not come make you slave. Why you do this, senor?
Well, I'm afraid I haven't any answer for that. It isn't right for men to worship idols. There's only one true God.
Maybe your God, my God, same God. Maybe just call different name.
Perhaps. But we're not enemies, you and I.
I give a life for you, senor. But you hurt my people. I fight you.
I can understand that. I suppose that if I were in your place, I'd do the same. Good night, Coatl.
Senor.
Katana adorada mia.
Sit here beside me. My poor senor. 4 days without sleep. Go to sleep, my senor. Oh, my senor. I love you. I love you so much it hurts. I am so very happy.
Oh, my love, my love.
Senor. Senor, soon I shall bear you a son.
Katana.
The son of Pedro de Vargas and the grandson of Francisco de Vargas. To think that I shall be his mother. I, Katana Perez, of the Rosario. Perhaps he'll be a priest. Maybe a bishop.
Oh, my darling.
Cortez, back from Villarica.
Don't wake him, Juan. He's so tired.
But the whole army is with Cortez. Must be more than 100 horses. Quick, Pedro, get up. You are captain of the guard. You've got to get up and meet him.
Cortez, hand me my sword. Let's go, Juan.
Senor de Vargas.
My congratulations, sir.
Now the governor of Cuba will have ample evidence of what my intentions are. His men have joined our forces.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you, Juan.
Pedro. There, Pedro. It is Diego de Silva. He's alive, but not for long.
Juan!
De Silva, I'm going to strangle you.
Let loose of me, you dog. Let loose of me.
I've lived for this. I've lived.
Get him away from him, de Vargas.
Juan, no, stop it.
Why do you stop? Why do you stop me? That swine put my mother on the rack, tortured her until she prayed for death.
Get him away from me. That man is a fugitive from justice. Murderer, a matricide. He strangled his own mother. In the name of Santa Hermandad, I demand that he be placed under arrest.
Yes, I did it. I killed my own mother to keep this dog and his henchmen from burning her alive at the stake. While she was dying, she blessed me for it.
Captain Sandoval, put this man in irons and take him away.
I will not let him live. Let me go. I will not let him. Let me go.
Here is another man who made an attempt on my life, Pedro de Vargas. The Santa Hermandad demands his arrest as a heretic. And as El Supremo of the Santa Hermandad, I myself shall hold an immediate examination. Captain Cortez, have you ever attended an examination?
I have not.
It's a valuable experience. I remember one of a supposedly honorable family of Hine. One would have thought them above suspicion, though the evil and treachery of the father and son became clear enough later. There was, I believe, a girl, about 12, who refused to bear witness against her parents, and
It was necessary to tighten ropes about her neck and...
Murderer! I compliment you on a noble feat. The death of a 12-year-old child.
Who spoke of a feat, de Vargas? A stroke of policy, perhaps.
A stroke of inhuman fiendishness.
Careful, senor. I am His Majesty's emissary.
Do you take refuge behind that?
Refuge?
Yes, refuge. Or have you the stomach to meet me man to man? If not, then without picking words, I'll ask you who's the coward here.
And the time and place of this meeting?
Here and now.
De Vargas, are you forgetting where you are? You dare draw your sword on the man who is responsible for our new soldiers?
But, sir, the family this man speaks of is my family. The murdered girl was my sister. Do you realize what this man represents? With him, the Santa Hermandad, with all its evils, has come to the New World. A kingdom within a kingdom. A despotism so strong, so powerful, that it paralyzes the human soul with terror. Already he speaks of tightened ropes about her neck and tortured children.
That will do, de Vargas. We have no need of oratory here.
It's not oratory, Captain Cortez. That man is a fiend without honor, an assassin of infants.
Senor de Silva, my apologies. But Captain de Vargas is a loyal officer, and there will be no examinations of any kind while I'm in charge. And de Vargas, if it is necessary to teach 20 rebels the lesson of discipline, that lesson will be taught. Carry that thought with you.
Father Bartolome, why have they arrested Pedro?
Diego de Silva has been murdered.
He did not do it. It was I, and I would do it again.
You could not have done it, Juan. You were in irons. And I don't believe Pedro did it either. He gave me his vow a long time ago. He would never break it.
Can I go in the jail and see him, Father?
No. Katana is with him.
Pedro.
It isn't dying that matters. I've faced death many times, but it's leaving you. What's going to become of you, my beloved?
I shall die too.
No, you must live. You must live for our son who hasn't yet been born. Oh, Katana, how are you ever going to tell him that his father was hanged? You must go back to my mother and father in Italy. They'll take care of you. But promise me you'll never tell them how I died. My father's a soldier. If I'd died in battle, he'd grieve for me, yes. But he'd be proud, too. But to be hanged, and for a crime I didn't commit... They're coming. The guards are coming. Kiss me goodbye now.
Let me hold you close for this last moment.
Goodbye, my love.
Pedro, you kept your vow, and God didn't desert you. Coatl.
Senor Pedro, my friend, I killed De Silva. Me, Coatl.
Captain de Vargas reporting, sir. Everything ready to move as planned, sir.
Good. This time last year, we were fighting mosquitoes in the swamps, accepting paltry gifts and half-starving. But now we stand knocking at the very door of the great Emperor Montezuma. We shall meet His Majesty face to face, have done with ambassadors and specks of gold. This is just the beginning. De Vargas, order the first detachment ready to move forward.
Yes, sir. Gentlemen, be ready to march.
Pedro, this greed of gold in everyone's hearts.
Adorada mia. Our eyes are open to what lies before us. We do not go forward as conquerors, but as men of God. The sun shines here as fair as in Spain. We'll let it shine on all men alike. Here there shall be neither master nor slave, no looking up nor looking down. Here all men shall be equal according to God's plan, a haven for the weak, a refuge for the strong, with all the good of the old world and none of its ills. Forward! March!
Thank you, Douglas Fairbanks and Paula Morgan. Our stars will return in just a moment. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. It's good company anywhere. Yes, anywhere, anytime, there's fun at your fingertips with an RCA Victor portable radio. At home or away from home, on your bedside table or at the beach, it's great to own the pick of the portables. An RCA Victor. You'll enjoy that extra range. You'll rave about the tone, thanks to RCA Victor's exclusive Golden Throat tone system. Yet your RCA Victor portable boasts a compactness and lightness you'd never dreamed possible. Most important of all, you get the strongest reception ever achieved on battery operation, because RCA's radio batteries are radio engineered for top performance and extra listening hours. Yes, on every count, an RCA Victor portable radio is good company anywhere. Take your pick of the beautifully styled models at your RCA Victor dealers everywhere. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse brings you a blend of love and laughter when we present the outstanding hit, No Time for Love. Our star will be Claudette Colbert, with screen director Mitchell Lyson. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Douglas Fairbanks and Paula Morgan.
In Hollywood, when a director is chosen to make a motion picture with $1 million budget, he's considered with great care. Just imagine how careful a studio must be when it selects a director for a picture bearing a $4 or $5 million budget. Well, Henry King, who directed Captain from Castile, belongs in that extra special class. His work for many years has been completely outstanding. There isn't a producer in Hollywood who wouldn't fight for his services.
That's right, Douglas. Ask Mr. Darrell Zanuck, and you can be sure he'll agree with you.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Mr. Henry King.
Thank you, Paula and Doug. Your performances tonight were wonderful. I thoroughly enjoyed them. Paula, on our lot at 20th Century Fox, we consider you a great bet, and it won't be long before your name is a household word. And Doug, I know you're leaving for England in a few days to co-produce Another Man's Poison, starring Bette Davis, Gary Merrill, and Emlyn Williams. Well, bon voyage, and the best of luck. Good night.
Good night.
Good night, Henry. Good night, everyone.
And so ends tonight's Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival. Brought to you by Cannon Towels, America's favorite towels that are special values now during the big Cannon Towel sales now going on at your favorite store. By Chesterfield, the only cigarette that gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, the best cigarette for you to smoke. By the makers of Anacin for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Captain from Castile was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, makers of the Darrell F. Zanuck Technicolor production on the Riviera, starring Danny Kaye and Gene Tierney. Douglas Fairbanks may soon be seen in his new comedy, soon to be released, Mr. Drake's Duck, in which he co-stars with Yolande Donlan. Paula Morgan can currently be seen in the Darrell F. Zanuck Technicolor production, David and Bathsheba, starring Gregory Peck and Susan Hayward. The Captain from Castile was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley. The dramatic director was Warren Lewis. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next week when the Screen Directors Playhouse presents No Time for Love, starring Claudette Colbert with screen director Mitchell Lyson.
Each Saturday night, join the hoedown at Grand Ole Opry on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Jimmy Stewart, Eleanor Parker. Production, Next Time We Love. Director, E.H. Griffith. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants: mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a love story as everlasting as time. And here are two Academy Award nominees to recreate their original roles: Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker.
Jimmy, since you created the original role of Chris in the motion picture Next Time We Love, I think it's only fitting that you tell the people a little about it.
Well, thank you, Eleanor. Next Time We Love is the story of Chris and Cicely and what they did with their lives. It's sentimental, warm, tender, and above all, human. I assure you it'll live a long time in your memories. But before we begin, here's Jimmy Wallington.
Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today, these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin. You'll like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you'll be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. Anacin. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist. Now, here are Jimmy Stewart as Chris and Eleanor Parker as Cicely, and the first act of Next Time We Love.
Did you see the item hidden away in the corner of the drama page? Cicely Tyler, at the height of her career, has retired from the theater. No further detail, no clues to the reason. It was that cold, that blunt. Well, my name is Tom Abbott. Cicely was and is my great friend. And although I respect her obvious desire for privacy, I feel her story should be told. Let's see, it began in 1942 while she was a junior at college and terribly in love with a young newspaper man, Chris.
Newark, Elizabeth, Princeton Junction, Trenton, and Atlantic City. All aboard?
In a moment, I'll be leaving. And the train goes so fast. It's pretty awful.
Oh, darling, now don't talk like that.
Parting is such sweet sorrow. Whoever said that?
That's Juliet.
A lot she knew. It'll be weeks and weeks, won't it, before we...
No, but you'll be busy.
Oh, yes. Junior prom, little boys from Princeton, rehearsals at the Merchant of Venice, and student council.
Well, anyway, it's just one more year after that.
Time enough for you to meet girls who've already gotten started. Newspaper women and artists, and, well, not just college girls.
Yes, and time enough for you to meet a lot of college guys who have lots of time over weekends. And I don't mean that any more than you meant what you told me.
Oh, but, Chrissy, if you did meet a girl you didn't have to wait for, I'd understand.
What would you understand?
Well, it doesn't seem fair to you, that's all. A girl away at college is such a useless person to be in love with.
Oh, darling, you're very sweet and understanding about my problems, but do you mind very much if I just go on loving you and do without the artist or the newspaper women or whatever she is?
If there was one, I'd come right up and scratch her eyes out.
Well, that means you, dear. Here, up the steps you go.
Goodbye, Chris.
Well, I suppose there's some satisfaction in doing what's sensible.
Yes, particularly when there isn't much choice.
Yeah.
You ought to do what I do. When you get up in the morning, you should say to yourself, every day and every way, I'm getting sensibler and sensibler.
Yeah.
Oh, bye, Chris. I love you.
Cicely, what would happen if you didn't take this train?
Why, well, it wouldn't matter if you wanted me to stay.
Come on, jump, Cicely. Here in my arms.
Oh, darling. Oh, Chris, I like your apartment.
You know, lots of people that got famous afterwards lived in this house. Old Henry did when he was broke, and a whole lot. Cicely, what's the matter? You're shaking.
No, I'm not.
Oh, my darling. Say you're glad, and I'll be glad. Or say you're sorry. If that's true, I'll send you back to college in the next train. I'll think of some excuse that'll be all right.
Oh, I'm glad.
But what made you decide not to take the train?
You asked me not to.
No. I mean, what made you say yes?
Oh, I made up my mind long ago I'd say yes. If you ever asked me to stay, there's never been anyone else for me.
Nor for me.
Oh, Chris, I can't be sensible. Not when you're so close and I'm so happy.
Well, where do I sit, here?
Oh, just not too close, Chris. Just because I got off that train, I don't want you to think, well, I mean, it isn't necessary.
To what?
Well...
Are you trying to tell me that I don't have to marry you?
Yes.
Oh, my darling.
Oh, one of us has to be sensible. You know, a girl of 21 is older in many ways than a man is at 26.
Oh, what big eyes you have, Grandma.
No, I'm serious. If you came to me and said, Grandma, I love this girl, and I earn $50 a week as a newspaper reporter, and, I want to marry her and live happily ever after, do you know what I'd say?
No. What would you say, Grandma?
I'd say it's the spring, my son. Nothing but the spring.
The trouble with you, Grandma, you're too old-fashioned.
The trouble with you, Grandpa, is I adore you.
Hello. I thought you were alone, Chris. I'm sorry.
No. Come on in, Tommy. There's a friend of mine, Cicely. He lives downstairs in front, and he's in the motion picture business, and he's crazy. Tommy, this is Cicely.
How do you do, Tommy?
How do you do?
Tommy, how would you like to be a witness at our wedding?
What's this about a wedding?
Yeah.
Yours, I suppose? When?
Right away. Let's get going.
No, wait, don't drink it all. Huh? I want to propose a toast. Here's to Tommy. May he be as good a friend of Chris and Cicely as he is of just Chris.
Oh, that's a very nice toast. Even if it did go up your nose.
I guess I'm not used to drinking champagne. Oh, I'm so happy.
Oh, I've got to call the office.
Oh, why bother? They get newspapers out every day.
Yeah, I better call them. I'll be right back.
I wonder what they do to newspapermen to make them work so hard. Maybe they hypnotize them.
They don't have to do anything to Chris.
I know, he likes his work. I envy him.
I hope he never stops. I think that's what makes him such an exciting person. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's all right. It's your wedding night. Go ahead, talk about it.
There doesn't seem to be much on my mind except my marriage and what I've got to do not to spoil it.
Aren't you beginning to worry a little bit early? It's only 11 o'clock.
I'm in such a whirl I can't make sense, but what I mean is this. Well, I've made a resolution, and I'm simply not going to be a burden to Chris.
Yeah, well, how do you propose not being a burden?
I'm going to have work of my own to do. I'd like to go on the stage.
Oh, can you act?
Oh, I did quite a lot in college.
Well, I know a lot of people in the theater. Maybe I can help you.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Uh-oh, here comes Chris with a sad look. Bad news from the front.
Well, of all the dirty tricks I ever heard of.
What's the matter?
Somebody just murdered Dutch Hoffler.
Friend of yours?
Yeah. No. He's a gangster. And they wanted me to go over to Jersey City right away and get the dope.
But didn't you tell them this was your wedding night?
Yeah, I told them that, and they told me Dutch Hoffler just got murdered. So what about it?
Of course you have to go, darling.
But it's not a very nice wedding night for you. I don't know when I'll be back, honey.
I would marry a newspaper man. Goodbye, darling. I'll be waiting for you. Chris, have I wonderful news.
Fine. Hand me that eraser, will you, honey?
Chris, Tommy got me a part in a play. Isn't that marvelous?
Wonderful.
Listen.
Listen to this, Cicely.
What? Oh,
I'm
but
sorry.
Chris, I wanted to read my part to you.
Oh, well, I was just finishing this thing about Winston Churchill for Sunday.
Oh, were you?
Yeah.
Well, read it to me.
You want to hear it, man?
Oh, yes.
Well, here's what I have. The disaster in London was a nightmare 5 days old, and now panic reigned. There was no food, water was scarce, and overhead waves of Luftwaffe dropped their bombs of degradation. Only one man to rally the prostrate nation. Winston Churchill raised his voice above the babbling panic and put new courage into the hearts of his countrymen.
Oh, that's grand, Chris.
You think it's all right, huh? You don't think I'm a little too fancy with it?
I should say not.
No, I don't know. Maybe I'll tone it down
Oh,
a
no,
little.
I wouldn't change a word of it, no.
You wouldn't?
No. Oh, look, Chris, here's the play script. Would you mind cueing me? I'd like to be sure of my lines.
Oh, sure, yeah. Where do I start?
Oh, right there, right.
Here?
Yes.
Oh, it says a bell ring. Is that right? Well, I'll make a ting-a-ling-a-ling.
Yes, Mr. Cranton?
A little buttered toast.
Yes, Mr. Cranton. Oh, Mr. Cranton, I hope you won't mind my saying this, but...
Go ahead, my child.
I couldn't help overhearing what Mr. Brown said to you, and I want you to know I'm terribly sorry, and if there's... Well, I'd do anything to help you. Anything at all.
Look, darling, that last line.
Yes, what about it?
Well, I don't think you mean that you'd do anything for him. I mean, when you say anything at all like that, it sort of sounds like you meant that...
Well, that's the way I did in rehearsal, exactly like that.
I know, but after all, you're just playing a maid's part. You don't have to get so emotional about it.
I'm not emotional.
All right, okay. All right, now go on. Let's see, now, kind of you. That's kind of you. What's the matter? Kind of you.
Nothing. I'd just maybe better go myself.
Well, I'm sorry, darling. I didn't think you minded a little honest criticism.
I don't mind criticism, but you wouldn't like it if I made fun of your stories. Anyway, I don't need to do it now.
Well, wait a minute.
No, it's all right.
Darling, I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
It's all right, Chris, really.
Scout's honor, I'll never tell you how to act again. Come on over here to me.
Oh, Chris, I'm such a goose. Darling, I'm so ashamed of myself for taking myself so seriously.
Well, I got a lot of nerve, too. Imagine me trying to be a director, huh?
It is fun, though, isn't it? Each of us so busy and getting on a little.
That's just the way we figured it, wasn't it?
Oh, Chris, can it keep on like this? Getting better and better month after month. Sometimes I'm so happy it frightens me.
Oh, you're always wanting to worry about something.
Please, read me the rest of your story.
No, sir. No, after you've read me your scene.
Give me a kiss first.
Our story continues in just a moment. But now, here's a word from RCA Victor. Why do more people choose RCA Victor television than any other make? The reason can be summed up in just one word: quality. Million-proof quality. Proven in over 2 million homes. RCA Victor television is America's favorite television because, feature for feature, it's America's finest television. With RCA Victor, for example, you enjoy clear, bright, steady pictures that are locked in place by RCA Victor's exclusive eyewitness picture synchronizer. You choose your set from 14 separate models, available in a wide variety of distinctive cabinets, every one a masterpiece of superb engineering and quality craftsmanship. And remember, only when you buy RCA Victor television can you buy the RCA Victor factory service contract for expert installation and maintenance. Next chance you get, step into your RCA Victor dealers and look over the very finest television in America today. RCA Victor million-proof television, proven in over 2 million homes. We continue now with the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Next Time We Love, starring Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker.
Months sped by for Chris and Cicely. A play was a hit, and she was in for a long run. As for Chris, he had made the big jump. He had realized a life's ambition and had just become a foreign correspondent. Cicely and he were at a table for two at the Chez Mignonette, celebrating the occasion. On the surface, everything appeared just about perfect. But...
Chris.
What, dear?
I don't think I'd better go with you next week.
Not go to England with me, but we agreed.
I know, but I've been thinking about it very hard.
Well, hey, what's all this about? You're not going, but why?
One thing is the money, my passage over.
But I'll be getting a good salary.
Well, it isn't only the money, darling. After all, you're starting a new job. You shouldn't have to have me on your mind.
I've done all right so far with you on my mind.
Yes, I know, but... Oh, Chris, don't talk about it tonight anyway.
What's the real reason you don't want to go?
I told you.
No, there's something else.
Well, I guess it's the same reason I don't want to ask Mr. Jennings to give someone else my part.
Are you kidding?
Well, after all, I did get good notices, and I had such a good start, it seems a shame to...
Yeah, the notices were good, weren't they? Well, that's a pretty good story. Newspaperman marries actress, the paths diverge,
Chris, I thought you were glad about my working.
Well, it was all right while we were waiting for a break.
You mean while you were waiting for a break? I think I'd like a drink, please. As long as we're supposed to be having a good time.
I think you've had about enough.
Huh. If I hadn't told you, you wouldn't have known I had any. You're just being unreasonable.
I'm perfectly reasonable. But I guess it's my own fault. I should have known what would happen if I let you go on the stage.
Let me.
Well, I encouraged you then. I couldn't help it if you got stage struck.
Stage struck? Me? Well, now, how could I be stage struck when I'm already on the stage?
I don't know, a couple of critics flatter you, and then you go crazy.
Well, last I see things in their true light.
Now, what's that, a line from the play?
Chris, would you mind lending me $1, please?
Not at all, certainly.
Thank you. I'll pay you back tomorrow. I'm going home. By myself.
Oh, wait. Cicely, wait a minute. Oh, darling, don't cry. Gee whiz, what happened to us?
I don't know.
Well, that wasn't me saying all those things. But it just the thought of leaving you and coming so suddenly the way it did, it just made me sick all over. Well, what's it going to be like when I really have to be without you?
Oh, Chris, I want to say something to you, and I don't know how. Am I all you want of women in the world?
You're all I'll ever want of woman in this world.
And there's nothing can hurt us, my Chris, because you're all I want of men. I'm going to miss him, Tommy. I'm going to miss him terribly.
I know. Cigarette? Cicely, I suppose you know what you're doing, but Just whose career are you thinking of, his or yours?
It isn't altogether a question of careers, Tommy. It was simply that I didn't think I'd be of much help to him in England.
Oh, can't quite believe that.
Well, if I were more or less sick for months and he had to worry about doctors and where to get milk for the baby.
What? Oh. Naturally, Chris doesn't know.
Certainly not. And you must promise not to let him know.
Well, do you really think his career, or any career for that matter, is that important?
I don't know, Tommy. At the time it seemed right, maybe. Maybe I've done something I'll regret for the rest of my life. All I know is that if I'd told him about the baby, he wouldn't have gone.
Cicely. Sometimes I think you're one of the wisest women I've ever known. And at other times, I think you're just a little girl with a lot of romantic nonsense in her head. And at the moment, I don't know which. The months that followed were very difficult for Cicely. Yet she never complained. Her letters to Chris were filled with her own kind of good cheer, but I worried about her. Especially as the time grew near when she was to have her baby. And then suddenly it happened. The baby was born. Cicely was gravely ill. I cabled Chris immediately, and he returned as quickly as humanly possible. But it cost him his job as a foreign correspondent.
Oh, Chris.
Oh, darling. Oh, you crazy kid.
Chris.
Was it really so awful for you, darling?
No, I was looking forward to this moment.
Oh.
You'd better get over there and get yourself introduced.
Oh. Wow. Oh, hello there, handsome. Wow.
Well, what?
Well, it's a very fine-looking baby, isn't it? Can you touch it?
Its name is Kit.
Oh, yeah, Tommy told me. Well, can I touch him?
You might try.
Gee whiz, he's all warm, isn't he? Sort of like milk toast. Uh-oh, what's the matter? Did I do that?
Oh, no, he's just beginning to get hungry.
Oh. What do you feed him?
Oh, Chris. Really, darling? Oh. You a college man.
Oh, darling,
You won't ever leave me again.
Never, no matter what.
Not even to go to the office.
No, that can wait.
Any nibbles, mister?
Oh, Tommy. How are you? Why, it's been 6 months since I've seen you. Why, how'd you find out I was down here at the aquarium?
Oh, it's your house. The manager told me where you were and that Cicely had gone to the doctor with the baby.
Yeah, he's hatching a new tooth.
Oh?
Yeah.
What are you doing down here, anyway?
I'm waiting for a kiss.
For what?
They kiss, the fish. At least they're supposed to.
Now, you look... They do what?
They kiss. I don't know. The fish kiss. Don't ask me why. That's what they sent me down here to find out.
You get paid for this?
Well, yeah, such as it is. A city news bureau.
Oh. Hey, look, see? Those fish are getting together now. You suppose they're going to kiss?
No, they've been doing that all day. That's just a stall.
They tell me, how do you happen to be working for the City News?
Well, my walking out on that London job didn't exactly help when it comes to getting another one, you know. Uh-oh, the fish. Look at them.
Huh?
They haven't done that before. Gee, I wish they'd make up their minds.
Maybe they're bashful.
Yeah.
Say, Chris, I went down to El Rancho Vegas in Las Vegas for the weekend. It's a great place, and I had a lot of dumb luck gambling, and... Well, I've got more money than you can shake a stick at.
Yeah, Tommy. Thanks. You know, this City News Bureau is just temporary. I've got some other things coming up, publicity jobs.
What sort of publicity
jobs?
Well,
I have a chance to go out ahead of the circus. It's pretty good pay. Of course, I'll have to leave Sicily.
Now, look, how about coming out and having lunch? Huh?
Thanks, Tommy. I can't. I'm sorry. have to wait here for a call. You know how it is. Well, I'll tell you what, though. Cicely ought to be home by now. As a matter of fact, she should be in the park with Kit by now. Why don't you go and take her to lunch?
Yeah, that's just what I'll do. That's a swell idea. Hello, Cicely.
Tommy. Well, how was Hollywood?
No, it was very kind to me. Cicely, would you mind if I got right to the point? I happen to know that you two aren't having what might be called an easy time.
No, Tommy, we're not.
All right, now I have a proposition to make. Look, honey, there are two things you need. Someone to take care of Kit and clothes so you can interview managers. I'd like to lend you money for both, say $500, huh?
$500?
It's about 3 weeks' salary after you get started.
Oh, Tommy, I'm very grateful to you, but you see, there's Chris.
I know. It would hurt Chris's pride.
Then how could I accept it?
Because in things like this, women are more sensible than men. Cicely, I want to help you two kids. I don't see any signs of a baby carriage around here unless you parked it somewhere. You carried Kit here, didn't you?
Yes.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry to be so brutal, but you've got to make some sense.
Listen, Tommy, I honestly don't mind things for myself. It's Chris. He works so hard all day long and all night, too, almost. And comes home tired out, yet somehow he always manages to run up the steps just to show he's not. My heart breaks for him.
Once again, for as many times as you like, how about it?
It's a very attractive proposition, Tommy, but...
I'm going to see Jennings, your old producer, tomorrow and make an appointment for you. You take care of the new clothes in the beauty parlor, huh?
Oh, Tommy, your efficiency is very comforting.
Oh, well, it's mostly an act. Not to be confused with the really important things Chris can do.
You really mean that, don't you?
What do you think?
I think, Tommy, that if a person in a lifetime achieves one really good friend, he or she is possessed of great riches. Tommy, you've made Chris and me richer than Rockefeller.
Now let's drop in on Bing and Bob, discussing a topic all smokers like to know about.
Bob, do you realize we only have one thing in common?
Hardly enough for a happy marriage, is it? What's that, Bing?
Chesterfields, of course. We both like them, we both sell them.
And we'd better get to selling them now. You know, folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
How do you know they're mild? Well, you just make our mildness test. You buy them, open them up, and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke a Chesterfield. You'll know it's milder because it smokes milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel. So, always buy Chesterfield.
Let's sum it up musically.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for the fast relief of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Next Time We Love, starring the Academy Award nominees Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker, will continue in just a moment, after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Next Time We Love, starring two Academy Award nominees, Jimmy Stewart as Chris and Eleanor Parker as Cicely, with Gerald Moore as Tommy.
Sometimes the best intentions go amiss. You try to help friends, and instead you find yourself hurting them. Now that I can look back into the past and get a clear picture, I'd say the turning point in the life of Cicely and Chris came one afternoon in Central Park, while Chris was waiting for Cicely to arrive. For lack of a baby carriage, he was holding little Kit in his arms. He was accosted by a curious youngster.
Hi, mister.
How are you?
Crybaby, isn't he?
No, I wouldn't say that, no.
Is it your baby?
Yes, it's my baby.
Where's his mother?
She's out doing some errands.
What is she doing?
I say she's out doing some errands.
Hasn't your baby got a nurse?
No.
Oh, it must not be much of a baby.
All right, now come on, get out of here. Go and get your father. I can't hit you, but I'll beat his brains in.
Cry, baby, cry.
Come on, get out of here.
The carriage awaits, my lord.
Cecily, what's this? What?
Oh, Kit, look.
Baby carriage. What?
Yeah, see? They had one with four-wheel brakes, but I think you'd like this one. Put him in, Chris.
Well, sure. Well, where did you... Well, you got a new hat on and a suit. Where'd you
Where did I get the money?
Yeah.
Well, I just got an advance on my salary.
Huh?
You see, last week Tommy took me to see Michael Jennings, and today he gave me a 6-month contract.
A 6-month contract?
Here it is.
Well, it says $150 a week there.
Yes. It is fantastic, isn't it? Oh, Chris, darling, don't you see what it means? We can get a full-time nurse for Kit and pay all the back rent we owe.
Yeah, it came just in time, didn't it? When do you start?
Next week.
Well, next week, huh? Well, that's wonderful. That's wonderful for you.
It's wonderful for both of us.
No, you're doing what you want to do. That's all that counts. Darling, you remember that circus job I told you about? I'm going to take that.
Chris, you can't do that. Publicity man for a circus? Oh, no, not after all the things you've done.
I'll pay the rent for the nurse and Kit.
Well, you don't have to do that now. You can wait.
I've waited long enough. I'm tired of feeling ashamed of myself. I've been a flop as a husband and a father. I'm just stuck on myself because I once was a foreign correspondent.
Oh, darling, please don't take that circus job now.
I've got to. I just can't talk about it anymore. I've just got to do something. I'll see you tonight, Cicely.
Sit down, Mrs. Tyler.
Thank you, Mr. Carteret. I came to talk to you about my husband. I don't think you quite understand what happened while he was a foreign correspondent for your paper in England.
Do you know that the night your husband left our office in England, there was an attempted assassination of a very high person in politics? Now, suppose it had been successful.
Oh, that would have been very dreadful, wouldn't it? Or I might have died when my baby was born and Chris still in England. But neither of those things happened. And in the meantime, a good newspaper man is eating his heart out, and you're going without someone you need.
When I send a man halfway across the world to keep his eyes open for me, I want a man I can trust.
Oh, Mr. Carteret, didn't you ever make a mistake? Didn't you once do something that wasn't quite in the line of duty? And didn't anyone ever give you a second chance?
Mrs. Tyler, they don't run newspapers on second chances. Oh, I realize this must have made things difficult financially for you and your husband. Now, it's unfortunate.
Financially? Oh, I don't think you quite understand why I'm here.
Well, why did you come?
Because I want Chris to be doing the things he was meant for. That's a promise I made to myself.
All the newspapermen's wives I've ever known wanted their husbands to get out of the business.
It's his life, Mr. Carteret.
You really want your husband to be a newspaperman?
So long as that's what he wants.
What's his number?
Oh, Chelsea 7883.
Get me Chelsea 7883. How about China?
China?
Yes, China, the Far East. If he sticks at it this time, he'll get everything he ever hoped for. Oh, there'll be months when he's off in the interior. You won't even hear from him. Probably won't even see him for years. Do you want me to forget it?
No. And he'll stick at it. I won't do anything to bring him back this time.
Years began to roll on. The name Chris Tyler, foreign correspondent, was a household word. Everyone looked for his reports on China, Russia, and every other godforsaken land. As for Cicely, her life could be summed up with her latest review. Critics acclaimed Cicely Tyler the outstanding dramatic success of the year, the most glamorous star in a decade.
Sorry, Tommy. I couldn't get home sooner. Important interview, you know.
Oh, sure. Here's a letter from Chris. Hey, does he finally know you're moving?
No.
Why are you, anyway? What's the matter with the house in Connecticut?
Well, it's all right for weekends and for Kit, but when I'm in town, well, it isn't very convenient. There's no place to entertain.
Took you long enough to discover that.
Yes, I know. I think I kept hoping I'd hear Chris come running up the stairs again. Now I want a place of my own things.
Any particular news from Chris?
Yes, he's coming home in a few weeks.
To stay?
No, he'll only have a few days till he has to go back.
I wonder if he's changed as much as you have.
I wonder, too. Tommy, what's happened to me? I should be happy, and instead I'm frightened.
Why, Cicely?
Chris must have learned to live alone, too.
Living alone or together? It's not important for you or Chris?
I don't feel married to him anymore.
That doesn't make any difference to you either.
Why, do you know, there have been whole days lately when I haven't thought of him once. It's a strange kind of love. I don't understand it. We had so much together once.
Mrs. Tyler, Mr. Tyler has arrived.
Have him come in.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, Chris.
Hello, Cicely.
You're looking very well.
Well, you are, too. Better than I've ever seen you. How's Kit?
Fine. He's much bigger than you'd imagine. He's in the country now.
Oh, yes, Tommy told me you'd taken a place in Connecticut, too.
Just for the summer, for Kit. It's very pleasant there. Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks. Tommy met me at the boat.
Yes, he told me he was going to meet you.
Yes, he told me he told you that he would.
I have some cocktails ready. Do you think it's too early for them?
No, I don't think so. I think it'd be a great help to both of us. Here, can I help you?
Yes, you can get some ice in the kitchen. I'll go along.
Hey, this is the first refrigerator I've ever seen outside of a magazine.
Get the ice out of those trays.
Sure. How do you do it?
Well, pour some hot water over them now.
I'm
look what
sorry.
you've done, Chris.
Here's a towel. I'll dry you. You know, I used to do all right with an ice pick.
Hand me the shaker.
Cicely, I'm sorry I upset you so.
Chris, how would you like to drive down and see Kit?
Oh, yes, I'd like that very much.
It isn't far, and I think you'll love the place. Kit can show you his pony.
What? Like Kit on a pony?
Oh, sure, he goes riding every morning. You could stay and... Of course, if you have any other plans that might interfere...
Well, I had planned to see Carteret in the morning. Perhaps there's a train I could get back tonight.
Yes, there's one that gets you in at 11.
That's fine. Cicely, I've been away a long time, but there's one thing that may make our meeting a little less difficult. I want you to know that well, naturally, I realize that you've been living your own life, and I want you to realize that. What I'm trying to say, that I don't want you to feel that I expect anything of you.
That's very fair of you. I don't want you to feel that I expect anything of you either.
Hey, why does this brandy taste better in Connecticut, Cicely?
I'm sure I don't know.
Now, you've spent hours telling... I've spent so much time telling me about myself. Now, what about you?
Me? Oh, I've had a very good winter, very busy. My show just closed last week.
No, I mean you.
I've had Kit.
Is that enough?
Something to live for. If it hadn't been for Kit, I don't know that I'd have been altogether faithful to your memory.
Do you know, I've made up my mind I wasn't going to ask you that. I never was so glad to hear anything in my life.
Is that what you were thinking of all afternoon when we were being so very reasonable.
Well, something like that, I guess. Well, I guess I'd better hurry if I'm going to catch that train. Cicely, I wonder... Do you know, I'd like to see Kit once more.
Oh, yes, come on.
Oh, this is nice.
That's my room. Kit's in here.
Do you think it'll wake him up if I kiss him goodbye?
No, go ahead.
But he's stirring.
It doesn't matter.
There's a smile on his face. I guess he thought it was you.
Oh, no, he knows you by now.
Good night, Kit. Good night, son. Come on, Cicely.
I'm sorry I'm not able to send you back in the car, but it's William's night off.
Oh, that's all right. I'm used to trains.
Yes, I know. I'll be in town tomorrow. It'll be fun showing you all the new places.
I'm looking forward to that.
You'll phone me tomorrow, then?
Yes, all right. Well, I better hurry or I'll miss that train.
Chris.
Darling.
What would happen if you didn't take that train?
Oh, my darling.
Cicely, how long have we known each other?
Well, I'd say it's about 9 years.
It's a long time, isn't it?
I should say not. I expect to know you for at least 50 more.
I hope. I had a letter from Chris this morning.
Did you?
Yeah, he's left Korea. He's gone to Switzerland. You going to join him?
I don't know. It depends on whether I open my play in the fall or this summer.
Yeah. You know, it's funny his resigning from his job unless he feels he's done everything he started out to do.
He's come a long way, hasn't he?
Yes, he has. What's this book he's going to write?
Did he tell you about it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. He always said he'd never write a book. Look, tell me about the beautiful blonde that Winchell reports you running around with. What's her name?
Oh, Elaine. Her name's Elaine. Elaine Martin.
Are you in love with her?
Well, you couldn't exactly call it a love match. We just like each other. It might work out.
Well, what are you waiting for?
You.
The promise of always.
Tommy.
Even after 9 years, it may sound a little sudden. Would you divorce Chris and marry me?
Because we just like each other, like you and Elaine?
No, it isn't quite the same, at least for me. You see, I happen to be in love with you.
I didn't know, Tommy.
Well, I didn't intend you should. But I've loved you ever since I can remember.
I've always taken everything for granted. I never thought of you at all, except, well, as someone I could turn to. It wasn't very nice of me, was it?
You've always loved Chris. Do you still? Yeah, I know you do. Even though he'd rather write a book than come back to you. How many times have you two been together in the last 5 years since you came back from China?
Once in Paris, 2 weeks in Lucerne, 4 times altogether, but never for very long. Since China, there's always either my work or his.
What's in the way this time, except the book?
Evidently, he doesn't want to see me.
Well, then, will you, Cicely?
Marry you?
Yes.
Tommy, you make me very proud. Perhaps we could be happy together, only...
Even that much from you makes me feel happier than I know what to do about. Well, I suppose I...
Tommy.
Huh?
Come and sit down. Tommy, Chris has asked me if I want a divorce. He's done and said everything he could to tell me he doesn't love me anymore. Still, I feel I must wait. I don't know what for, but I must wait, no matter how lonely I am.
I understand.
Tommy, that song they're playing on the radio. The day I was married, and I thought I was to go back to college. They played it while I was in Chris's apartment.
Well, hello, Mr. Carteret. Welcome to Geneva.
Hello, Chris.
When I got your cable to meet you, I felt as though I was right back in the city room receiving one of your assignments.
Ah, you forget the rest. I said as a personal favor. I don't think I ever put that in any of my assignments. Yes, Chris, they gave me a dinner and presented me with a gold watch.
Yeah, it's very hard to imagine you on a vacation.
Oh, I'm not. After 30 years, I'm back by my own request. Back to being a foreign correspondent. Now I can find out things for myself.
Wonderful. I think that's marvelous. Where do you begin?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I'll go to Berlin. Like to go with me?
Berlin? Oh, I'd like to, but I'm afraid I can't. Would you like to order?
Oh, later. I was almost sure when I got your letter, Chris. Now that I see you, I'm sure. Of what are you going to die?
Well, whatever made you think I'm going to die?
Your letter of resignation sounded more like a last will and testament.
All right, then. The germs you find in China are as unclassified as the people. They don't even know the names of the one I've collected. All they know is what they're doing to me.
By they, I suppose you mean the doctors?
Yes, I've been to enough of them.
Is that why they sent you to Switzerland?
Yes, they thought it would prolong things a little.
Well, there's nothing much to say except you've done good work.
Oh, several hundred front-page stories buried in the files.
Yellowing files, Chris. Don't forget the adjective.
Yes, well, thanks anyway for not being sympathetic.
How about the famous Cicely, Tyler?
I haven't told her. She imagines I'm here writing a book, which I'm not.
Well, don't you think you'd better tell her? One last wifely gesture won't do her any harm.
A wifely gesture is something I've never wanted of Cicely. I had a cable from her this morning. She wants me to meet her at Lucerne in a month.
Lucerne?
Yes, we spent several weeks there together 2 years ago.
Well, suppose she guesses when she sees you.
No, I'm a pretty good actor, you know.
Aren't you being a little on the heroic side?
No, it's not heroism. It's just that we've known the best of each other, and I want it to end with that still true, that's all.
I wonder if you have any idea how rarely one finds a couple like you and Cicely. Not just one of you having the courage to live alone, but both of you.
Well, most of the time, there wasn't any choice.
Oh, one of you could have got frightened and hung on the other's neck and drowned both of you in a sea of matrimonial bliss. That's what usually happens. It's amazing, the things people ask of love. They expect it to protect them, keep them from being bored, make them work harder. In fact, they want everything except love. I remember the first time I met her. There was a look in her eyes when she spoke of you. I'm sorry, Chris. What you and Cicely have doesn't die out. Now, let's order a bottle of wine and discuss the only proper topic for you and me, the newspaper business.
All right. On one condition. You let me buy the bottle of wine. You know, it was always my ambition when I was a cub reporter to know the managing editor well enough to take him out and buy him a drink, you know? Come in. Hello, Cicely.
Chris.
You didn't let me know what time you'd get here. I'd been down the lobby waiting.
I motored up, you know.
Yes, you're looking marvelous.
Thank you.
How's Kit?
Fine. He's staying at Tommy's ranch in California.
Oh, well, that ought to be fun for him.
Chris, you are looking terribly tired.
Well, I've been working pretty hard.
On your book?
Yes.
How's it coming?
Oh, it's beginning to shape up.
Yes? Tell me about it.
Well, it's that novel I swore I'd never write. Well, won't you sit down, Cicely? I'll get you some tea or something to drink.
No, thank you. In your last letter, Chris, you asked me if I wanted a divorce.
Well, naturally, it can't go on like this, being half married and half not married.
No, I suppose not. Tell me, Chris, it isn't just because of your book that you're staying away, is it? No. I didn't think so, but I had to be sure. What is it, Chris?
Well, it's rather hard to explain, but it's just that one day I realized that I'd stopped thinking about you for quite some time. Things like that happen, you know.
Well, That seems a fairly complete explanation. Why didn't you write me that in the letter?
Well, I thought you would guess.
It's peaceful here.
Yes, I like it much better out of season. How's Tommy?
Fine.
Is he still in love with you?
Yes. Just before I left, he asked me if I wouldn't divorce you and marry him.
Do you want to?
I'm thinking about it.
It might be a very good thing for you. After the rotten time you've had with me.
Chris, did you ever hear me say I had a rotten time with you?
We've been happy together when we've been together, of course, but that's not enough for a lifetime.
Often enough for me. Cigarette?
No, thanks. I've given them up.
Well, there doesn't seem much left to say. Or much reason for my staying. I could almost get back to Innsbruck in time for dinner.
Oh, but must you go now?
Why?
I thought perhaps you'd stay here for dinner, or perhaps you'd rather not.
Goodbye, Christopher. Maybe the next time we live, we'll have time for each other. Oh, I'm being rather stupid, aren't I? I'm making such a tragedy of things. I don't really have to go for another 3 days. Oh, couldn't we just forget everything that's happened and have a gay and amusing time like old friends? Oh, there's so many places we never saw here, Chris. I've got a car and... Oh, let's have a real holiday.
But
First of all, we'll have dinner. I know. We'll go to that little place up in the valley where we went the last time, you remember?
Yes, I remember.
All right. Call for me about 7, huh? Oh, Otto.
Yes, madame.
Have you seen Mr. Tyler?
He checked out of the hotel an hour ago.
What? Well, do you have any idea where he might have gone?
Well, the porter took his bags to the railroad station. By the way, he left this note for you.
Oh, thank you, Otto. Please have my car brought here immediately.
Jawohl, madame.
Chris. Oh, Chris. What are you doing in this compartment?
Well, what does one do in a railroad compartment?
Oh, Chris, what is it, Chris?
Didn't you get my note?
Yes, you said you suddenly found you had to go.
Well, I tried to explain this
yes,
afternoon.
Yes, you don't love me anymore. I can understand that, but not your running away from me. Why, you never ran away from anything in your life.
I just realized that it wouldn't work, that's all. 3 days of pretending wouldn't only make us both unhappy.
You can't even be my friend.
We've gotten beyond that.
Oh, what is it, Chris?
Nothing.
But you're hiding something from me.
No, there's nothing, I tell you.
Chris, this isn't you talking. It isn't. You can't make me believe it. Not even when you tell me you don't love me. I'll never believe that.
Please, I can't explain anymore. I just want to get away. We'll have to say goodbye.
Oh, not this way, no.
Oh, Cicely, I can't.
Chris.
I can't.
Oh, Chris, what's the matter with you?
Cicely, get that capsule in my coat pocket. Break it.
Yes. Oh, here, breathe it in. Breathe it in.
Thanks. I'll be all right.
Oh, darling, why didn't I guess?
I'll be all right.
Are you very sick, Chris?
Yes.
Where are we going?
There's a sanitarium I've been staying at up near Basel.
My darling, tell me.
Oh, I love you. Oh, my darling Cicely, I've always loved you.
The item in the drama page read, Cicely Tyler, at the height of her career, has retired from the theater. And now, well, you know the reason. But no matter what the end, somehow in this sometimes dreary and complicated world, their love sheds a luminous light, a beacon to all those who love and live to keep their love alive.
Our stars, Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker, will return in just a moment with this week's guest screen director. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse brings you two more great stars in one of the timely dramas of our day, Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy. And the adaptation for the first time on the air will be The Damned Don't Cry. Now, here are our two Academy nominees, Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker.
Eleanor, would you mind if I sort of carry the ball here, so to speak, and say a few words about a very good friend of mine?
Go right ahead, Jimmy. And I don't have to be a mind reader to know that you're time we love.
That's absolutely right, Eleanor. In my book, Ned Griffith rates with the best in motion picture direction. And, well, all I know, I'll take him on my team anytime. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm proud to present Mr. E.H. Griffith.
Thank you, Jimmy, and thank you, Eleanor. Tonight, I think all the praise should go to you. You certainly deserve it, and I mean that sincerely. As I watched your performance here tonight on the Screen Directors Playhouse, I can readily understand why two such fine players were selected as Academy Award nominees. Eleanor, your work in Cage was so memorable, I shall never forget it. And Jimmy, well, there just couldn't be a Harvey without you. In a few hours now, the Oscars will be handed out, and it's my fervent hope that you are both the winners. Good luck and good night.
Thank you, and good night, Ned.
Good night, everyone.
Next Time We Love was presented through the courtesy of Universal International Studios. Now releasing Bill Malden's Up Front, starring David Wayne and Tom Ewell. Jimmy Stewart is now appearing in the Universal International production Harvey. Eleanor Parker is currently working in William Wyler's production for Paramount, Detective Story. E.H. Griffith is currently working with Gene Fowler on his production of Rip Van Winkle. Included in tonight's cast were Stan Farrar, Leon Ledoux, Joel Nessler, and Bruce Cammon. Gerald Moore played Tommy. Next Time We Love was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next week when we present for the first time on the air, The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy, with screen director Vincent Sherman. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Saturday's Fun with Judy Canova and Dennis Day on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Bob Hope, Rhonda Fleming. Production, The Great Lover. Director, Alexander Hall. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, The cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants. Mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
How'd the billing get that?
By the makers of Anacin for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a first in radio comedy. Here is our adaptation of a screen full of laughter named The Great Lover. And here are our stars, Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming.
You know, once upon a time, Paramount made a picture called The Great Lover. Naturally, they asked me to play the part. Crosby was so upset he fell out of his wheelchair.
I'm Rhonda Fleming, and I want you to know that Bob was perfectly cast for the part of the great lover. His kisses throbbed with a strange electricity.
Like a dynamo, huh?
Mm-mm. Like a vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, you're talking to a guy who gets introduced twice. Listen to this from the Rye Crisp Kid.
Now here's Chesterfield's answer to Cyrano de Bergerac. Bob Hope.
I'd top you easy, Dad, but we only have a minute here to sell Chesterfield.
Okay, well, let's get to it.
Better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
The mildness is a cinch to prove. You just make the Chesterfield mildness test. You know, open a pack and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke them, and you'll know that Chesterfields are milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
So make our cigarette your cigarette. The reasons go together like this.
By Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Now, here's the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Great Lover, starring Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming in their original roles of Freddie Hunter and the Duchess Alexandria.
City desk? No time for lunch. No, I'm tied down. Waiting for Freddie Hunter to come in. Oh, sorry, that's the newspaper business. Yeah, well, here comes Hunter now. So long.
Oh, hiya, Chief. I did it.
Good work, Hunter.
When Freddie Hunter gets an assignment from the city desk, he really follows through. I got just what you wanted.
Well, let's have it.
Here. A ham sandwich on rye.
Where's the pickle?
Pickle?
Hunter, you know I always want a pickle from the bottom of Bramberg's barrel.
Yeah, that barrel you get pickles, and I get marinated elbows. Gee, boss, how about a real assignment? Look at me, Freddie Hunter, newspaper man, bon vivant, man of the world. I'm too sophisticated for a town like North Zanesville, Ohio. You ought to send me to some glamorous city like Hollywood with all the beautiful stars.
Freddie, now, you have to remember that it's the small towns like North Zanesville that are the backbone of America.
I know, but in Hollywood, you can see more of it. Come on, boss, send me somewhere.
Say, wait a minute.
Huh?
Freddie, how would you like a chance at a big story?
How would I? Chief, you're not kidding me. Like the time you gave me a 2-story assignment and I had to wash all the windows on the second floor?
No, that was from you. No. This is on the level, but I don't know if you can handle it. No, Hunter, you get into too much trouble, like the day you started yelling you had a hot flash.
Yeah, hot flash. I sat on a lighted cigarette. Remember how I cursed that cigarette? Chesterfield, too.
No, you see what I mean, Hunter?
Well, believe me, boss, those days are gone forever.
Okay, now, I'll give you a chance to get out of North Zanesville. You remember that contest we just had, Keep Our Streets Clean?
Oh, you mean the one where I wrote the story from the viewpoint of a horse?
Yes, I do. Well, that contest was won by the local troupe of Boy Foresters of the World. Whipper will patrol.
Oh, those boy foresters. What a bunch of little sneaks.
So they turned one little petition into the newspaper.
Oh, sure, one little petition. I don't mind that tar, but I'm too ticklish for the feathers. And after all the cigarette butts I picked up off the sidewalk.
Now, look, Hunter. They won the contest, and the first prize is a trip to the International Roundup in Paris. And you cover the story.
I cover... Are you kidding? What time do the boy foresters go to bed?
8 o'clock.
They're in bed at 8 o'clock, huh? And at 8:30, life, love, and onion soup.
No. At 8:30, Betty by for you, too. The senior boy forester is Stanley Kling.
Well, no half-pint boy forester's going to shove Freddie Hunter around. I'll slice him down to a boy gardener. Did you say Stanley Kling?
The publisher's son.
Oh, here comes breathless Freddie Hunter making love in short pants. The Paris countryside, not even a city. Fine thing. I come all the way to Paris to romance with the mademoiselles, and I get stuck in the country before I can even get a girl to get stuck in the country with. And after all those wonderful dreams I had, the Folies Bergère, Paris nightclubs, moonlight nights in the Riviera, hoping Errol Flynn will forget to close his porthole. How about it, honey? You're a girl. You understand. What should I do about it? Oh, I've already tried that.
Hey, Mr. Hunter!
All right, Stanley, I'm coming. Cute little shaved tail. And how I'd love to.
Look where you slept last night. Newspapers all over.
I know.
Patrol Leader Hunter, take the morning oath.
Okay. The boy forester is loyal, cheerful, helpful, truthful, brave, and clean.
He does not smoke.
He does not drink.
He does not carouse with girls.
He does not drink.
He does not carouse with girls. If he does not work on my old man's paper.
Oh, some trip this is. I wish I was back in Bramberg's pickle barrel.
One more week and you will be.
Look at this. This is the sort of story I should be working on. Tracking down a criminal. The card table murderer. Imagine catching this guy. He's an American card sharp who deals them so some sucker will win all the money. Then when everybody else goes home, he plays the sucker and wins it all back. Some racket. A couple of suckers got wise, so he killed him. Imagine death at the card table. Stanley, do you play pinochle?
A boy forester does not...
I know. Look, why don't you go find yourself a girl forester and settle down and raise little pine trees, huh? Come on, we got a 40-mile hike to the boat. Hep, 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 hep. Company! Halt! Come on, stop, will ya?
Company! Halt! 1, 2. You should have blown the whistle before you said company.
So I made a mistake.
A boy forester never makes a mistake.
Too bad your parents weren't boy foresters. All right, men. Senior boy forester Stanley will march you to your quarters aboard this ship.
What about you?
Oh, me? Well, I'll see about getting the baggage aboard.
Yeah? Okay. Company, attention! Forward! March!
Pardon me, young man.
Yeah?
I happen to hear your conversation. The baggage is already aboard.
This is where I jump ship. I brought these brats to France, but they can go home alone. I'm staying in Paris. A boy forester doesn't smoke, doesn't drink, he doesn't carouse with women. Yeah. Well, here's where this boy forester burns down a few trees.
Well, your young charges must have been quite a burden, Mr.
Hunter, Freddie Hunter. Oops, you dropped your newspaper, Mr.
Dabney. C.J. Dabney.
Oh, here you are. So you've got that story marked in pencil, huh?
Why, yes.
Oh, the card table murder yarn. I'm interested because I'm a newspaper man myself.
Oh? Yes, I was impressed by that story, too. After all, I like to play cards, and, well, one can't be too careful, can one? This card table murderer might be aboard this ship.
Yeah, but you don't have to worry. He usually picks some guy with hayseed sticking in his hair.
Yes, indeed. Do you play cards, Mr. Hunter?
Me?
Yeah.
All ashore, who's gone ashore? All ashore, who's gone ashore?
That's the call of the wild. Well, I'm leaving.
Oh, what a shame. I thought we might amuse ourselves with a little game of poker.
Pardon me.
Huh?
My dog and I would like to walk by.
Dog?
Please.
Ho, 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 ho. Ho, 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 ho.
Young man, please, stop biting my daughter's ankle.
I was just seeing if her shoelace was untied, that's all.
Come, Father. Come, Max.
Yes, enchanting, wasn't she?
Did you smell that perfume?
A most heady fragrance.
Yeah, but the smell is what got me. Oh, she'll have trouble even being half safe wearing that stuff. Imagine what that did to me after smelling Boy Foresters for a month.
Then I take it you'll stay aboard, Mr. Hunter.
Do you think Freddie Hunter's the kind to lose his head over a woman? Head? Where is it? Where's my head?
Mr. Hunter, it's on your shoulders. You're standing on your hands.
Oh.
That man with her was her father, the Grand Duke Maximilian, one of the wealthiest men on the continent, I believe.
A Grand Duke yet. He wouldn't let me hold hands with her wolfhound.
Evidently, they didn't recognize me. However, I do know them, and if you wish, I can arrange an introduction. We can establish contact with a little poker game. Her father, you, myself.
I'm going to send a radiogram to my old man.
Stanley, you heard? Okay, get me fired. I suppose you're perfect. You've never yielded to temptation.
A boy Forrester is perfect.
Yeah, but wait till you get to be a man Forrester. It's not so easy. I'll bet once at camp when you thought nobody was looking, you lit the fire with a match.
Well, my tinder was damp.
Well, Stanley, my tinder is damp, too. This sneaks up on you a little bit. I promise I'll be a good boy Forrester. Ask Mr. Dabney.
Of course, my boy. And I can't tell you how pleased I am that you and your chums are aboard. Why, you might even protect us all from the card table murderer.
Father, I do hope that Max will be comfortable.
He should be, my dear Alexandria. You tipped the kennel attendant with half our remaining funds.
Money. We will make much money in America. When we open our perfume shop, we will be rich once again. Beautifully, wonderfully rich.
If Americans find your perfume as potent as our family has.
Father, did you notice that young man on deck when I passed by?
Uh-huh.
Our perfume holds an attraction, an allure, a fatal fascination. Oh, yes. I'm sure we shall be eminently successful.
The next time you suffer from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, take Anacin. You'll bless the day you heard of this incredibly fast way to relieve those pains. Now, the reason Anacin is so wonderfully fast-acting and effective is this. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people have received envelopes containing Anacin tablets from their own dentist or physician, and in this way discovered the incredibly fast relief Anacin brings from pains of headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. So the next time a headache strikes, take Anacin for this wonderfully fast relief. Anacin, A-N-A-C-I-N. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30, economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. Get Anacin at any drug counter. Now, Act Two, as the Screen Directors Playhouse presents The Great Lover, starring Bob Hope as Freddie Hunter and Rhonda Fleming as the Duchess Alexandria.
Mr. Dabney, when am I going to get to meet the Duchess?
These things take time. As I said, I might invite her father to join us in a little poker game. Perhaps that'll break the ice.
You just introduced me to the Duchess. You won't have to break it. I'll melt it.
Yes, we'll just play for peanuts, of course.
Where I come from, we eat the peanuts and play for the shells. Hey, look. There's her father sitting down at that next table.
Yes, indeed.
Well, you know him. Go ahead.
Perhaps you'd better leave, my boy. I'd like to tell him what an honest, upright young man you are.
Well, go ahead. I'll help you. Just my luck. Here comes Eisenhower. Hello, Stanley. What did I do wrong now?
You're wearing long pants.
Well, I have to do something. The straps in my garter belt were showing.
Mr. Hunter, it's been decided that you'll lead us in 4 laps around the promenade deck.
Well, who decided that?
We took a vote. It's the democratic way.
Yeah, I know, and I'm Dewey.
4 laps, or do I wire my old man?
Now, remember, Mr. Dabney, fix it with the Grand Duke. Company, about turn. Forward, march. Hip, hip. I wouldn't be here if I was hip, hip, hip. Gee, Mr. Dabney, I'm afraid to go down those steps into the dining salon. How's my dinner jacket?
Exquisite, my boy.
And you set it all up for me, huh?
Oh, yes. Her father considers himself quite a card player. He's rather interested in you.
I'm sorry. Tell him his daughter saw me first.
I told him you had millions.
Millions? Me? Freddie Hunter? Why'd you tell him that? Why couldn't you have just sold him on my charm, my personality, my savoir-faire, my looks? How many millions you tell him I had?
When you look at the Duchess, couldn't you have millions?
Yeah, a million goosebumps.
My boy, you must become one of their class. It'll give you time. The Duchess will come to know your finer qualities, perhaps even to love you.
Shake hands with Rockefeller.
Alexandria, my dear, the young man has been described to me dashing, debonair, a Greek god.
Oh, another American.
And rich, fabulously rich, possibly a bagger for our perfume.
I'm wearing it tonight.
He needs only encouragement.
But, Father, what if he bores me?
Then I suggest champagne, my dear. You know what it does to you? It makes your head spin, your eyes light up, and your ears ring.
Father, I'm a woman, not a pinball machine.
There they come now.
Oh, no. Is that the Greek god?
That must be him.
He looks more like a Roman candle.
Good evening, Your Highness, Your Grace.
May I present my daughter, gentlemen, the Duchess Alexandria, Mr. Dabney.
A pleasure.
And Mr. Hunter.
Oh, hi. We met before, Duchess.
Indeed. When?
I bit you on the ankle, don't you remember? It was your perfume. Pardon me. Anybody for bird dogging?
Father, I'll need that champagne. A toast, my Freddie. What shall we drink to?
Oh, your perfume. I haven't smelled anything that powerful since Bramberg's pickle barrel.
Oh, it must be the champagne. When I'm like this, I love everybody.
Well, don't love Stanley. He'll make you wear short pants. Hey, what's happening? Where is everybody?
Oh, Father and Mr. Dabney went somewhere to talk, but we have each other, my Freddie. You know, I want to walk in the moonlight with you.
Well, I'd rather run.
But why?
I'm in a hurry to get to the next page. I'll carry your bag, and you carry the case of champagne. Ah, there you are, Duchess. You just take my arm and...
Oh!
Gee, I'm afraid I stepped on your evening gown.
Oh, don't be afraid, darling. I have a needle and thread in my cabin. We'll fix it.
We'll fix it?
But of course. Come.
No. It's past taps. The boy Foresters will worry. They'll put hot rocks in my sleeping bag. And if I don't show up, Stanley will have me fired.
Oh, please.
Please?
Please.
Well, let's get together and baste it on the bias.
Then quickly, my dearest. Let us go.
Well, let's look for that needle, and I hope it's in a haystack.
Oh, I suppose one should turn on the lights to find the needle.
Yeah, let's do it the hard way with gloves on, huh? Listen, my nerves are jangling.
Oh, my handsome one, the phone is ringing.
Yeah.
But who would disturb us at this time of night?
Yeah, who? Lights.
Thank you. Now, answer the phone, my Freddie.
Hey, what's the idea of disturbing the Duchess at this time of night?
Say, do you know who this is?
No, who?
Senior boy Forrester Stanley Kling.
Yeah. Do you know who this is?
No.
Good, let's keep it that way. Just a boy Forrester. Boy Forrester! Boy, I'm late for taps. They'll drum me out of the regiment.
Please, Freddie, don't go. Please.
I'm sorry, Duchess, but I'm leaving. I'm getting out of... Let's go back to page 19. Huh? No, I'm leaving. I'm staying. Oh, Duchess, please. Don't point. I know where it is. Duchess, please. Stop waving that perfume atomizer in my face.
Oh, that's nothing to worry about, my Freddie. Just let your conscience be your guide.
No, that won't work.
Why not?
It keeps following your conscience.
Freddie, do you really want to kiss me?
Well, I didn't put those footprints on the ceiling trying to get out.
Oh, you have such a sense of humor.
Huh?
I say you have such a sense of humor.
Well, it's a living. Say, Take me in your arms, Duchess. Duchess. Call the director. Oh, brother. All right, let's take it again now. We'll take it from where the cops came in. Take me in your arms, Duchess. Let me try this line. I think I can handle it. I don't know. Take me in your arms, girl. Take me in your arms, girl, Duchess. Crush me. Make me know it. I surrender. Don't get much money. Tell me, Duchess. Duchess, tell me. Does everybody kiss like that in your country?
Like how? I suppose so. Why?
Well, where does an alien go to register?
Oh, Freddie, answer the door.
Aboard ship yet? Boy, these Fuller Brush salesmen stop at nothing. Leave it to Stanley. That's when I was building up pressure in my double boiler.
Mr. Freddie Hunter, you are observed in the embrace of a woman, not your mother. Prepare for court-martial.
Court-martial? Duchess, Alexandria, don't let him take me.
Oh, but is it so important? After all, a wealthy man like yourself, what can it matter?
Him? Wealthy? You ought to see him lick the chopping block at Bramberg's Delicatessen.
I don't understand.
Oh, don't try, Duchess. Men, I'm your prisoner. Take me.
Company! About! Turn! Forward!
Stop!
What is it, Hunter?
I have one final request to make.
Go ahead and make it.
One last shot of perfume.
Oh, of course, my darling.
Tell him in North Zanesville I died like an Airedale.
The great lover continues his romance in just a moment. But first, here's a word from RCA Victor. Fill your life with a new magic world of fun. Enjoy yourself. Have a Highland fling. Yes, that's just what it is when you and your family start enjoying RCA Victor's new 17-inch television console, the Highland. It's fun, it's fine, and it'll be the favorite of your family. That's right. The most famous name in home entertainment, RCA Victor, now brings you the best in 17-inch television with the new Highland console. There's a lot we can say about the Highland, but you just have to see it with its remarkable pictures. Clear, bright, and steady. Its distinctive console cabinet, beautifully styled, beautifully finished, and priced to fit your family budget. Then you'll know why this is million-proof television. Now over 2 million American families have tried, tested, and purchased RCA Victor television. Let your family in for a Highland fling with RCA Victor's exciting new Highland television console. See it at your RCA Victor dealers tomorrow. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste, by the makers of Anacin for the fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Great Lover, starring Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of The Great Lover, starring Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming in their original roles of Freddie Hunter and the Duchess Alexandria.
Good morning. morning, Mr. Hunter.
Oh, hi, Mr. Dabney.
No. Don't get up. I'll just take this other deck chair. I understand that you amused the Duchess last night.
Yeah. She's a fast girl with a champagne hammerlock. But the boy Forrester spoiled it.
What happened?
They pulled a raid. They charged me with necking in the 3rd degree.
Well, then things aren't too bad. Now, to further your campaign, I suggest a measure of companionship with the Duchess's father.
Okay, but if he wears the same perfume, the deal's off.
Well, I rather thought poker.
Poker?
Well, we'll expect you at 1 o'clock in the gaming salon. And, Mr. Hunter, remember, play big, be the big man you are.
Yeah, Freddie Hunter, the poker king of North Zanesville. I'm too big to play for matches. From now on, I'm betting cigarette lighters.
Pardon me, Mr. Hunter, but I happen to overhear...
Now, look, Bud, you're talking to Lucky Freddie Hunter. Name your poison. Cards, dice, hopscotch. Let's see the color of your money. Oh, a piker, huh?
Poker's my game.
All right, a poker piker. Lay it on the line, boy. Lay it on the line. You're talking to put up or shut up Hunter.
Poker's all right with you, then?
Never mind the small talk, son. I told you you're talking to put up or shut up Hunter. What are the stakes?
$50 a chip.
Yes, sir. Whispering Smith, they call me. Just gave up gambling.
Well, maybe that's a good policy aboard ship, Mr. Hunter. My name's Higgins. The card table murderer is loose. He may be Dabney. He may be the Duke. Then again, he may be you. So long, Lucky.
Me, the card table murderer. I never murdered a card table in my life. Murder?
Hey, Mr. Higgins!
Good morning, Freddie.
Duchess.
You're not angry with me, Freddie, are you? About last night?
Angry because you drank champagne and hypnotized me with perfume and took me to your cabin and let me kiss you?
You know, Freddie, at first I didn't like you. And then came the champagne, and I did like you.
I really burbled in those bubbles, huh?
But now the champagne's gone, and I still like you. Very much.
Look, Alexandria.
But don't call me Alexandria.
Alex?
No, Freddie.
But that's my name.
Darling.
Darling, that sounds good. Good morning, darling.
Good morning, honey bunch.
Stanley.
Here, have an ice cube.
Why don't you go and have your head blocked? Look, Stanley, the Duchess and I, this is just my way of getting exercise, like you in basketball.
Yeah? Well, the minute you start shooting baskets, I start wiring my old man.
Well, go ahead. By the time you get an answer, the game will be over.
Stanley, you're such a nice little boy, Forrester. Come here.
Stop mussing up my merit badges.
Listen, Duchess, I might be able to handle this little monster. You got a handkerchief with some of that perfume on it?
Why, yes, Freddie, right here.
Oh, thanks.
What are you two plotting about?
Ah, nice little Stanley. Come here and let me bash your head in, will you?
With that handkerchief?
Just take a whiff of the handkerchief when I wave it at you.
Okay, cutie, but I'm already dated for tonight.
Go on, smell.
How do you feel?
Say, let me get a whiff.
Well, it's only a little liquid.
Yeah, that's what the guy said when he invented nitroglycerin.
Give me another shot of that.
Sure, here. You can use my shaving lotion for a chaser. Looks like we'll see Stanley in long pants yet. Well, it's my turn again. Have one with me, will you?
Freddie, do you really think it's affecting him?
Well, I don't know about him, but my brain is playing taps and my blood is blowing reveille.
Hey, Duchess, want to wrestle? Duchess, could you ever care for a boy, Forrester?
You, Stanley?
Me, loved one.
Now, hold it, Stanley.
Quiet, passion flower.
Oh, Stanley, you and I, it can never be.
I lost my head.
Well, take your other one and get out while you're still even.
Farewell. Freddie, could you ever care for me? You, a millionaire?
Oh, I'm not so rich. I haven't even got a yacht for my swimming pool.
Oh, kiss me, Freddie. Just once more.
I have to keep a clear head. I've got an appointment with your father and Mr. Dabney. After all, that's much more important than a kiss. Who writes this stuff, anyway? Let those guys out of the cave, will you? Okay, men, I'm ready for the big game.
Mr. Hunter, you seem to have made a very favorable impression on my daughter last night.
Yeah, and I wasn't even wearing a flower in my hair.
Well, shall we proceed with the game, gentlemen?
Oh, sure. Go ahead and shuffle.
Very well. My fingers are a little stiff, but...
If you're stiff, I'm paralyzed. I'll see you later. I'm leaving.
Don't be upset, Mr. Hunter. We're all men of the world here.
Yeah, but I haven't had much experience. I didn't even know what girls were until the day Bramberg's waitress fell into the pickle barrel.
But, Mr. Hunter, this is cards.
What did you say, Maya?
Just cards, Mr. Hunter.
This is cards, Fritz? All right, Del. Just do. Well, a guy can get in trouble this way. Mr. Higgins told me.
And who is Mr. Higgins?
Oh, a fellow I met on the boat. Said even I might be the card table murderer. Imagine that, me, a murderer. Well, let's play. How much is this chip worth?
$100.
Okay, but $100? What do you take me for, a millionaire?
Why, of course, Mr. Hunter. Just throw the chip in the ante.
Okay, but you pry it out of my fingers, will you?
And that gentleman ends the game.
Well, I told you boys not to play with me. Now, let's see, Mr. Dabney, you owe $400.
I have it right here.
I told you not to play with me.
And here are your winnings, Your Grace.
Thank you. And you, Mr. Hunter, owe me exactly $1,600.
Well, I haven't got it. I told you not to play with me.
Haven't got it? You?
I think Mr. Hunter's forgotten his wallet. I'll be glad to advance the money.
Oh, but really?
I insist, if Mr. Hunter will permit me.
Me? I insist you insist.
Thank you. $1,600.
Thank you. On to replay this evening, gentlemen. Good afternoon.
Oh, fine thing, Dabney. You got me into this mess. Now I owe you $1,600. How am I going to get that kind of money? Commit murder?
Oh, I hope murder won't be necessary, my boy. As for your losses, I am responsible, so you owe me nothing. Please make me happy. I'm sure you'll win it all back tonight anyway.
Some deal. Mr. Higgins was right. I shouldn't have played.
Mr. Higgins seems to have concerned himself unduly with our gambling activities. I think perhaps we should play somewhere else. I'll arrange for a cabin.
Yeah, well, while you're about it, arrange for two. One more lousy hand, and I'll settle for a fast game of post office.
Believe me, my boy, at the end of tonight's game, it is very unlikely that the money will still be in the Duke Maximilian's possession. Goodbye, and don't worry.
Don't worry. Here I am writing IOUs from my IOUs. And what'll the Duchess do if she finds out I'm a phony? Probably cut off my perfume. Nah, she wouldn't be that cruel. Maybe she'll let me taper off one nostril at a time. I'll tell her the truth, that I'm a poor but honest newspaper man and I can't afford to buy her mink coats. Of course, I might be able to get her a job as a secretary in the White House or a loan with the RFC.
didn't.
Well, I admit the stakes were a trifle high, my dear, and I did win, you know.
But suppose the next time you should lose.
To that Hunter fellow? How can I lose to a man who cuts the cards with his nose?
The point is that we can't afford to take chances. We have just enough money to start a small perfume business in America. If you lose that, Father, we're finished.
I shan't lose, my dear Alexandria. Well, Mr. Hunter, come in.
Oh, thanks. I'll just pull up one of the family money bags and sit down.
Yes. Well, I imagine it's my daughter you wish to see. I just run along.
Hey, Duchess, I happen to hear you scolding your father about gambling.
Oh, well, Father must learn not to yield to such a childish temptation.
Well, what's the use of having temptations if you don't yield to them? I've yelled so much I'm limp.
Perhaps, Freddie, you're just a very human being.
Human enough to know what it's like to be broke.
Broke?
Broke, an irritating lack of lettuce. No dough, like you and your father.
Oh, I see. You heard that, too.
Uh-huh.
Well, I imagine this will be most important to a man of your wealth.
Wealth? Listen, Duchess, my money means nothing to me. Absolutely nothing. And you know why?
Why?
Because I ain't got any. I haven't got change for a bagel.
Oh, this is very funny.
Well, what are you breaking yourself up for?
I was going to borrow $50,000 from you to go into business.
Is that the truth?
What are you laughing at?
I was going to lend it to you.
Poor Freddie.
What do you mean, poor Freddie? This is wonderful. We're both busted. We both start from scratch.
Without money, can one get along in America?
Listen, Duchess, I've seen them rich and I've seen them poor. And you know the way I feel about it?
How?
You can't get along without money in America. Well, boys, let's deal little cards, huh?
Very well. I'll shuffle.
Now let's hear you play it like a rumba.
Do you feel lucky tonight, Mr. Hunter?
Me? Lucky? All I want to do is break even. Okay, there's all the chips in the pot, and I haven't looked at my cards yet. What have you got, Mr. Dabney?
Oh, I dropped out, my boy. You're too lucky for me.
Well, how about you, Duke?
A full house. 3 kings and 2 eights.
See, you beat me. All I have is nothing but an old ace and another ace and another ace and another ace and a wild one. See, nothing but 5 aces. 5 aces!
Gentlemen, I am finished.
Look, let's split it all up and start again, huh?
Certainly not. I believe, Mr. Hunter, that I owe you $27,000.
Oh, look, you want to settle for 35 cents cash?
A gambling debt is a debt of honor. I just make out as I owe you.
Oh, amazing, isn't it, how one's luck can change?
There. My winnings of this afternoon, and then I owe you for the rest.
Hey, you know what? I bet you win it all back tomorrow.
Mr. Hunter, I believe I had my fill of poker. North Zanesville style. Good night.
27 grand. Boy, that'll buy a lot of gumballs. I'll never go hungry again.
I'm afraid, my boy, that the Duke is not as gracious a loser as I am. You see, I, too, seem to have lost all my cash. Not even a little old dollar. Well, what's this?
A little old dollar bill, huh?
Yes, a little old orphan bill, you might say. Would you care to cut cards to dispose of it, Mr. Hunter?
No, I don't think so. I just gave up gambling.
But a little old orphan dollar bill.
Funny the way you want to bet that dollar. That's just the way the card table murder works.
Exactly the way, Mr. Hunter.
Mr. Higgins, what are you doing here?
Is there something you wish, Mr. Higgins?
Yes, that money.
Look, he's got a gun. Gun? What does a gun do? Shoots! Shoots! Oh!
Higgins, I'm afraid you frightened our friend into a faint. Would you kindly explain your business?
I'm the ship's detective. May I see those cards, please?
Oh, you think perhaps they're marked? Why, of course. Look, then. Here.
Oh.
Too bad, Mr. Higgins. And you were so close to your quarry.
Oh. What happened?
My boy, he's dead. You displayed the courage of a tiger.
Me? A tiger?
You killed him.
What'd I do, claw him to death?
No, he stood there with his gun. Suddenly, an expression of passion darted across your face.
That's when I snapped my garter belt.
You snarled. You threw yourself on him. You bent the gun around and bang.
Maybe I can plead self-defense.
You can never stand up in court.
Neither could I. Let me sit down.
I'll have to phone the captain about this, my boy. I'm sorry.
What about my winnings?
But you're a doomed man. Remember, Hunty. But you're...
Try Duchess. That's good.
You're doomed. You can't take it with you.
Well, I'm sure not going to leave any laying around.
There's no time.
No time?
Hurry.
Hurry.
Run.
Run. They're off at Santa Anita. Here I
go. Hello? Yes, that was a shot. Please inform the captain. I wish to report a murder. The ship's detective, Mr. Higgins, has been shot by a card sharp.
Stanley, it's me, your old friend, Freddie. Come home to roost.
Beat it, barnyard. You ain't getting in this hen house.
But, Stanley,
Don't you know what time it is? The rest of the patrol is sleeping.
Look, I'm a boy Forster, too. See, I've got the acorn mark on my wrist.
I don't care if you got chestnuts going out of your ears. You ain't getting in.
Now, listen, Turnip Head, don't take advantage of your size. If you were a foot shorter, I'd let you have it.
Mr. Hunter, I'd like a word with you.
Duchess, I'm in trouble. You know what happened?
I do. My father told me what happened. Your fabulous luck. You cheated him. You took his IOU. Thief, liar, cheat.
He finally knows you, eh, Hunter?
Duchess, I'm not a cheat.
Then what are you?
I'm just a murderer.
Murderer?
I knew it the minute I laid eyes on him. Hey, men, get up. We're going to hang Mr. Hunter.
There's the alarm. They're looking for me. Duchess, you have to help me. Where can I hide?
Mr. Hunter, let them track you down like the hound you are.
No, I'm too young for the dog pound. Dog pound. Dog. Ho, 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 ho. Shut up, you crummy wolfhound. Some kennel you've got here. Next time, try the train. It's air-conditioned. Oh, I'm sorry. Nothing personal. After all, who can be dainty in a boneyard? You got any meat left on these things? When do we eat? Uh-oh. Here comes the gravy train. Come on, put something in the kennel, boy. A dog biscuit. I got it first. Finders keepers. Let go. You want to ruin your figure? You look like a St. Bernard. Ouch!
Max, are you all right?
The Duchess.
Here, let me feel your head. Why, Max, how strange you feel. It's not like a dog's head at all. It's more like an ape. Max, you bit me. Oh, now you're licking my hand. Oh, Max, your lips feel just like Freddie's. You know, I think I loved him. If only there was some explanation.
There is.
Is there? Max, you talked.
Yeah, I wasn't just a woofing either. Look, Duchess, you have to believe me. Uh-oh, I'm trapped.
I ain't a boy Forrester for nothing, Mr. Dabney. I can follow Sleuthwood Freddy's trail with my eyes shut.
Well, then where is he, my boy? Oh, good evening, Duchess.
Good evening, Mr. Dabney.
There's only one place he could be, and that kennel.
Well, Duchess, is Mr. Hunter in that kennel?
No, just my dog.
His voice seems to be changing. Ah, Stanley, my boy, we seem to have found our man. You run along and get the rest of the patrol.
Sure, Mr. Dabney.
You double-crossing heel. Whose side are you on?
Why, Mr. Hunter, I'm on Mr. Dabney's side, as this gun will well inform you.
Oh, Mr. Dabney, don't shoot him. Even though I know what he is, oh, please don't.
Oh, but I must.
Oh, she loves me. Okay, Dabney, go ahead and shoot. Wait a minute, who put this line in the script? That writer's been trying to kill me off for years.
Your jokes are of no avail, Mr. Hunter. You see, you must die. And the Duchess, too.
The Duchess? No, take me, but not her. Don't shoot her.
Freddie, stop trying to hide behind me. Well, Mr. Dabney, why do you feel this sudden need for murder?
Because the card table murderer must continue to exist, my dear.
You? Then it was you who shot Mr. Higgins.
And cheated my father.
Don't be tedious. Soon the boy Forresters must return. They must find that Mr. Hunter threw me off balance, knocked the Duchess overboard, and then consigned himself to the comforts of the sea. What's the matter with that confounded dog?
Well, Mr. Dabney, as long as you're going to kill us, you might as well have a look at this.
What is it?
Go ahead, take it and see.
Give it to me. What? Why, it's only a dog biscuit. Take him away! Get him off me!
Okay, Dabney, I've got the gun and Max has got his dog biscuit. You're dealing with a big time now. This is the kid from North Zanesville speaking.
So it took a flea-bitten dog to do the trick, huh?
He might have had fleas before, Dabney, but not now. Duchess, scratch my back.
Oh, Freddie. You were magnificent.
Well, I got one more thing to do. You hold the gun on him. Here.
I've got it.
You got him covered?
Yes, darling. What do you want to do?
Crawl back into the doghouse. Oh!
Oh, my little boy Forrester.
There it is, Duchess. Staten Island Ferry.
The end of the voyage.
Yeah, I guess this is the finish. It's the perfume business for you and back to North Zanesville for me.
Oh? You really think so?
Whippoorwill Patrol standing by for landing. What are your instructions, sir?
Did you really think I'd let you say goodbye to me, darling?
No, Duchess.
Are you ready, Mr. Hunter, sir?
What'd you say, boy?
Are you ready, Mr. Hunter, sir?
Just call me Duke.
And so ends the story of The Great Lover. In just a moment, Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming will return to introduce this week's guest director. Next Thursday, on the evening of the Academy Award presentation, the Screen Directors Playhouse brings you a program worthy of that great event. We are proud to present 2 Academy Award nominees, starring in a well-remembered romance. Our story is Next Time We Love, directed by E.H. Griffith. And our stars, James Stewart and Eleanor Parker. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming.
Okay, Rhonda, let's get with the director, huh? Isn't that what this is all about?
Well, Bob, it's our chance to say thanks to that man behind the camera. But, Bob, I think we should explain about Alexander Hall.
All right. Folks, Al Hall directed The Great Lover, but illness has kept him home tonight. So Rhonda and I would like you to meet another great director. This kid didn't bother learning about motion pictures. He just invented them. After making about 380 films, he did 3 pictures with me. That's when he went into the fruit and vegetable business.
Oh, he didn't either. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the man who directed Bob in The Ghost Breakers, Monsieur Beaucaire, and Fancy Pants, George Marshall.
Thank you, Rhonda and Bob, and I'm very happy to appear for Al Hall.
You'll fit into the picture beautifully, George. Here we are. I'm a duchess, and you're a count.
Rhonda, please. I'm no count. I'm a director.
All right, you're a no-account director.
Okay, you're a discounted actor.
I'm also a straight man for you. You know that, don't you?
You know, the way you boys talk, people will think you're not good friends.
Oh, Bob and I understand each other. We make pictures and play golf together.
Yeah, some deal. I'd get the long shots in the studio, and he'd get them on the golf course. Well, that doesn't happen anymore.
Did you beat him, Bob?
No, I quit playing with him. But if you want me for another picture, George, take me. I'm yours.
I'll take Rhonda. I'll take both. Good night, Rhonda. Good night, Bob.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
The Great Lover was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose forthcoming production is The Mating Season, starring Gene Tierney and John Lund. Rhonda Fleming can currently be seen in the Paramount picture The Redhead and the Cowboy, co-starring with Glenn Ford and Edmund O'Brien. Chesterfield's own Bob Hope may be heard on most of these stations on Tuesday. And Bob Hope's newest picture for Paramount, soon to be released nationally, is Damon Runyon's The Lemon Drop Kid, co-starring Lloyd Nolan, Marilyn Maxwell, and Jane Darwell, with a lot of guys and gals. George Marshall has just completed a new comedy entitled No Room for the Groom, starring Fred McMurray, Eleanor Parker, and Richard Carlson for 20th Century Fox. Included in tonight's cast were Fritz Feld, Paul Frees, Jim Backus, Sheldon Leonard, and Pitt O'Colby. Walter Tetley, who played the part of Stanley, can be heard Wednesday on The Great Gildersleeve and Sunday on the Phil Harris, Alice Faye Show. The Great Lover was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, and inviting you to listen next week when we present Next Time We Love, starring Academy Award nominees Jimmy Stewart and Eleanor Parker, with screen director E.H. Griffith. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Saturday, hear the first piano quartet at a new time on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse, star Alan Ladd, production Lucky Jordan, director Frank Tuttle. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste, the cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope, the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is proud to present the outstanding hit Lucky Jordan, starring Alan Ladd in his original role of Lucky Jordan. But first, let's listen in on a couple of old friends.
Now here's Chesterfield's answer to Cyrano de Bergerac. Bob Hope.
I'd top easy, Dad, but we only have a minute here to sell Chesterfield.
Okay, well, let's get to it.
Better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
The mildness is a cinch to prove. You just make the Chesterfield mildness test. You know, open a pack and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke them, and you'll know that Chesterfields are mild.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
So make our cigarette your cigarette. The reasons go together like this.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste. So open a pack, give 'em a smell, then you'll smoke 'em.
Now, here's the first act of Lucky Jordan, starring Alan Ladd, with our host narrator, the distinguished director, Mr. King Vidor.
Lucky Jordan was a hoodlum, a two-fisted gangster and a racketeer. And like all mob leaders, he lived in constant fear of his life. At the moment, framed in the shadows of a window across the street from Lucky's headquarters, are two killers, an imported hood with a machine gun and Slip Moran, Lucky's trusted lieutenant, waiting to erase Lucky.
Now remember, Lucky never comes out of that door first. He sends out Eddie, that's his double, and if everything's okay, he follows, and from 50 feet you can't tell them apart. Hey, get ready. Here comes Eddie. And here's... Blast him! He's not so lucky anymore. Let's go.
Where you going, Slip?
Out of my way, Pearl. If you behave yourself the way I like it, you can stay in this office and be my secretary.
What do you mean?
Well, you'll find out. Just now, I think I'm going to step inside and try Lucky's chair for size.
Since when don't you announce yourself, Slip?
Lucky!
What's the matter with you?
It's nothing. I'm just a little on edge. I've been with the dentist all afternoon. Who's the guy sitting here?
Oh, Angelo. How do you like him for my double?
I don't know. He's a little short.
He's uglier than me, but with a decent haircut and a little practice, I think he'll do.
What's the matter? You mad at Eddie?
Mad at him? I'm giving him a swell funeral.
Oh, boss, you don't mean that something happened to him?
Yeah. He didn't know what hit him, but it did.
Know who did it?
Yeah. Somebody who knew enough to figure Eddie would come out first. Just on a hunch this afternoon, I came out first. Good thing I did. For me. Angelo,
Yeah, Mr. Jordan?
you're hired.
Well, what am I supposed to do?
Just dress like me and tag along wherever I go.
Is that what this other man did? You know, Eddie?
Yeah, that's right.
Look, I got another job setting up pins in the bowling alley. It's a nice alley.
You're lucky to get out of it. Sooner or later, you're bound to get hit by a bowling ball.
Mr. Higgins is here, Mr. Jordan.
All right, send him in. Hey, Slip, take Angelo to my tailor and get him a wardrobe, will you?
Yeah, okay, boss.
Hi, Higgins.
Hello, Slip. Hello, Lucky.
Well, did you fix it?
Fix? Oh, well, I think it's important that you should know that...
You mean you didn't?
Well, you see, you can't go through the usual channels on a thing like this.
What kind of a lawyer are you anyway?
Now, Lucky, you can't go offering bribes to a draft board.
You let him put me in the Army.
I tried everything. I even tried to get you in 4F.
Yeah? What's that?
Well, it's socially undesirable.
What do you mean socially undesirable? Dames like me.
Well, that's not exactly the connotation. It means
Well, I'll be frank with you, Lucky. Everybody knows that you control all the rackets in town. Now, that's not considered socially desirable.
Nobody's ever pinned anything on me yet.
I know. That's why I couldn't get you in 4F.
I don't pay you to take no for an answer.
Look, Lucky, I'm your attorney, and I'll do anything you want me to do. But my private opinion is that everybody owes it to his country to serve.
I don't owe anything to anybody. Everything I got in this country, I got the hard way, and there was plenty of guys trying to keep me from getting it.
Now, there's no use getting belligerent about it, because unless a man has bona fide exemptions, he goes when he's called.
Yeah?
Yeah. Parents, in some cases, are grounds for exemption. What about yours?
I haven't got any. I mean, I never knew who they were. First thing I remember, I was in an orphan asylum labeled unadoptable.
Well, then I'm afraid you're in for it, Lucky.
Well, take another think. If I've got to have some dependents, you get me some.
What?
You hard of hearing?
Well, but you just said you don't know your parents.
Sure, but there must be some old bag who's willing to call me Sonny for the right amount.
Oh, no, that's fantastic.
I'm not paying you to tell me I'm fantastic. You get going and line up a mother by 10 o'clock in the morning, or I'll slap you back chasing ambulances.
I never chased an ambulance in all my life.
All right, if you like it better, we'll have one chasing you. Okay, Angelo, you get out first. I'll follow you.
Don't you think maybe if we went out together?
Come on, get going. We can't keep the draft board waiting.
Okay. Boss, I'm dead. I'm killed dead.
Stop your trembling. It's only pneumatic drill.
Good morning, Lucky. I'd like to have you meet your mother.
Hello, mister. Or should I call you son?
You just keep your lip buttoned up. Higgins, is this the best you could do?
Well, I couldn't very well hire Whistler's mother.
But this is Annie, the old dame who's always mooching quarters on Times Square. She's drunk all the time.
I am not. I can't afford it all the time.
Don't you know better than to be drinking at your age?
I'd rather be drinking at your age. But time marches on.
I know she isn't perfect, Lucky, but she'll have to do.
Well, now look, Annie. You just keep your mouth shut and don't breathe on anybody inside the draft board, and I'll give you $50 when you come out.
$50? Why, for that I'd do a swan dive off the Statue of Liberty.
Okay, then we're set. No draft board is going to outsmart Lucky Jordan. Jordan, wake up!
Take it easy, Sarge.
And look, I want you to get one thing straight. As long as I'm bunking here, I don't want to be disturbed. And I'm not going to hang out any sign either.
Get up.
What do you think you're kicking, Jughead?
I don't have to think, I know. Get up.
Supposing I ain't done sleeping yet.
Jordan, I'm making allowances for the first day. As long as you're here in Camp Missouri and I'm your top, you'll be up at 5:30 when the bugle blows.
Captain, how much do you make here?
$78 a month.
How would you like to make $780?
Say, do you think you can bribe the United States Army?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
Jordan, get up out of that bed!
Okay, don't strain your tonsils. What's the routine after I'm dressed?
Oh, you'll just love it. We're going on fatigue duty. And I mean fatigue for you.
Say, soldier, aren't you supposed to be working instead of spending your days here in the canteen?
Me? Work? Oh, no, I got an assistant named Angelo. He does my dirty work. Hey, what's your name?
Jill Evans.
Ooh, that's a nice moniker. What about midnight supper in my tent tonight?
You're pretty fresh.
You're pretty. Period.
If you took my advice, soldier, you'd get back on your detail and save yourself a great deal of trouble. You're awfully conspicuous alone in the canteen.
But I like being alone. With you. Say, how about a bottle of Bear Cute Eyes to go with this popcorn?
If you eat any more popcorn, you'll swell up like a balloon.
Oh, that'd be great. Then I could sail away from this camp and nobody'd know the difference.
What's the matter with you? Are you homesick?
Yeah. I'm pretty lonesome. You see, I miss having my own things. Don't tell anybody, but I always slept with a teddy bear.
Cute, aren't you? Just what detail are you assigned to?
Well, it's a military secret, but I know I can trust you. I'm working private for the colonel. He wants me to think up some way to entertain the soldiers. Hey, wait a minute, I got it. We build a staircase of peppermint candy, and then while the band plays Bait Me Daddy Ate to the Bar, you come down in a pair of high heels and chevrons. Then for a gag at the end, we drop the chevrons off.
I'm glad you thought of that. Now there's no reason for you to hang around here anymore.
Oh, yes, there is. The Navy wants me to think up something for the sailors.
Excuse me, dearie, but maybe you could give me a steer. I'm looking for my boy.
What's his name?
Lucky Jordan.
He's right here in the canteen. Follow me.
You haven't got a drink around here, have you, dearie?
I've got some nice cold root beer.
It's too cold. Hello, Lucky son.
What are you doing here?
I just came down to see you, son.
What for?
Well, I got sort of lonesome.
You did, huh? I ought to kick you on your head right out of here. Nice having you come down.
Well, that sounds more like my boy. I guess I sort of took you by surprise. Ain't you gonna kiss me?
Yeah, sure. You're stiff.
I ain't neither. I had a couple after breakfast, but I ain't had any since.
Okay. Break it up.
I hope you ain't sore at me. I mean about coming down here to see you. But it makes the mother sort of proud having a boy in the Army.
You're crocked to your eyeballs. What'd you come down here for?
Well, since I'm sort of your mother, thought you'd like to know I'm broke.
Oh, a shakedown, huh? I paid you off once.
Didn't last long. I had house guests.
All right, here's $100. Come on, blow.
Well, goodbye, son.
I told you to blow. Get out and don't come back.
Goodbye, dearie.
Goodbye, Mrs. Jordan. The idea of a man treating his mother that way.
I didn't ask her to come out here.
I think you're disgusting. I'm going to report you.
For what?
For hanging around the canteen all day, every day, and doing nothing. There's Sergeant Jones outside.
Hey, wait a minute, sister. How much do you make here?
Why?
Whatever it is, I'll double it if you keep your mouth shut.
Sergeant, there's a soldier here who's AWOL.
Coming, miss.
What kind of a medal do you get for being a stool in the Army, cute eyes?
Here's your man.
Well, if it ain't the missing link, Lucky Jordan.
Yeah. And who let you out of the cage?
Well, nice and congenial. That's the way I like 'em, especially when I'm top kicking the hoosgow. March, soldier, march!
If you would like to know a quick, easy way to ease the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, then by all means try Anacin. Your own dentist or physician may at one time or another have handed you an envelope containing Anacin tablets. Then you already know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin brings relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. For your own sake, try Anacin. Anacin is sold to you on this guarantee. If the first few tablets do not give you all the relief you want as fast as you want it, you may return the unused portion, and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin tablets at any drug counter. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets, and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100. And now the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Lucky Jordan, starring Alan Ladd as Lucky, and our host narrator, Mr. King Vidor.
Lucky's sentence of 30 days in the guardhouse was never quite completed. And the reason for that, to quote Lucky, was...
I'm going to sit this war out someplace where they can't find me. with a blonde in one hand and a steak in another.
So he deserted, stole an official car, stole the official's clothes, and broke out of camp. About 10 miles out, he was stuck up by a pair of thugs, but he successfully beat them off, just as Jill, the girl from the canteen, drove her car onto the scene.
What goes on, Lucky?
Just a stick-up.
Well, what's that in your hand?
A briefcase I found in the car. I used it as a weapon. You know, if you handle one of these things right, you can knock a guy's brains in. What are you doing here?
I thought I recognized you when you passed me back on the highway. I followed you just to be sure. You're AWOL again.
Move over. I'm driving.
Get out of my car.
I'm sorry, sister. Mine seems to be hot.
Did you hear what I said? Get out of here. Where are you going?
Over the hill.
Well, you're not taking me with you. Do you realize this is kidnapping?
Well, what are you talking about? You were so crazy about me, you followed me.
Look, if you want my car, take it, but let me out.
You're too nosy. You go around reporting people.
Stop or I'll throw this briefcase of yours out.
Go ahead. It isn't mine anyhow.
Very well. Here goes. We've been riding for hours. Just how long do you intend to keep me with you?
Till I'm in the clear.
Well, in case you're interested, you're almost out of gas. You won't get very far, my friend, and when they catch you, I hope they put you in the guardhouse for the rest of your life.
Here's a service station I'm going to pull in. And if I hear one peep out of you... Hey!
It's after 12. There's nobody home.
All right. We'll sleep here tonight and get gas when they open up in the morning.
Go to sleep. The moment you do, I'm leaving.
Get out.
What are you going to do with me?
I'm going to bed you down for the night.
No, thanks.
I said get out. Head for the ladies' washroom.
No, you don't. You can't put me in there.
Now listen, cute eyes. Is that fair? How do you know you're not going to like it until you've been inside?
I'll be good. I promise you I won't run away.
You might walk in your sleep.
I'll kick you. I'll beat you. I will not go in there.
Okay, then I'll carry you.
Put me down. Do you hear? Put me down.
Sure, when we get inside the washroom door.
Oh, please don't. I'll sleep in the car.
I'm sleeping there myself. Of course, there's not much room, but I'm willing to split it with you.
Well, that's very nice of you. I prefer it here.
Sleep tight, cute eyes. Tomorrow we'll be in New York.
Lucky.
Hello, Slip. I see you're taking things over for me. Okay.
Run along, pile.
Hello, Lucky, darling.
You lost weight.
Well, I've been awfully worried about you.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed you've just had a fainting spell on the couch. Beat it.
Well, it's good to see you again, boss. I hope you don't mind my clowning around with Pyle a little.
Why should I mind? No good letting a dame with red hair cool off.
How come you ain't wearing your soldier pants?
I left them in that camp. I figured that some guy who was going to stay in the Army might need them.
How hot are you?
Don't you read the papers? I'm hotter than a bullet. You know, about 10 miles out of camp, a couple of guys in a big car jumped me.
Yeah?
Yeah. I don't know what they were after, but they seemed satisfied with a couple of right crosses.
Where's the briefcase, Lucky?
Huh? How do you know about that?
That can come later. Where is it?
Listen, Almond Eyes, when you ask me a question, your voice better go up in the end.
Well, all right. Look, I didn't mean nothing like that, Lucky, but that briefcase, that's kind of important.
That's better. Now tell me how you know so much.
Well, I sent those guys that jumped you. Of course, I didn't know it was you. The guy whose car you stole, he was an Army engineer. That briefcase he was carrying around, that's full of hot dope on a new tank armor.
Since when did you get interested in tanks?
Now, look, Lucky, in our business, you got to keep yourself up to date. There's bookie joints, you know, slot machines. That's old-fashioned.
They weren't bad.
That's peanuts. Hey, I run into a couple of foreign lugs, and they will pay you almost anything you want to ask for stuff like that report on the tank armor that you've been carrying around. That little briefcase is worth 50,000 rocks. Where is it?
I don't know. The dame I had with me threw it out of the car.
Where?
I didn't pay any attention. The dame must know where it is.
Well, where is she now?
I parked it with Joe McGotti. We'll go pick her up. I need a few grand to rattle around in my pocket until I cool off. About here, I think, Slip. What do you say, Cute Eyes?
This isn't it.
That's all I wanted to know. All right, you can stop here, Slip. Now, you'll save us a lot of time if you'll tell us where you threw it.
I'm not talking.
I'll kick it out of her, boss.
Do you really think I'd help you get a hold of military information?
How do you know what's in that briefcase?
It's pretty obvious. He escapes from an army camp by stealing an army car. There's a briefcase in it that doesn't belong to him. He doesn't even care when I throw it out. And now suddenly it's very valuable.
Oh, this dame is too smart to live.
Never mind, Slip. We'll find it ourselves. You walk along the road and we'll take this field. Go on, Cute Eyes. Walk in front of me. Hey, Slip. I've got it.
Coming.
Hey, that's good work, boss. Let's see it.
Right here.
Thanks.
Well, this is a kiss-off, Lucky. Reach. Hand it over.
Okay.
It's 12 o'clock, Cinderella, and I'm going to turn you into a squash. And am I going to love it? I've been laying for you for a long time.
You know, Slip, I had a hunch you were beginning to like that big chair of mine.
From now on, it's my big chair. You're all through, Lucky. You ain't a big shot anymore. You're just a washed-up little drip.
I thought you were getting too big for your pants. I was going to have you hammered down, but I got busy with that army stuff and let it slide. Bad business letting things pile up on your desk like that.
Yeah, it just proves that you're getting old-fashioned. Why, you're so out of date that you ought to be retired. I'm going to do you one favor, though, just for old time's sake. Where do you want it, in the front or in the back?
You're getting ahead of yourself, Slip. That briefcase is empty.
What are you giving me?
Open it up. Take a look.
Okay. But don't you make a move.
Oh, of course not.
Slip, you've dropped a paper.
Where?
Thanks, Cute Eye. Now I'm top man. I'm going to kick your brains in, you low-living rat.
Oh, I didn't mean it, Lucky. I didn't mean it.
Don't, Lucky.
I fed you when you were starving.
Stop it, Lucky, stop it.
Why should I? No one deserves it more than him.
It's murder, Lucky. Now stop it, I tell you.
Sputterman's murder is self-defense.
Oh, please.
Let go of me.
No.
Look, if I let him go now, he wakes up with an awful headache. And later on, I get it in the back. If I give him a few more kicks, he misses all that headache, and I don't get it in the back.
Lucky, you can't do it.
Okay. Now take the briefcase.
What are you planning on doing with it?
What do you think?
Well, I think a lot of things, but I was hoping you were going to return it.
It's a pretty long ride back to that camp.
But don't you see, if you take it back now, they'll never press the desertion charge, and I'll say there was nothing to the kidnapping. You'll be square with everyone.
Yeah, I'll be square behind the 8-ball and right back in the Army.
But at a time like this, you can't sell your country short.
I'm not selling anything short. I wouldn't take a cent less than $100,000 for these papers.
How low can you get?
Come on, Cute Eyes. Let's get in the car. It's time I put you up for the night.
Where are we going?
Back to the same service station.
Please don't, Lucky. I couldn't stand it.
With you being so nosy and patriotic, there's nothing else I can do.
I'll be good. I won't try to run away.
I can't take that chance. Come on.
Well, at least let me have a cigarette first.
Okay. Here you are.
And a match.
Check.
Thanks. How can you do this?
What?
Sell that information to the other side.
Why not?
You know, you're absolutely immoral. You haven't faith in anybody or anything. I shouldn't think it'd be worth it. You must feel awfully miserable and alone.
Me? I'm never alone. I spend every night of my life in a nightclub with a show going on.
You don't even know what I'm talking about.
Sure I do. You're trying to talk me out of selling the briefcase.
You bet I am. You think this war hasn't anything to do with you, but it has. The whole world's involved and everybody in it, and if we lose, we'll end up Lord knows where. And that includes you, whether you like it or not.
No, it don't. If things change, a smart guy figures out a new angle. It's the clucks who go around getting their heads knocked off that are pigeons.
You never had a thought in your whole life where you didn't figure the angles first, did you? I mean, what it meant to you and what you thought you could get out of it.
Anybody who don't is a sucker.
Very well. Then let's take it step by step. Let's find out what the angles are for you in this thing. You're established in, well, whatever business you're in. You seem to like it and you make a lot of money at it.
Doing okay.
Well, to be completely realistic and selfish, you must want to keep things pretty much the way they are, don't you?
Yeah.
Then you want the country you live in to win, don't you?
Well, sure I do.
Well, now we're getting someplace. All right, if you want the country you live in to win, why aren't you helping?
Well, the way I see it, it's like a fight at the garden. You might want the guy in the purple pants to win. You might even put a few bucks on it.
Now our music resumes with another
But you don't want him to win bad enough that you climb up in that ring and get your face bashed in helping him.
Oh, I get it.
Everything I
You're
have
impossible.
is yours.
I can't appeal to you on any basis, animal, vegetable, or mineral, or human.
Just a little ball of fire, aren't you? Come here.
Oh, let me go.
It's time I kissed you, baby. I don't get you. I thought at least I'd have to spar a few rounds.
What does it matter?
It don't. It's just that some dames are hard to convince. I guess I had you figured out all wrong. I thought you were a regular ice cube till I kissed you.
Even an ice cube has to be defrosted once in a while.
I'll take a rain check, baby. Come on. We'll lock you up in the stable for the night. The Sherry Waldorf, that is.
Our drama will continue in just a moment. But first, here is a word from RCA Victor. It's a great life this week for television enthusiasts. Yes, the current issue of Life magazine, dated February 12th, contains a really thrilling double-page advertisement showing RCA Victor's complete new 1951 series of million-proof television, America's favorite television, owned most, proved most, and now more wonderful than ever. 14 brand new RCA Victor models, each more glamorous than the last. Table toppers, consoles, and console combinations. Cabinets ranging from an exquisite 18th century lowboy to a stunning modern swiveler. 14, 17, and 19-inch screens. With such beautiful pictures, well, you'll simply have to see them to believe them. So run, don't walk, to the nearest RCA Victor dealers and meet all the glamorous new million-proof models in real life. Here's hoping you can take home your favorite set soon and start having the time of your life, enjoying the life of your time with matchless RCA Victor television. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste, the best cigarette for you to smoke. The makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Lucky Jordan, starring Alan Ladd, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Lucky Jordan, starring Alan Ladd in his original role of Lucky. Now, here is our host narrator, Screen Director King Vieder.
During the night, while Lucky was asleep in the car, Jill broke loose from her prison in the so-called Sherry Waldorf. Not able to do anything about it, Lucky headed for New York and arranged a rendezvous with Slip Moran in front of a place called Marty's on 42nd Street. And the price to deliver the briefcase was $100,000.
Can you spare a quarter, mister? Ah, what's your hurry, cheapskate? Can you spare a quarter, Mr. Jordan?
Come on, scram.
Please, Mr. Jordan, I got something to tell you.
Go on, blow.
They're stacked out all around Marty's waiting for you.
Who's stacked out?
Oh, a bunch of torpedoes. I saw 'em when I went by on my route. I thought I'd better tell you in case you wasn't expecting them.
Slip around with him?
If he is, he ain't advertising it.
Thanks.
Better be careful where you hide out, Mr. Jordan.
I'll take care of that.
But you're hotter than a stove. Everybody's after you. Slip Moran, the FBI, the Army, and some big shot who says you kidnapped his daughter.
All right, go on, blow, will you?
But I'm trying to tell you, you can hide out at my place if you want to. Nobody'd ever think of looking for you there.
Where's your place?
Over the Green Grotto on Fulton Street.
Will there be any room there for me with those gin bottles?
I don't think you can be too choosy.
Okay. Let's have your key.
Here. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Jordan. Here comes a customer. Maybe he'll give me a quarter for a cup of coffee.
Quarter for a cup of coffee?
You wouldn't want me to eat in the cheaper places.
Hello. Slip? I'm not keeping my appointment today because I don't like double crosses. I'll give you one more chance. I'll meet you tomorrow at 11 o'clock in a toy store on Fifth Avenue. And there's no use framing me because I won't have the stuff. Yeah, you'll get it when you forked over $100,000 in cash.
Hello, Mr. Jordan. Glad you're making yourself comfortable.
On this sofa? How's business?
Oh, I never saw so many cheapskates in my life. I knocked off early.
I hope you got something to eat in that bag.
I got some stew on the stove here. All I got to do is warm it up. You like stew, Mr. Jordan?
I'd rather have guinea hen in the glass. But if that's all you got, I won't turn it down.
I'll light the stove. Oh, I cruised past Marty's after you left and hit one of them torpedoes for a quarter. They was waiting for you, all right. He gave me 4 bits to keep moving.
Annie, I haven't got any cash, but I'm working on a deal right now. And, well, if I put it across, I'll slip you a couple of C's.
You don't need to.
What are you giving me? Think you can get more out of Slip?
If that's the way you feel about it, you can get out of here.
I don't get it.
I didn't tell you to come here so as I could put the bite on you.
No? Doing me a favor free of charge?
Not exactly. Oh, it's kind of hard to explain. Something happened that day I went to the camp to shake you down. Everybody was so nice to me when they found out I had a boy in the Army.
Say, you're on the level.
That's right. Then when I saw you today, it hit me like a ton of bricks that you was walking into a trap. So I did just what any mother would do. Felt good to know you needed me, and I could do something for you.
Well, don't get so tied up in that mother act that you start telling people I'm back home again.
Say, they couldn't get anything out of me with a crowbar.
Hey, where can I hide this briefcase?
Under the mattress. I'll show you.
That's the first place anybody'd look.
I got the place. Follow me. Here's a wall with busted plaster. There's a hole big enough to fit your briefcase in.
It'll do. Cover it up.
Sure. Oh, ain't that a pretty Mexican shawl I used to hide the hole? I got it at one of them big department stores on Fifth Avenue. dropped into my umbrella one rainy day.
Yeah? Where'd you get the umbrella?
Oh, I accidentally walked past it, and it hooked into my dress.
Why didn't you walk past a couple of steaks tonight?
Oh, that reminds me. The stew must be all warm. Sit down here at the table.
Okay, but I know I'm going to regret it.
When it comes right down to it, there's nothing like good home cooking.
Especially if you can't get out to a restaurant.
Here's your plate of stew. Come on, taste it.
Okay.
Is it all right? Got enough pepper? Enough salt?
Got enough salt and pepper, but it's shy on meat.
Oh, well, ain't I the stoop? I'll give it all to myself. Here's some of mine.
Look, Annie, tomorrow I got to go out for a while. I want you to stay here and watch things.
You think you ought to go out?
Yeah, it's business.
But with all that money you got, Mr. Jordan, you shouldn't go around risking your neck for a few more dollars.
Yeah, with all the money I got, I don't dare show my face in the bank. That's why I got to put this deal through.
Want some more stew?
Same as this?
Sure.
No, thanks.
I'm sorry that you don't like my food and you don't like me.
What are you talking about? I love you. I brought you a Mother's Day present.
You didn't.
I said I did. Here.
Jim. That's the sweetest thing a kid ever gave his mother.
Well, now, don't get yourself stiff.
Thanks, Mr. Jordan.
Come on, blow. I want to get some rest.
Good night, son.
Good night. Ma.
Now remember, Mr. Moran, we don't care how you get the briefcase, just so long as we have it soon.
Oh, take it easy, Kisselman. I made a deal with you to deliver it, and you'll have it. Just have the dough ready, that's all.
But your methods are so slow.
Slow, he says. Look, Bud, whether you know it or not, I already know where Lucky Jordan is staking out, and everything is under control. Now, blow, will you? Here comes Lucky.
I shall be waiting for you at his usual place, Kilpatrick Gardens.
All right, Slip. Let's count the cases. I'm in a hurry.
Hey, I like this toy store. How'd you happen to tell me to meet you here?
Well, I figured if you asked any of your friends to drop in, they'd be kind of conspicuous. You bring the dough?
You bring the thing?
I told you I wouldn't have it with me.
Kind of a one-sided deal, ain't it?
Now, look. We went through all that on the phone. Give me the dough and you get the stuff before midnight tonight.
Well, I don't know, Lucky. I talked to them foreign lugs till I was black in the face, and they just won't pay any $100,000.
Mm-hmm. Well, they just won't get it.
Nope, Lucky, they won't pay a cent more than 75 G's.
All right, give me the 75.
Hey, wait a minute, will you? I gotta talk to him again. Well, how'd I know you was gonna take it?
What is this, a stall? Trying to double-talk me until somebody gets here with a Tommy gun?
Are you nuts?
Nutty enough to have a torpedo with a gun in his pocket looking right at you.
Yeah? Oh, no, Lucky, no. Angelo, you're double. The kid from the bowling alley. Well, now, there is really a tough bullet.
You can say that again. He shoots strikes with a bullet.
Yeah? Well, where do we go from here?
Look, Gooseneck, I don't know what you're trying to frame, but I'm giving you one last chance. You meet me here at 5 o'clock this afternoon and be sure you have that $75,000 on you. Or I'll burn the stuff.
Well, okay, Lucky. If I don't show, you'll know the deal fell through.
You know, Slip, I got a feeling that you got a feeling the deal is going to fall through.
Well, you know how it is with these foreign lugs. It ain't like you and me dealing. You can trust me.
Yeah. With you, I'd know exactly what to expect.
Hey, Mr. Jordan, better get out of here.
What's the hurry, Angelo?
Well, if you look behind you, there's an excited girl pointing her finger at you, and there's a cop following the end of it.
Well, how do you like that? It's Cute Eyes trying to slip me another Michael. So long, Cute Eyes.
Mr. Jordan, I demur.
What's this demur business, Angelo?
Well, I think I'd kind of be safer in a bowling alley than with you.
Look, I'm cutting you in on a piece of the deal, ain't I?
I'll give it back to you with a profit if you let me go bye-bye.
Just keep your lips shut and do as I say, and you'll remain healthy. Here, this is Sandy's apartment. Here's the key. Open the door.
Yeah, Mr. Jordan, the door's already open.
Yeah. And somebody's taking the apartment apart. Annie! Annie, you here? Son. Get downstairs, Angelo. Keep your eyes peeled.
Oh, okay, Mr. Jordan.
Annie, Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right.
What happened?
Be careful. A couple of men come looking for that briefcase. Slapped me around something awful. But I didn't tell them where it was. They couldn't make me tell.
I'll take care of Slip for this. I'll take care of those foreign lugs, too.
Watch out. They're mean guys.
That stuff they want so bad is going where it'll hurt them most. Right back to the Army.
Why don't you go back, too? If you set your mind to it, you could be a better soldier than any of them.
I'll get you a doctor. Do you think you'll be all right for a while?
Get that briefcase out of here, though.
Yeah. I'll do that later. Right now, you're far more important.
Go and get it. And return it to the Army. I'll be all right, son.
Okay, Ma. Well, here it is.
Watch out, Lucky.
That'll take care of you for a while, Lucky boy. That briefcase is mine for free.
Son!
Shut up, you whimpering, you gutter rat, or else I'll kick your teeth in.
I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Jordan.
What happened to all the furniture in my office, Pearl? Where's Slip?
I haven't any idea. This morning he just up and moved, and now I'm out of a job.
Where'd he move to?
I don't know.
Come on now, you better tell me where Slip is.
Honest, I don't know. They haven't let me in on anything lately. But I think maybe Slip's gone straight.
Doc, give me that.
Honest, Lucky, I think he started a nursery or something. Well, I mean for flowers. Flowers are all he talks about. I guess there's a lot of money in it, too, because just this morning he sold some tulips for $50,000.
Oh, that's an expensive bouquet. What kind of tulips were they?
I can't remember.
Come on, heat that redhead up. This is important. It's all I got to go on.
Well, it was Torch of something. Yeah, Torch of Holland. That's what it was.
Torch of Holland tulips? Oh, I know all about them. They're a very rare variety. There's only one place in the state where they can be found.
If we find them, then what?
Well, if Mr. Moran was doing business with Torch of Holland tulips, he'd have to buy them from Kilpatrick Gardens.
Okay, Angelo, let's get going.
You gentlemen won't be able to go all through the gardens. It's almost closing time.
Well, I just want to take a look at the tulips.
Take the path to the right.
Have they got the names on them?
Everything in the garden is clearly labeled.
Well, thanks, chum. This way, Angelo.
Is there a telephone here, Gateman?
Not a public phone.
Well, it's very important.
A local call?
No, I want to talk to the FBI in New York City.
Well, this is a house phone. I'll have to get your line.
Oh, thanks. Please hurry.
Hello? This is Miller at the gate. There's a young lady here who wants the FBI. Would you please connect me? Thank you. There you are, miss.
Oh, thanks. Hello. Is this the FBI? Let me speak to Mr. Herndon, please.
Oh, Mr. Herndon's not in, but my name's Bowman. May I help you?
Yes, this is Jill Evans. I've followed Lucky Jordan out to the Kilpatrick Gardens on Long Island. If you hurry here, you'll catch him.
Well, we'll get there as soon as we possibly can. But in the meantime, you'd better go direct to Mr. Kilpatrick and explain the situation to him. He'll help you hold Jordan until we arrive.
Where is Mr. Kilpatrick's residence, please?
The house to the right, above the bed marked Torch of Holland tulips.
Come in, Miss Evans.
I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Kilpatrick, but Mr. Bowman of the FBI asked me to see you.
Well, I know all about Lucky Jordan. I've already talked to Mr. Bowman. You needn't worry about his escaping.
Well, he's very slippery.
My gardeners can handle him. They're searching the grounds thoroughly at this very moment. They'll find him hiding somewhere.
Well, he's not that easy to capture, I tell you.
Please. The gate is shut and can't be opened because it is electrically controlled.
But what's to prevent him from climbing the wall around the garden?
My dear, if he ever gets to the top, he'll find wires that carry a pretty stiff current. Now, don't you worry. We'll catch your fugitive, all right. I'll be with you in a few moments, Miss Evans. I want to check the grounds myself.
Thank you, Mr. Kilpatrick.
Not at all.
Well, here we are by the bed labeled Torch of Holland. Now what, Angelo?
Search me, Mr. Jordan.
Angelo, you're a genius.
Yeah?
You stirred me right. You know what you were talking about.
I did?
Right on the nose. There's Slip Moran going into the greenhouse with a smooth-looking gent, and he's carrying the briefcase. Come on.
Wouldn't you be better off if you went alone?
Come on. Here we are.
Ain't you going to be afraid going in there all by yourself? Remember, Mr. Moran packs a gat.
I'm not going in by the way of the door. We're going overland.
We?
Yeah. We're going up to the top of the greenhouse and see what's cooking through the open vent.
I'd rather be cooking with bowling balls.
Come on, get going.
Moran, these drawings on the table. One tank looks like another to me. I'll have my engineer check them tonight. If he says they're all right, you'll get your money tomorrow.
You know, this was a tough job.
Yes, I know. And you've done it very well. Are you ready for another assignment?
I can fit through this vent, Angelo. I'm going to drop in and pay them a visit.
Mr. Jordan, I'm sorry, but I ain't no stunt pilot.
Keep coming.
Okay.
Leaving for the West Coast tomorrow. I wouldn't mind seeing it.
Just as I leap into the greenhouse, you turn on that sprinkling system, Angelo.
You looking for a watery grave?
Shut up and do as I say. Hit it, Angelo. Get yourself a bathing suit, Slip.
Stop him, Moran. He has the plans to reach him. Drop or I'll shoot.
Try shooting with your gun in your pocket.
The door's locked. He can't get out.
There's another exit right through the glass.
What's new, Mr. Jordan?
Jump, you numbskull, jump. Well, this is a fine fix. We've got the plans, but there's nothing we can do with them. We can't get through the gate. The wall's wide with enough juice to satisfy the warden at Sing Sing. Come on, Angelo. I'll give you a lift. Give the wall another try.
We'll give the wall another try. Mr. Jordan, I'm too young to commit suicide.
Duck, Angelo, here they come.
They're headed for the gate. Someone's there.
You're talking too loud. Shut up. There's a man asking for stuff for his umbrella or something. Got a pencil, Angelo?
Yeah, what do you want it for?
I've got an idea how to get the FBI here in a hurry. We'll write him a note.
And then what?
We'll stick it in the umbrella that's on the bench and include the plans. Come on. Start writing. Hurry up.
Mr. Jordan, you got a brain.
Just keep writing. Tell them where we're at.
Mr. Jordan, you haven't got a brain.
What's that?
Supposing the gent who receives the umbrella don't open it up for a week. Supposing it don't rain for a month.
I'll take care of that. Just give me the water hose. I'll follow him alongside the wall, and he'll think he ran into the Niagara Falls. We're trapped, Angelo. They've got us spotted. I'm going to this house. You go around the back.
Lucky!
Welcome, Mr. Jordan. Kindly put your hands up. Get over there.
What are you doing with this spy, Cute Eyes?
I'm sorry you were put to all this trouble, Mr. Kilpatrick.
Not at all, not at all. I'm glad to help.
May I use your telephone? I want to call my father and tell him where I am.
I'm afraid not.
What?
Well, you see, you know so much about my business interests that, well, I can't let you go.
But I talked to the FBI. They told me to see you.
You talk to me on the house phone, never the FBI.
Too bad, Cute Eyes.
Sit down, Miss Evans.
Lucky.
What's cooking, Slip?
You'll find out. Meet a friend of mine, Mr. Kesselman.
So this is notorious Mr. Jordan.
Mr. Moran, I don't consider the plans delivered. You'll have to get them if you want your $50,000.
Well, don't you worry. I'll get them. Hand them over, Lucky.
If you can find them on me, you're a better man than I am, Dungadin.
Don't hand me that, wise guy. You better talk while you still got teeth to talk through.
Leave it to me, Slip. You want him to remember what he did with the plans, don't you? Well, there are better ways. In my country, we work it this way. We sharpen the end of a match, then drive it under a fingernail and light it.
Stop it!
So soon?
I'll tell you where it is.
You have no stamina at all, have you?
Where is it, Lucky?
I threw it under the bridge. It goes over the pond.
I'll get it.
I'll go along with you, Moran. You keep your eyes on him, Kesselman.
More than my eyes, Mr. Kilpatrick. This is God. You know, this is revelation. I'm aware that my countrymen are often referred to as gangsters by our opponents, and it's always amused me. I've read about American gangsters, and it seemed to me that their viewpoint and ours were quite similar. I was told when they wanted something, they took it. So do we. When somebody stood in our way, he was eliminated. We understand that technique thoroughly. So you can imagine my shock, Mr. Jordan, when I finally meet a gangster like you, a prominent gangster, and discover you're spineless. No, I am no longer amused by the comparison.
Don't try to put me in your class, lunkhead. I've knocked around a little, but alongside of you, I'm a Sunday school teacher.
You're an uncouth jackal. That's what you are.
Hey, Bulbhead. Better look behind you. There's someone sneaking up on you.
Fool, you believe I will be tricked by your American stupidity?
Okay, Buster. Have it your own way. Angelo, no one knows better where the 10-pin should be. Get there.
Stop your foolish chatter.
Now, Angelo, hit the number 1 pin with that round flower pot.
Okay. What is it?
A strike, Kesselman.
I quit, Mr. Jordan.
Okay, Angelo. You can go back to your bowling alley. Get your hands up, Kesselman.
Mr. Jordan, I don't ever want to see another bowling ball.
What's going on?
Easy, Kilpatrick, and drop that gun slip.
We seem to have reached an impasse, Jordan. You can't very well get out of this estate without my setting off the alarm and catching you. And as long as you hold that gun, I can't get very far either, can I?
I should say about a step and a half.
Oh? Exactly. I suggest we make a deal. Originally, you wanted $100,000 for that report, didn't you? Well, now I'm prepared to pay it.
This is the payoff, all right. But not the way you mean it. You boys are going to get paid off in slugs.
Now, look, I don't blame you for being sore, Lucky, but this is nothing that you can settle with a heater. Well, the guy offered you $100,000, didn't he? Ain't that what you want?
I got a customer I like better. I'm selling it to the Army on the installment plan. They're going to pay me $50 a month for it.
Yes, but aren't you a little confused, Jordan? Why, a man of your stamp can't get anything out of being a tin horn hero. Why should you give up $100,000 for the sake of a country that considers you an enemy to society?
Maybe it's because I don't want to see that country run by a bunch of guys who go around beating up old women. Till I ran up against you, your kind of rat was just words in the newspaper to me. Now it's another way to spell cockroach. Well, this place needs cleaning up. And for the next 2 minutes, I'm a one-man board of health.
Now, look, Lucky, after all, you and me, we're pals.
That's why I'm giving it to you first.
Hey,
Drop it, Lucky!
Lucky, it's Mr. Herndon from the FBI.
Well, Jordan, it was nice of you to be here, too, so we could get all of you at once.
Wait a minute. Who do you think sent that report out of here in that man's umbrella?
Oh, you'll have to think of a better one than that.
Oh, but Mr. Herndon, he had all these men rounded up when you came in.
Well, you'd better come along with us anyway, Jordan.
This always happens. You try to help a guy and the referee hits you over the head with a stool.
All right, men. Let's take this menagerie downtown and lock it up in a cage.
You haven't anything to worry about. They'd never consider you a deserter after what you've done. Well, you'll probably even get a citation.
Oh, what's that?
You know, a medal. I can hear the colonel sing.
Come on, Jordan. Start digging.
Okay, Sarge.
Why do you think you're throwing that dirt? I just had my shoes shine.
Sorry, I thought it was your face.
Hello, Lucky.
Hiya, cute eyes.
Hey, where do you think you're going?
I just wanted to say goodbye to my sister.
Okay.
Oh, Lucky, why did you do it? Just when everybody was calling you a hero, then you beat up a sergeant.
Well, he started by blowing that whistle and waking me up.
Well, I guess that ends your going to the party at the canteen.
That's where you're wrong. I think this sergeant can be had.
Don't you dare try anything like that. Your education's going to start right now, and if you do anything to get out of the guardhouse before you should, I'm going to put you down as hopeless.
Put me down for Saturday night, cute eyes. I'll get out somehow.
Bye, Lucky.
Bye, cute eyes.
Hey, your sister's a good looker. How about meeting her?
Well, maybe we can work out a deal. Now, all you have to do is let me out of the clink tonight, you see?
She isn't that good looking. Start moving that shovel.
Okay, Sarge. There's dirt in your eye.
Why, you...
Oh, I'm sorry, General.
And so ends our play for tonight, Lucky Jordan. Our star, Alan Ladd, will return in just a moment with screen director King Vidor. Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse presents an adaptation of another great drama. Our play is Dark Victory, and our stars will be Tallulah Bankhead and David Bryan, with screen director Edmund Goulding. Now, here again is tonight's star, Alan Ladd.
Thank you. To Mr. Frank Tuttle, the director of Lucky Jordan, who at present is in Paris, France, I would like to extend my sincerest gratitude. But now, ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to introduce the distinguished director, Mr. King Vidor, the creator of The Crowd and The Big Parade, two immortal motion pictures which are listed among the 10 all-time greats.
Thank you, Alan. And for the Screen Directors Playhouse, let me say, it is always a pleasure to have you on our show. I read something very heartwarming about you and your wife, Sue, the other day. How you both visit our Army hospitals and entertain our boys.
Well, to the contrary, King. Sue and I derive more pleasure and entertainment from the boys than we could ever possibly give. Without a doubt, you have to swell with pride just being around them. Their courage and good old American spunk is something to shout from the rooftops about. Give them a break, America. A visit from loved ones and even casual acquaintances is the greatest tonic for them. Please, please don't forget to find the time to visit them. Good night.
Good night, Alan. And come back soon. This is King Vidor saying good night for the Screen Directors Playhouse.
Lucky Jordan was presented through the courtesy of Paramount Pictures, whose current release is the Hal Wallace production, September Affair, starring Joan Fontaine and Joseph Cotton. Alan Ladd is currently being seen in Paramount's Technicolor production, Branded. King Vidor has just completed Lightning Strikes Twice for Warner Brothers. Included in tonight's cast were Sheldon Leonard as Slip, Gigi Pearson as Pearl, Herb Vigran as Angelo, Earl Ross as Kilpatrick, Virginia Gregg as Jill, Frank Nelson as the Sergeant, Paul Duboff as Kesselman, and Verna Felton as Annie. Lucky Jordan was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's program were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, and inviting you to listen next Thursday when we present Dark Victory, starring Tallulah Bankhead and David Bryan, with screen director Edmund Goulding. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival. Tonight in many cities, mothers will be out ringing doorbells to remind their neighbors of the March of Dimes. Those who are contacted will welcome this reminder to contribute to this worthy cause. For you who live where no such efforts will be made, we offer this suggestion. Give and give generously to the March of Dimes.
Tomorrow, Duffy's Tavern on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars, Lucille Ball, Robert Cummings. Production, Bachelor Mother. Director, Garson Kanan. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. By RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. And by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants: mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a classic in comedy. Here are Robert Cummings and Lucille Ball, starring in our adaptation of a play on laughter named Bachelor Mother. But before the first act, here's a message from the makers of Anacin. If you suffer from pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you have received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled Anacin. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets, and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today. Now, the first act of Bachelor Mother, starring Lucille Ball as Polly Parrish and Robert Cummings as David Merlin.
No, madam. This is the toy department. You'll find the girdles behind ladies' dresses.
Come, Miss Parrish. Your mechanical duck is running down.
I'm sorry, Mr. Hargraves. I was waiting on a customer.
You know the rules of the toy department, Miss Parrish. A mechanical duck must be kept in motion at all times.
Yes, Mr. Hargraves.
Then wind it up. Remember our slogan, keep 'em quacking.
How would you like a quack and the kisser?
Don't let Hargraves get you, Polly. He's just a floor walker.
I ought to put a bee in his boutonniere. Quack, quack, all the time. Quack, 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 quack. Listen to this little monster.
Well, tomorrow it'll be all over for you.
Sure, I'm lucky to get fired.
Sure.
Some birthday present. Miss Parrish, Merlin & Son regrets to tell you the store is in the process of retrenchment.
What's retrenchment?
That's where they dig a hole in the ground and push you into it.
Uh-oh, here comes Hargraves with the boss's son. You better get that duck in motion.
And here, Mr. Merlin, is the duck counter. As you can see, everything is in quacking good shape.
Oh, yes, very good shape. Especially the sales girl.
This is our Miss Parrish. Miss Parrish, say hello to Mr. Merlin.
Hi, stupid.
Miss Parrish.
As long as I'm going to be fired, I may as well do it right.
Well, Miss Parrish, I wish there was some way the store could express its regrets. Perhaps a little gift.
An extra week's pay?
No, I was thinking of a mechanical duck.
Oh, thanks. I'll fricassee it for breakfast.
Perhaps Mr. Merlin would like to look at the dolls.
Dolls? Oh, no, the last doll I looked at cost me $5,000. In lawyer's fees, you know.
The doll department.
What? Oh, yes, the doll department. Well, Miss Parrish, goodbye, and good luck. Come along, Hargrave.
Hey, Polly, getting in with the boss's son,
Oh,
huh?
go away, Freddie.
You can't talk to Merlin's handsomest stock clerk that way.
Handsome. You got a face that'd stop a duck.
You just don't like me.
It's not that, Freddie. It's just that every time I see you, I want to kick your teeth in.
Well, that's different. Huh?
Hey,
You want to go dancing tomorrow night?
No.
With me?
Not interested.
It's a Charleston contest at the Crystal Palace.
Can't see it.
My best pal is one of the judges.
Means nothing.
Means we can split a first prize of $100.
$100. Freddie, I was just saying to myself, I'd love to go dancing tomorrow night.
Oh, Polly, my feet are killing me.
Well, here comes the bus now. Mary, look, that old lady. She just left something on that doorstep.
So what?
It looks like a baby. It is a baby.
Well, it's none of our business. Come on, here's the bus.
She's running away.
Come on, we'll miss our bus.
But, Mary, the bus, the baby. Oh, golly, I'll get the next one. Poor little baby. Hello there. Gee, I don't blame you for crying lying on that cold step. Now, is this better? Somebody desert you? Wonder why she left you here.
Well, well, step right inside. Welcome to the Atkins Foundling Home.
What? Oh, I'll bet you think... Here, take the baby.
Well, just come in and we'll make out the papers. My name is Mr. Michi. Please take a chair.
Well, I'll take the chair if you'll take the baby.
Your name, please.
Polly Parrish. You spell it without a baby.
And where are you employed?
Merlin and Sons, but tomorrow's the last day. I've been fired.
I see. And is that why you want to give us your baby?
My baby? Look, I got this baby while I was waiting for a bus.
Do you wish to bring suit against the driver?
You don't understand. I was waiting for a bus and... Look, Mr. Michi, I never saw this baby before. Here, take it.
Oh, very well. Give it to me.
Oh, my goodness.
And you still insist it's not your baby?
My good man, when I want a family, I'll get one the hard way with a husband.
There. Yes. We know where your mother works, and we'll get her back for you. Good morning, Father. Good morning.
Well, it's about time you got to the office. What kept you out until dawn this morning?
Oh, I had an accident. I bumped into something.
What?
A chorus girl named Gladys.
David, you can't keep this up. Out every night with women and things.
Things? Well, that describes Gladys, all right. Look, J.B., I do my work, don't I?
David, you know what I want. You're my only child, and I want a grandson.
I'll talk to Gladys. In the meantime, J.B., here's the personnel report I promised you.
Mm-hmm. Why is this girl's name crossed off the list of dismissed employees?
Oh, Polly Parrish. Oh, yes. Very sad story. Seems she has a baby. As near as I can figure, she got hit by a bus, and there it was. She's waiting up in my office now.
Baby? At least somebody has a grandchild. Go out there and take care of her.
Good. We'll go over the rest of the report later. Well. So you're Mrs. Parrish.
Miss Parrish.
Miss Parrish? But you have a little...
It's all right, Mr. Merlin. Anybody can make a mistake.
How true. Pardon me. Please send Mr. Michi in here, Miss Wagner. Now, Miss Parrish. Mr. Michi is going to do something nice for you. He is going to arrange to give you something.
What?
I'll give you a clue. It makes squealing noises and keeps the neighbors awake.
Mr. Merlin, a television set.
No, not that. It's, there's the little lady. Miss Parrish, you're going to get something you don't expect. Something personal.
You lay a hand on me and I'll slug you.
No, please, I understand for the records that today is your birthday. Well, happy birthday, Miss Parrish. You have your job back again and a $5 raise to go with it.
Huh?
What do you say, Miss Parrish?
Thank you.
Yes. And when you go home tonight, you'll get your birthday present. Tonight, Mr. Michi. Tonight, Mr. Merlin. So, in the meantime, Miss Parrish, back to the mechanical ducks. And what do you say, Miss Parrish?
Thank you, Mr. Merlin. May your ducks never stop quacking. Who is it?
Something from Mr. Merlin.
Mr. Michi.
Oh, Miss Parrish, your birthday present from J.B. Merlin and Son.
The baby.
And what do you say, Miss Parrish?
I say you better take that baby back to the foundling home where it belongs.
Shame on you.
I refuse to be the mother of this baby.
You should have thought of that before.
There wasn't any before.
That baby is yours, Miss Parrish. I insist you mother it. Good night.
Oh, golly. Look, kid, this is nothing personal.
Who's there? Freddie Miller, America's gift to life, love, and the pursuit of Polly Parrish.
Oh, brother. Baby, I hope you don't mind hiding behind the couch. And now you just lie here for a minute and be quiet.
Hey, Polly!
I'm coming.
Hi, Cupcake.
Freddie, I've got a headache. I can't go dancing.
Hey, now, wait a minute. We're a cinch to take the prize. 50 for you, 50 for me. Why, we can walk... Funny, I thought I heard a baby cry.
Next apartment.
Oh. Well, like I say, this Charleston contest is... Hey, there is a baby coming out from behind that couch.
What baby?
That baby. I thought you said it was in the next apartment. What is it doing here?
In walls. Oh, darling, don't cry. I've got you now.
Where did it come from?
I got it for my birthday.
Which birthday? This one or the last one?
Oh, what difference does it make? Freddie, hold the baby while I put my coat on.
Huh? We going to take it dancing with us?
We are not. We're dropping it off at the home of Mr. David Merlin.
The boss's son? What's he got to do with it?
Everything. He got me into this fix.
I didn't know you knew him that well.
I don't. We've hardly said 2 words.
What that man can do with just 2 words.
Well, we'll find out exactly what Polly intends to do right after a word from RCA Victor. You know, when spring puts in its appearance, the ladies always seem to catch the men off guard. They've been busy for weeks planning their spring wardrobe, studying the new style. And this year, there's one style everyone will want to study. It's the better-looking in every way style of RCA Victor's magnificent new 17-inch television receiver, the Fairfield. With the Fairfield, you'll get television pictures which are exceptionally clear, bright, and steady. And you'll have RCA Victor's new picture pickup, which assures you of the best possible reception. If you've been looking for a television set that's going to look well in your home, here's your answer. The Fairfield's console cabinet is truly distinctive.
and its beautiful doors close over the screen when your set's not in use. Go see your RCA Victor dealer. He'll be glad to show you the better-looking Fairfield. Here now is the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse production of Bachelor Mother, starring Robert Cummings and Lucille Ball.
Oh, boy, what an evening. What an evening.
Fred Miller, I don't know what you're complaining about.
What do you want to do? Get me fired? Leaving that baby with the Merlin butler. Telling him it was David Merlin's responsibility.
Well, it is. What about me, you and your Charleston contest?
Well, we won, didn't we?
You said we'd win a $100 prize.
How did I know it was a silver loving cup?
What am I supposed to do with it? I don't love anybody.
Polly, you could try. Me, for instance?
I'd like to try you for murder, for instance. I'm going in now. Oh, where's my keys?
Oh, come on, Polly, let yourself go. How about an itsy-bitsy kiss, huh?
Get your hand off her itsy-bitsy arm.
Mr. Merlin.
Merlin!
Well?
Well, good night. Well, I think I'll just fall down the stairs.
And you, Miss Parrish, what do you have to say for yourself?
Who let you in this apartment?
The landlady was kind enough to let us in.
Us? Did you bring that baby back here?
To its mother's arms where it belongs.
Here, hold this cup. You poor thing. Are you crying because nobody loves you? Well, I love you. I do.
Yes, I'll bet you do. This loving cup. Charleston contest, first prize. Any mother who danced the Charleston after giving her baby away. It makes my flesh crawl.
I'd like to see it crawl right out that door. For the last time, Mr. Merlin, I am not the mother of this child. Am I, baby?
Miss Parrish, you are fired. And furthermore, I'll see to it that no department store in America will hire you. I'll write your character reference on a diaper.
That's persecution.
You bet it is. And eventually you'll come back and plead for a chance to raise your own child. Miss Parrish, good night.
Wait.
Well, have you reconsidered?
Yes. I'd like my job back.
Well, I'm glad you've seen the light.
Oh, I'm not as bad as you think. I'm just full of fun.
Yes, that's what they said about Dillinger.
There I was with a baby, without a job. No money for food. I didn't want to raise my baby on hardtack and beans.
No. No, of course not. But couldn't you make the father support the child?
No. He ran away with a lady wrestler.
The beast.
Yes. He was a piano player. Used to play boogie with one hand and beat me with the other. Daddy.
No.
See the scar?
What scar?
That's where he hit me with a flower pot.
Oh, that's terrible.
You ever been slugged with a pot full of nasturtiums?
Oh, you poor kid. Well, don't worry about anything. Merlin and Son are now on your side.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Merlin.
Yes. Well, good night, then. Oh, I'll see you in the store tomorrow.
Good night. Well, baby, looks like you've got a mother after all. And Mama has a job. Thanks for that, anyway.
Miss Parrish, could I come in a minute?
Well, I don't know, Mrs. Weiss. I was just about...
Maybe you're afraid the landlady knows you have a baby.
No, you see, it really isn't my...
Oh, the gentleman told me everything. Oh, such a nice baby. Oh, it's just like you, it looks.
You really think so?
Certainly. Oh, you should be ashamed not to want such a baby.
Well, I do want it, but
maybe you don't know from babies. I know. My Jerome I raised to be a great success. Today he runs his own cleaning establishment.
Well, that's very nice, Mrs. Weiss, but I just...
See? It's time you should know about babies and diapers. Come on now, put him on the table. Ah, that's it. Now, let me show you. First the safety pin. Oh, such a wonderful baby. What's the name?
Name? Why, Joan.
And now the diaper. Joan? Joan, it can't be.
Why not? I didn't say Joan. I said John. Hello, Johnny. Oh, well, another day, another duck.
Good morning, Polly.
Want to buy a duck?
Hey, it's me, Fred.
Open my eyes and I'll make sure.
What's the matter? Haven't you been sleeping?
I only doze with a milk bottle in one hand and my head in the other.
Oh, yeah, the baby.
Yeah.
Well, look, Polly, you can trust me.
Yeah?
Yeah, couldn't get anything out of me with wild horses.
Fine. I'll meet you at the stables after work.
Oh, come on, Polly. How about putting in a good word for me with David Merlin, huh?
What are you talking about?
The assistant floor walker's job. It's open. What about it, Polly?
Sure, anything. Just go away.
Oh, thanks, kid.
Well, Miss Parrish, and how are you this morning?
I'm sleepy, Mr. Merlin. The baby's been crying all night.
Oh, well, you'll manage. It's a natural instinct.
So asleep.
You're making it all very complicated. This is just a pose that all mothers adopt. I saw through it when I was 6 years old.
Oh, how did it happen?
Oh, I spit my custard on the ceiling. And my mother gave up and got a nurse. She was a lovely thing, too.
I'll bet. How long did she stay?
About a year. She quit when I made a pass at her.
But you were only 7.
Yes, I know, but I was eating quite a bit of meat at the time. Oh, I know all about children, all right. Well, I'll leave you to your ducks, Miss Parrish.
I'm sure we'll be very happy together.
Oh, Mr. Merlin.
Yes, Mr. Hargrave.
It's such an honor to have you visit our department.
Everything seems to be running like clockwork.
Sorry I wasn't here to greet you. I was in the washroom practicing my sneer.
Is there anything I can do for you while I'm here?
Well, there is a question of a new assistant for me. Whom shall we promote?
Well, the senior employee in the department, whoever he is.
That is Fred Miller. I'll see to it immediately.
Fine. Well, carry on the good work, Hargrave.
Thank you. Oh, Miller, come here, please.
You want me, Mr. Hargraves?
Miller, bow your head in gratitude.
Well, Huh?
Tomorrow when you come into work, you will find 2 carnations on my desk. Take the smaller one.
You mean?
Yes, Frederick. You are the new assistant floor walker.
Wow, that's what I call service.
Now, come on, Johnny. Stop playing and start eating. But you have to eat. Come in.
Oh, greetings, Mother.
Oh, hello, Mr. Merlin. What are you doing here?
I came across this in the book department. Guide for a Happy Baby. Greatest book I ever saw.
Well, I'm sure he'll enjoy reading it. Come on, Johnny. Open up. Nice baby food.
What are you doing?
Now, there's a smart question. I'm playing canasta.
You're feeding that baby.
Well, what do you expect me to do? Send him out for a corned beef sandwich?
Well, maybe you're feeding him wrong.
What can be wrong? The baby opens his mouth, I put the food in, he swallows. From there on, he's on his own.
Oh, not necessarily. Let's have a look at the book. Here. Now, first, warm the food.
That's great.
Next, warm a spoon to room temperature.
Oh, that's brilliant.
Don't be snide, both of you. Then take spoonful of food and, place on a piece of gauze. See, it says a piece of gauze.
What for?
Well, for a very good reason. Let's see. Place on a piece of gauze and gently rub into baby's navel. Well, you can see it's very simple.
It's ridiculous.
Look, this happens to be a scientific textbook, Mother dear.
Look, Mr. Merlin, I am not rubbing oatmeal into this baby's navel.
And why not?
Because I happen to be an old-fashioned girl. Let me see that book.
Okay, see for yourself.
To relieve gas on child's stomach, take spoonful of warm oil and place on piece of gauze and gently rub into baby's navel.
I must have skipped a page. I guess the joke's on me.
Yes, and the oatmeal was almost on the baby. Come on, Johnny. Eat your dinner. Don't just sit there, Mr. Merlin. Do something.
Well, I'll read you the book.
Never mind the book. Wind this duck.
Oh, very well. I'll say one thing. If there's anything I can do well, it's wind a duck.
My duck.
Yes, well, tomorrow you can take it to the exchange department and get a new one.
Exchange department. Ha ha!
What do you mean, ha-ha?
It never exchanges anything, that's all.
Nonsense. I'll exchange it for you.
Yes, you can get it exchanged, probably for a grand piano.
Look, I'll exchange it without anybody recognizing me.
That, Mr. Merlin, is like trying to get toothpaste back in the tube.
Just feed the baby.
I will.
Some baby can't even talk. Maybe if you fed him properly, he'd talk.
Certainly he can talk. Go on, Johnny. Say something to Mr. Merlin.
Daddy!
Grab a spoon, Mr. Merlin. You just became a father.
Now let's drop in on Bing and Bob, discussing a topic all smokers like to know about.
Bob, do you realize we only have one thing in common?
Hardly enough for a happy marriage, is it? What's that, Bing?
Chesterfields, of course. We both like them, we both sell them.
And we'd better get to selling them now. You know, folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste.
How do you know they're mild? Well, you just make our mildness test. You buy them, open them up, and enjoy that milder aroma. Then smoke a Chesterfield. You'll know it's milder because it smokes milder.
And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel. So, always buy Chesterfield.
Let's sum it up musically.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
Oh ho, open a pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by the makers of Anacin for the fast relief of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, and by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Bachelor Mother, starring Lucille Ball and Robert Cummings, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Bachelor Mother, starring Robert Cummings as David Merlin and Lucille Ball as Polly Parrish.
Mary, get a load of Freddie Miller, the carnation that walks like a man.
From floor washer to floor walker in one horrible leap.
All right, come on, break it up. No talking. No leaning on the counter. Pick that up. No leaning on the counter. No gossiping, Miss Parrish. Keep those ducks in motion. Straighten those boxes.
The trouble with him is he gives everybody around him a superiority complex.
Pardon me, Miss.
Yes, can I help? Why, Mr. Merlin.
Aha, I had you fooled, didn't I? Horn-rimmed glasses, hat over my eyes. I am about to exchange that mechanical duck.
Oh, Mary, he's going to exchange a duck.
Just escort me to the exchange window, Miss Parrish.
Mm-hmm. Do you really think you'll get another duck?
I'll have this exchanged in exactly 1 minute.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what the man said yesterday, just before he threw himself down the elevator shaft.
Nonsense. I'll simply be firm and courteous.
Well, you can start right now. Here we are.
Yes, sir. What can I do for you?
I'd like to exchange this mechanical duck.
Certainly, sir. What's your complaint?
It's broken.
Oh, what a shame. May I offer my sympathy?
You can offer me a new duck.
Well, we'll see about that. May I have your sales slip?
Miss Parrish, where's the sales slip?
I threw it away.
Yeah, I threw it away.
Well, in that case, I suggest you throw the duck away, too.
I want a new one.
Remember, firm and courteous.
Oh, yes. I'd like a new duck, please.
Well, suppose you have this one repaired at our expense.
Oh, that would be fine. What do I do?
All you have to do is take it back to the manufacturer.
And where's that?
The Banzai Toy Company in Yokohama.
I want a new duck.
Well, you're not going to get it by shouting.
Or any other way, either.
Look, are you not going to give me a new duck?
You'll have to speak to our Mr. Carruthers.
And where is our Mr. Carruthers?
In the hospital with a 7-year itch.
Well, that does it. I am personally going to exchange this for a new duck.
Next, please.
Mr. Merlin, you can't win.
I certainly can win. I intend to take this duck off the counter and put it in my pocket.
Shoplifter!
Uh-oh.
Shoplifter, thieves, store detectives!
Wait, hey, let me go. Let
Quiet,
go.
bum.
Fred, don't.
Trying to get away with a hot duck, huh?
Frederick, is it? Why, Mr. Merlin.
Yes, Mr. Merlin.
Mr. Merlin.
And a good thing I'm not a customer. How long have you had this job?
Oh, you know, since yesterday. I was his stock clerk?
Really? I've got a little secret to tell you. You're still a stock clerk. Hargraves, demote this man.
Oh, no!
Frederick Miller, you have disgraced the toy department. Stand at attention. I am about to rip off your carnation. Now, once again, you are stock clerk Miller. Miss Parrish, wind your duck.
He crushed my carnation.
Come on, break it up. No gossiping. Straighten out those boxes.
I don't think you and him are going to get away with this, Polly Parrish. I know where the body's buried.
What are you talking about?
You'll find out when J.B. Merlin gets my letter.
Now, let's see. Have to find a date for tonight. Evelyn. No, too tall. Mildred. No, too short. Emily. No, two big brothers.
You unspeakable monster, you scoundrel.
Quiet, I'm thinking. Sandra. No, Beth, maybe.
My son, do you know what you've done?
Yes, I've gotten stood up for the Van Everett party tonight. Can you imagine a girl who breaks a date just because somebody else asked her out? Of course, it was her husband.
Look at this letter. Aren't you interested in what's in this letter? Why don't you ask?
All right, what's in the letter?
None of your business.
Swell. See, Georgette, Edith.
Couldn't you have told me?
Told you what?
My grandson.
I'll let you know as soon as he shows up. Margie, Marcia.
Perhaps you might conceivably try the mother of the baby?
Baby? Oh, you mean the baby?
Don't deny it.
Well, why should I deny it? I was glad to help.
David, you take that girl to the party.
And why? Just because she's pretty and nice to be with? Say, you know what? I think I'll take that girl to the party.
Mr. Merlin.
Your duck, madam, complete with built-in quack.
Thank you, but we'll have to be quiet. The baby's sleeping.
Oh.
What are the evening clothes for?
Oh, we're going out.
Me? Us?
Yes, to a party.
But how? Oh, I get it. You were stood up.
The hussy.
You admit you were stood up and then come and ask me for a date.
I do.
In that case, I accept.
I applaud your decision.
Oh, but I can't. The baby.
Well, can't somebody stay with him?
Mrs. Weiss, the landlady.
Yes, good old Mrs. Weiss.
Oh, there's something else.
What?
No clothes.
Well, I've got a department store full of them. Silks and sables for Polly Parrish.
Is it a big party?
Oh, tremendous. Everybody's a millionaire. Except the butlers. They're just ordinary Republicans.
But how will I act? What will I say?
What will you say? Well, you just say no to the men, and if I know the women, they won't talk to you anyway.
David, do I look scared to death?
You look like a magazine cover.
I feel like the glue in the binding. All these people.
Oh, you just leave it to me. Uh-oh, here come the wolves. No, sorry, gentlemen, but the young lady is just over from Sweden. No, she doesn't speak a word of English.
Sweden?
Yes, but I'll be glad to tell her that you admire her. Excuse me, Drojar Jalna mate fungi?
Smorgasbord.
Oh, that's very funny. Yes, very funny. She says you all look like something that rubbed off of a polar bear.
Well, how about asking her if she'll dance with us?
Dance? Well, I'll try. Tell me, Sven Nibbling Gretchen Smetchen?
Kasha kugel potata latkes.
She says you should break a leg.
No, lockjaw halvet schmaltzherring.
Oh, that's ridiculous. I couldn't kiss you here, not in front of all these people.
1, 2, 3, drop dead.
Well, look, if you don't mind, I'm going to ask her to dance.
Dance? Yeah, I like.
Well, then come along, honey doll.
Polly. Fine thing. I take you to a party, and next time I see you is when we're going home in a taxi.
Borscht Dorten finagling. Tough luck, kiddo.
Oh, now cut that out.
Oh, David, I had a wonderful time.
Well, I didn't. Watching all those wolves drool over you.
I'm sorry, but I couldn't help it. That crack about kissing me.
Well, I'll see you at the door. Wait here, driver. And what's so ridiculous about my kissing you?
You wouldn't have dared. Not in front of everybody.
No, I wouldn't. Not in front of everybody.
I think I'd better go in, David.
Polly.
Yes?
I'm awfully glad you had a good time.
I'm sorry I didn't dance with you.
Good night, Polly.
Good night. Mm-hmm. Mm. Oh.
You don't mind, do you?
How do you say no in Swedish?
Say, look, tomorrow's Sunday. Why don't we take a long drive in the country?
Wouldn't it be too cold for the baby?
Oh, sure, the baby, I guess. Yes, I guess so.
Well, if you want to see us tomorrow, we'll be in the park.
The park. All right. I'll remember.
Good night, David.
You had a good time, Polly. I can see it.
Oh, I did, Mrs. Weiss. How's Johnny?
Waiting up for his mother.
Oh, hello there. You mustn't worry about me, Johnny, because I think he likes me. But I don't think he likes you. Oh, now, don't you frown, because nobody is going to come between us. You're my fella. Good night, darling.
Polly, hello.
David.
On this Sunday of all Sundays, I thought I'd better take a walk in the park. Hello there, Johnny. That kid's picking up a bad habit.
Don't you ever spend any time with your family?
Oh, there's just J.B., my father. And he's all cranked up about some letter he got. He spent the morning glaring at me and mumbling something about a grandchild.
Oh, speaking of glares, look at the one we're getting from this woman with the baby carriage.
Oh, my, what a cute baby. How old is he?
7 months.
Really? Well, Junior's only 6, and they seem to be about the same size, don't they?
Yes, but you ought to see mine when he flexes his muscles.
Does he stand up yet?
Why, no.
Oh, Junior does.
Junior can probably run the 100-yard dash.
Does Junior talk?
At 6 months? Of course not.
This one talks.
Oh, why, that's impossible.
Oh, no, he babbles incessantly.
I can't believe it.
Would you like to hear him talk?
Yes, I would.
Oh, come on, baby. Say something. Say anything. I guess he's just meditating. But he did talk, didn't he, David?
Oh, he certainly did. He speaks very well. He can recite the first line of Gunga Din. Heard him myself. You're a better man than I am, Gunga Din.
Oh, my good man, that is not the first line of Gunga Din.
It isn't? Well, I guess he isn't as bright as I thought he was.
He certainly isn't.
David, you can joke all you want, but this happens to be a very superior baby.
Oh, I don't know.
I guess it's heredity.
Heaven forbid.
Well, what's the matter with me?
Well, what about the other 50%? That flower pot thrower.
How dare you talk that way about the father of this child?
Okay, I'm sorry. I don't mean to... Hey, Dad. Dad, what are you doing
David,
here?
I followed you here.
Now, look, J.B.
Quiet. I know all about you. That letter. Are you Polly Parrish?
Yes.
And this is her little boy.
A boy. Would you mind? Could I hold him?
Well, of course you can.
I'd know that chin anywhere.
Now, look, J.B., what's so special about that chin?
What's his name?
John.
John. Well, thanks for that anyway, you moldy reprobate.
Well, that's a fine way for a father to talk.
Don't talk to me about fatherhood. Oh, Polly, my dear.
Is there something I can do for you, Mr. Merlin?
You've already done it. Now, I wouldn't keep the baby out much longer. It's getting cold.
J.B., I don't like the way you're acting.
You don't like the way I'm... Young man, I'll see you at home. Goodbye, Miss Parrish.
David, is your father usually so strange?
No, I don't understand. Holy mackerel.
What?
You know, he thinks...
Daddy.
Why, you little stool pigeon. Now, Father, if you'll only listen.
I don't intend to listen. I'm going to speak. For 30 years, I've been waiting. What do you think I've been waiting for 30 years?
Social Security?
A grandson!
Well, you won't get one by yelling at me.
I wish it were in my power to exchange you for somebody else.
All exchanges go through the Bonsai Toy Company in Yokohama.
Stop blithering. Young man, you're going to marry that girl.
I will not.
You're going to bring my grandson into my house.
For the last time, I haven't got a grandson, neither of you.
I ought to know my own grandson. Stick a set of false teeth in his mouth and he'd look just like me.
That baby doesn't look any more like you than Peter Rabbit looks like Garbo.
Mark my words, I'll have my grandson. I'll get him if I have to go to the Supreme Court judges.
Good. Maybe one of them is the father, but I'm not.
Yes, was balderdash. I have a grandson.
Oh, David, it must have been so funny.
Oh, sure, it was hilarious. You know what that old lunatic is going to do?
What?
Take your baby away.
I'd like to see him try.
Listen, Polly, you don't know him. He'll try, and he'll succeed, too.
But the baby belongs to me.
Oh, you and that piano player. If you could only dig him up.
I can't do that.
Listen, when half a dozen lawyers start questioning your fitness to raise a baby, that's the end, believe me.
Well, maybe I can talk to your father.
Well, maybe you can talk to Grants, too. He's gone right out of his mind. He even wants me to marry you.
He does?
Yeah, just so he can have a grandson. I tell you, Polly, this is very serious.
Yes. It would be serious marrying me.
I don't know what I'm... What? Oh, Polly, now look, I didn't mean it that way.
Will you please go?
But, Polly, I want to help.
The only help I want is to be left alone by you and your father.
Well, I'll do what I can to help...
Please, Mr. Merlin, leave me alone.
All right, Polly.
Go away.
Polly, what is it?
Oh, Mrs. Weiss, please help me pack. I'm going away.
Away? Where?
Anywhere. They're trying to take my baby away.
Who?
That man who was just here.
Oh, he's the papa of the baby?
No.
Then who is the papa?
There isn't any. If there was one, the lawyers couldn't take the baby.
Lawyers? Oh, you need a papa? You get a papa?
Who?
My Jerome. Jerome, come here. My Jerome says he's the papa. Nobody can take your baby.
You call me Ma?
This is my Jerome.
Hello.
Oh, hiya.
Jerome, be a good boy. You be the father of Miss Parrish's baby.
Before dinner?
He couldn't hurt you.
Oh, Ma, I'm hungry.
Really, Jerome, all you have to do is come with me to see J.B. Merlin. You see, I have a baby that...
Yeah, what do you... Whoa, Mr. Merlin.
Don't shut the door. I want to talk to you.
Look, Mr. Merlin, I'm just Freddie Miller, the stock clerk. I never meant no harm.
Are you the father of Polly's baby?
Me? Perish the thought, Mr. Merlin.
Then who is?
You are. What?
Well, I mean, you're mistaken if you think I know anything about this.
Fred, how would you like to be an assistant floor manager again?
You mean it?
If you'll do me just a little favor.
Oh, sure, Mr. Merlin.
Well, I have to find a father for Polly's baby. And if you can just pretend for an hour.
Please sit down, Miss Parrish. And you too, sir.
Oh, thanks.
Mr. Merlin, I think you should know the truth about the baby.
What about my grandson?
Is this the kid's grandfather?
I am.
How do you like that? I ain't even married. I got a father-in-law.
Jerome means he always feels like a bridegroom.
Oh, yeah.
Mr. Merlin, may I introduce my husband and the baby's father?
Glad to meet you. Here, have a cigar.
He is your husband?
For 2 years. My real name is Mrs. Weiss.
Yeah, Mrs. Weiss. She is my wife. We have been married for 2 years. We are very happy. We love our baby. Did it good, huh, Polly?
So you see, Mr. Merlin, you really don't have a grandson after all.
Well, it's as if there'd been a death in the family.
So you see, there's no point in trying to take the baby away from my husband and me.
Come along, Fred, right in here. Now, if you'll just... Polly, I told you not to come here.
Don't you raise your voice to her.
Well, maybe this will convince you that it isn't my baby. Father, meet the father.
Polly, darling, is this man trying to take our baby?
Fred, don't.
No, go on, Fred. Tell him.
Mr. Merlin, my wife is a very nervous woman. Your son just come over to our flat and said you had the wrong impression about my son. Well, my son is my son, and I've got papers to prove it.
Well, let's see those papers.
Oh, no, never mind reading them, J.B. Don't bother. Don't.
This is nothing but a dog license.
Well, I told you not to read them.
Wrong papers. Believe me, I am the father of that baby.
You ain't either. I am.
Mr. Merlin, I'll bet you're getting the wrong impression of me.
That baby is my grandson. You didn't fool me.
Well, I gotta go now. I'm getting hungry.
Oh, no, you don't. So you finally showed up, you piano-playing fiend?
Oh, I couldn't get here any sooner. Mama didn't tell me.
Mama didn't tell you a lot of things.
David, stop this fakery and get these people out of here.
Well, speak up, piano player. What have you got to say? How did it happen?
Well, I'm the landlady's son. It was kind of easy.
Stop it! I'll prosecute the whole pack of you, and you too, Fred, whatever your name is.
Mr. Merlin, your son made me do it. I didn't want to be the baby's father.
You weren't invited to be.
Oh, yes, I was. I know what I'm talking about. I already told you the truth, Mr. Merlin. In the letter, I say that David is the baby's father.
I say the landlady's son is the baby's father.
I say Fred is the father.
I don't care who the father is. I'm the grandfather.
No, wait a minute. Wait, he's the father. Now, yes, you are. You're the father.
I'm the grandfather.
Wait, hold it now. You're the father.
It was horrible, Mrs. Weiss. Just horrible.
Here, I'll close your suitcase.
Everybody said everybody else was my baby's father. Oh. You don't know what a thing like that does to a girl.
Polly. Who is the father?
I don't know.
So you don't know. So where are you going to sleep tonight?
Oh, somewhere, anywhere. Come here, baby. Oh, what is it, darling? The duck? Is that what you want? Here. Will you help me downstairs with my bags, Mrs. Weiss?
Oh, certainly. Such a mix-up.
Well, at least I've got Johnny. And I'm going to keep him, too, no matter what they try. Mrs. Weiss.
What is it?
There, coming up to the curb. It's David and his father.
Quick, into my apartment. I'll stay here.
Now, don't tell them.
Take the bags. Hide.
Well, this is where she lives. Here's the landlady.
Yes? Something?
Where's Miss Parrish?
Who?
Polly Parrish.
I don't know any lollipopish.
Parrish, my good woman, Parrish. Girl with a baby. Baby has 3 fathers. I'm the grandfather.
She don't live here no more. She just moved.
What?
Sure. See for yourself.
I will. Polly? Polly! Gone. Disappeared.
With my grandchild.
Well, I have to go now. Make cup tea.
Is that your apartment in there?
Yes.
Then we'd like to step in for a minute and talk to you.
Oh, it's no use. You've hounded that poor girl out of her home. How's she going to live? How's she going to feed the baby?
This landlady knows. Where is she hiding that baby? Out with it!
I should drop dead. I don't know.
Look, I'm not interested in the baby. Where's Polly, that poor girl without a roof over her head? Oh, why didn't I marry her?
Well, why didn't you?
Well, I wasn't sure.
The baby is practically walking and he still isn't sure.
Look, will you get that baby out of your mind? Polly Parrish happens to be the woman I've fallen in love with. Well, I could even love the baby, but we've got to find Polly. Maybe she'll come back. Maybe she'll... Hey, what's that noise?
Something's quacking.
There, on the floor, a mechanical duck. It came through that door. Polly!
My grandson.
Now stay out of there. Polly.
Johnny dropped his duck.
Did you hear?
About loving me?
Well, I thought I was just trying to help you, and then I realized that... Polly, do you love me?
That depends on the baby.
Well, Johnny, does she? You see, he says yes.
So do I, David.
Then wait a minute. Father, I confess. I am the father of that child.
I knew it. First honest words you've said.
Come on, Johnny. We're going home. And Polly, I've got a surprise for you. We're getting married tonight.
You still think I'm the mother of that baby?
Why, certainly.
Oh, David, have I got a surprise for you?
And so the story of Bachelor Mother is told. Our stars, Lucille Ball and Robert Cummings, will return in just a moment with this week's guest director. Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse brings you two more great stars in a screen story vividly remembered. For the first time on the air, we'll present Thelma Jordan, directed by Robert Siodmak. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Lucille Ball and Robert Cummings.
Lucy, here's where we forget the words in the script and start saying a few of our own.
Then, Bob, let's start with the first word in any actor's vocabulary, director.
Okay, director it is. So, ladies and gentlemen, may we introduce a very special director, the gentleman who brought Bachelor Mother to the screen.
And created such other standout pictures as A Man to Remember and My Favorite Wife.
And in between times, he directed on Broadway and in the Metropolitan Opera. And he wrote the fabulously successful Born Yesterday. With this, may we present Mr. Garson Kanan.
Thank you very much, Lucy and Bob. You know, it seems that the director is usually denied even the prerogatives of a child. Not only should he never be seen by the audience, but he should never be heard either. And maybe this is a good idea, because can you imagine anything more disillusioning than a director who follows a fine performance by saying, "We hope you liked it, and if you did, these are the tricks we used." In the first place, this would be a calamity. And in the second, this is radio, and the only tricks employed were your own fine talents. So what can a director say except thank you both and good night?
Bachelor Mother was presented through the courtesy of RKO Radio Pictures, distributors of the Howard Hughes production Vendetta, starring Faith DeMerg and introducing George Dole. Lucille Ball can currently be seen in the Columbia picture Fuller Brush Girl. Robert Cummings can soon be seen in the Columbia picture The Barefoot Mailman. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next Thursday when we present for the first time on the air Thelma Jordan, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Wendell Corey with screen director Robert Siodmak.
Hear Phil Regan's Camp Show Sunday on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Paul Douglas, Edmund O'Brien, production The Big Lift, director George Seaton. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia, and by your local Buick dealer, who introduces the new 1951 Buick this coming Saturday, January 20th. Don't miss seeing the new 51 Buick. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present Edmund O'Brien and Paul Douglas, starring in the first radio performance of the celebrated motion picture story, The Big Lift. But before we begin our adaptation, here's a word from RCA Victor. Inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. Yes, a great many American families have taken this advice and bought the thrilling RCA Victor 19-inch console, truly the most exciting buy in television. When you set out to become an RCA Victor million-proof television set owner, remember that the set you choose will be the very hub of your home for years to come. So select the model you really want most, and chances are that model will be the kingly RCA Victor 19-inch console. Inch for inch, your best buy in television. Your 19-inch set will give you, in a great big way, all the matchless million-proof qualities of sight and sound possible only to the world leader in electronics. Yes, inch for inch, your best buy in television is indeed RCA Victor 19-inch. And with it go wishes to you and your family for all the warmth and good cheer of million-proof television by RCA Victor. Now for the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Big Lift, starring Paul Douglas as Hank and Edmund O'Brien as Danny.
All right, men, all right. Can the chatter. The 19th Troop Carrier Squadron is bound for a new job in Berlin. Have you read the papers? You know what it's all about. Blockade. Now, here's Berlin inside the Russian zone of Germany. The Russians have closed off the roads, the rails, the canals. Why that's happened doesn't concern us. The results do. Just imagine a city the size of Philadelphia, cut off from fuel, food, and everything it takes to make a city run. That's Berlin. That's where the Air Force comes in. We're going to feed Berlin by air. Pursuant to orders, the 19th Troops Carrier Squadron will proceed to Chicopee Falls, Massachusetts, and from there...
The date? You know it. April 1948. And the planes came, nice fat C-54s, their empty bellies ready to be filled with coal and flour and milk and oil. They came from everywhere.
Aircraft 2589 to Rhine-Main Tower. Request landing instructions, over.
Rhine-Main Tower to aircraft 2589. Who are you? Where you from? Over.
Where we from? We're from the 19th from Hickam, Hawaii.
Well, hush my ukulele. Maintain your altitude and you move in after the 54th from Alaska and the 20th from Puerto Rico. Anybody from Tibet or Afghanistan follows you. Aircraft 2589 QSY to Frankfurt Airways on 13788 megacycles for landing instructions. Over.
Roger, and out. Danny.
Huh? You call me Captain Gravy?
Come on. Kiss the Sandman bye-bye.
What a dream. There's one thing the Air Force can't take away from an engineer. His dreams.
Oh, you're breaking my heart, McCullough. Go on back and wake him up. We'll make Rhine-Main in a few minutes.
Jawohl. Pretty classy German, eh?
Right out of Schopenhauer.
Come on, rise and shine.
Take a look at Germany, home of Rhine wines, fine beer, and assorted strudel. You awake, Hank?
I'm awake.
Boy, look at that rubble. This place sure caught it.
Not enough. This is where they should have used the A-bomb.
Still with the big chip, huh?
I didn't ask for Germany.
You got it. We all got it. Get used to it.
Why me? Let the Krauts get used to starving for a while.
Staff Sergeant Hank Kowalski, still fighting the war.
I still got a war to fight.
You can't get that prison camp out of your system, can you?
Leave me alone, Danny.
I only...
Leave me alone. They want to feed the Krauts? Okay. They send me over here? Okay. But I don't have to like it.
Hey, some crummy barracks this is.
And believe me, Danny boy, this is the best part of Germany.
Well, at least we'll get some sleep.
All right, you men. Keep it down.
Huh?
All you flight engineers of the 19th report to your planes immediately. Don't blame me. I don't draw up these orders. You'll be taking the load to Berlin inside of an hour. Start moving.
Welcome to Germany, Danny, and wake me up when you get back. Yeah.
Staff Sergeant Henry Kowalski here.
Yeah.
You're going too, Sergeant.
I'm no flight engineer, sir. I'm GCA.
Yeah, you're down for Berlin.
Berlin?
Wait till you see Tempelhof Field on a foggy day. You'll know why we need GCA operators just to bring them in. Just catch a ride on any plane, Sergeant.
Yeah. The cesspool ain't bad enough. I gotta fall right into the middle of it. Berlin yet.
You just stand right there, Hank. Watch me push the buttons. You'll be fascinated.
I'm thrilled, all to pieces.
Say, Captain Grammy, how's it feel to be flying co-pilot?
Yeah, if Major Bedford wasn't along, I'd probably be in Sweden by now.
I guess it's a milk run after you get used to it, huh, Major?
Oh, sure. All you do is stay in a 20-mile corridor, fly at exactly 170 miles an hour, hold exactly 6,000 feet, fly instruments continuously, and give radio checks on the second. Nothing to it.
What kind of a field is this Tempelhof?
Well, see for yourself. There it is.
What the? Oh, no. Oh, you must be kidding.
Hey, what are they trying to do? Hide it behind those apartment houses?
With your gear down, you can almost roll your wheels on those roofs.
Ah, don't kid yourself. When you land at Tempelhof, those roofs are 5 stories above you. And below, just for convenience, there's a graveyard. When the fog hits, letting down between those apartments is like threading a needle when your mouth is too dry to spit. Well, what's the matter, boys? You're not talking.
Who can talk?
Landing checklist, Captain.
Heater switches off.
Heater switches off.
Booster pumps high.
Booster pumps high.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed.
Berlin. I gotta draw Berlin.
And this is it, Tempelhof.
Guess you guys can use GCA all right with 200 feet ceiling and a quarter of a mile to make a landing.
GCA, Sergeant, and a lot of things that haven't been invented yet. Now, let's get out of here.
Hey, what about unloading all this stuff?
Trucks get it as soon as we land. Mostly Germans do the work.
I'll go check the weather.
Yeah, give these Krauts a chance and steal your blind.
Well, they're doing a good job.
Hey, look, Hank, they're just people.
Don't kid yourself. They're a special brand of people. They're the super boys.
So what are you trying to do, start another war?
I ain't finished with the last one yet. Major, thanks for the lift, sir. Where's operations?
Over there, Kowalski, last building on the right.
I guess I'll check in.
I'll look for your next trip, Hank.
If I'm sleeping, just leave your card. So long, Danny.
Oh, Major, all right if I leave the field for a while? I'd like to take a look at Berlin.
No, I'm sorry, Sergeant. It's not allowed.
You mean we just stand around while we're here?
Well, the turnaround is just 20 minutes, McCullough.
20 minutes? Some command this is.
I wouldn't worry, Sarge. You wait till 3 or 4 months go by, and you'll really learn to hate it.
3 or 4 months?
There's no time for coffee this trip, Danny. We're trying to lop 3 minutes off the turnaround.
Oh, have a heart. I've been up and down so many times this week, I feel like a yo-yo.
Tempelhof, Danny.
Tempelhof, Rhine, Maine. Tempelhof, Rhine, Maine. I'm living in a rut at 6,000 feet. Captain Granny, I'd better have a look at number 4 when we get home again.
4 months, and already he calls it home.
Hey, get a load of this.
Yeah, looks like the honor guard out there. Wonder who they're putting on the show for.
Who knows? Where's the truck?
Oh, probably holding it up until after the shindig.
Hey, look, Captain. They're coming this way.
Yeah, must be some big brass around.
I don't see any.
Oh, Danny.
Huh?
I think it's for us.
Well, what are you looking at me for? I didn't do nothing.
The crew of this plane out and follow me.
What's the pitch?
Big show. You're the 100,000 airlift flight into Berlin.
Oh, go on, Captain. They want you. They need you.
You too, Sergeant.
Huh? Me? Well, since when do they bother with engineers?
Since now.
Oh, brother.
Bahad! Haste! Bahad! Hunch! And now the presentation of the briefcase will be made to the flight engineer Daniel McCullough from St. Paul, Minnesota, by Frau Frederica Burkhardt.
Oh, Sergeant, look who you drew.
Genuine 21 jewel movement. Heaven protects the poor enlisted man.
Sergeant McCullough, I offer you this simple gift from all the women of Berlin, from the wives and mothers and those who are alone. We have watched your planes bring us food and coal and medicines and serums, and now there have been 100,000 such flights. This briefcase, Sergeant, is filled with the gratitude and admiration of hundreds of thousands of women. Please, take it.
Hey, how about a kiss for a picture, huh? Mark him at the cushion, huh?
Of course.
Hey, you guys want another picture?
No, that's fine.
All right, men, back to work.
Well, goodbye, Sergeant.
Your name is Frau Burkhardt?
Yeah?
Your husband...
My husband was killed during the war.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It seems long ago. Well, perhaps we meet again.
No. Not a chance. They won't let me into Berlin.
Oh, that is too bad.
But just in case, in America, we have a phrase for situations like this.
Phrase? What is it?
What's your phone number, honey?
There is a phone for the apartment where I live.
Wait a minute, I'll write it down.
754532.
Come on, Sergeant, let's go.
Coming, Captain. Maybe I'll get to look you up, huh?
Goodbye, Sergeant.
Goodbye.
Oh, Sergeant McCullough, before you get away, I'm Dick O'Malley, United Press. Just heard you from St. Paul.
Oh, yeah. Anything I can do for you?
Yeah. You see, we service the St. Paul Dispatch, and they've been after me for one of those hometown boy flies lift stories. How about it?
Oh, no, not me. What you want is a glamorous pilot.
Who can be choosy? Besides, I want a different angle on this story.
No, thanks. I appreciate it, Mr. O'Malley, but I...
Oh, come on. It'll only take a few hours of your time. I want to follow you from Rhine, Maine with a load of flour. You know, pictures showing how the flour becomes bread in the Berlin bakery, that sort of stuff.
Me?
Shit, you.
In Berlin?
Berlin.
Get me a 24-hour pass?
Sure.
You know, Mr. O'Malley, I feel it's my duty to let the folks back home know what's going on here.
That's great. Then I can count on you.
You and Frau Burkhardt
For
both.
Pete's sake, Sarge, will you get a move on?
My Captain calls. See you, Mr. O'Malley.
See ya.
Hey, Dilly, you're a hero.
Hiya, Hank. How's the GCA business?
Just dandy. You keep this up, you might even get the Kraut Iron Cross.
Tell me about it when I get back to Berlin with a pass yet.
A pass?
Sure, laughing boy. I'm going to show you how to live with these people.
Sergeant McCullough!
So long, Kowalski. Don't take any wooden blips on your radar screen. Keep your shirt on, sir.
Our story will continue in just a moment. But now, If you suffer from pains of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia, you should discover what many thousands have known for years, that Anacin brings incredibly fast, effective relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Probably at some time you have received an envelope containing Anacin tablets from your physician or dentist. Thousands of people have been introduced to Anacin this way. Try Anacin yourself the next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted at how quickly relief can come. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. Your druggist has Anacin in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-size bottles of 50 and 100 for your medicine cabinet. Ask for Anacin today. Now for the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Big Lift, starring Edmund O'Brien as Danny and Paul Douglas as Hank.
You see, Mr. O'Malley, it's all a matter of pulling the right switch at the right time.
Uh-huh. How about this one, Sergeant?
Yeah, you pull that and the wings fall off.
Never mind him. He's just a pilot. The captain's jealous because he ain't getting his name in the paper.
I'm jealous of that 24-hour pass you've got.
Tell me, doesn't this fog bother you guys?
Nope. Long as you can see the wingtips, it's a clear day.
Glad to hear it. Where are we?
Coming into Tempelhof.
Well, how do you know?
Radio. GCA will be picking us up any minute now.
GCA?
Ground-controlled approach, radar and stuff. Maybe we don't know where we are, but they know on the ground. They just talk us down.
GCA, coming in now, Sarge. Sounds like your friend, Hank Kowalski.
Here, Mr. O'Malley, take a listen on the headphones. This guy's the best in the business.
You're now over building area, going high on glide path. Adjust your rate of descent. Glide path improving. Quarter mile from touchdown. On course, on glide path. Now you're drifting. Correct course, 3 degrees right, 2 degrees. Very nice correction. Now start breaking your glide. Take over visually now and complete your landing. Jigsaw over and out.
Holy Ike, we're right in the clear.
Landed. Pretty sharp, huh?
Yeah, you said it. Look, I got to do a story on this thing.
I'll fix it.
Will your friend mind?
Sure. Like a father minds talking about twins.
It's a pleasure to help the press. You know what radar is, Mr. Malley?
Yeah, roughly.
Very roughly.
Okay, you keep your eyes and ears open, too, Danny. You might learn something. Now, this here GCA shack is just the radar center. We send out a radio signal that bounces off the plane. When the signal comes back, we turn it into a spot of light or a blip. See, it shows up here on this screen.
Looks like a television set, Sergeant.
The same principle. Now, depending on where the blip is, we know just where the plane is. Maybe the pilot don't even know, but we know, so we just talk them down.
I see. And the pilots, they have confidence in you?
In this weather, mister, they gotta have.
I hate to break up the lecture, but I've only got a 24-hour pass.
Oh, yeah, I know, Sergeant, sure. Well, thanks very much for the talk. We have to start following that flower around.
You want to come with us, Hank?
I ain't interested in seeing a bunch of krauts being fed.
You know, the Jerry's wanted to sign a separate armistice with my pal here, but he's holding out for a castle on the Rhine.
Ah, guy like you. You don't own nothing.
I know a Schatzi in Berlin. That's something.
A Schatzi? Hey, well, look, Junior, you're liable to get in trouble running around by yourself. I'll go along for the ride.
Okay, Sarge, here's the last shot.
With a loaf of bread in his arms yet, standing in front of a bakery. Danny McCullough, the spirit of Berlin. Nuts.
That's got it. Thanks a million, Sergeant.
A pleasure, believe me.
I want to get the story. I'll send it to you.
Do that.
Well, enjoy your pass. So long.
So, see you.
See you. So long. Boy, they'll love me in St. Paul.
Yeah.
Come on, I want a quick phone booth and a frau named Frederica.
There's a phone booth at the corner.
Hey, there's some place I can take her to dinner, Hank.
There's nothing around here. There's a spot in the British zone ain't bad, the Savarin.
Savarin, got it.
Look, maybe we can make an evening of it. I'll pick up my shotzi, too.
Oh, Hank, you've got a shotzi?
Oh, after 4 months, what do you expect?
Well, you're a trader.
Don't give me that trader business. With Gertie, it's just like I want it. If I want to see her, I see her. If I want to talk to her, she talks. And if I don't want to, she keeps her mouth shut.
She must be nuts about you.
I should worry. She gives me 1 day's service on my laundry. The PX takes a week.
Here's the phone booth.
Well, you call and I'll get us a taxi.
Okay, only takes a second.
Taxi! Hey, Fritz! Well, bring it here, Buster. Bring it here. That's it. If I want it 10 feet away, I'd ask for it 10 feet away. That's more like it.
Bitter?
Yeah, sure, bitter. What's the matter, Vienna Schnitzel? You think I'm going to take a punch at you?
Please, no English.
Ain't that a shame, no English? Well, I learned my German the hard way, and you, I get a...
Hank.
Yeah?
She's not home. The guy who answers said she is Boykenberry's Barbarossa Strasse 32.
Oh, well, that's on the way back to the field. I'll drop you. Come on, get in.
Hank, this can't be the place. There's nothing but rubble.
This is the place. That's a work gang clearing the mess away.
But they're women. Women working like this?
So if we lost the war, your sister'd be doing it. Take your choice.
I don't like... Hey, there she is.
Yeah, there she is. And don't she look glamorous in them overalls? Well, happy fraternization.
Hello. You remember me?
Sergeant McCullough.
Well, what do you know?
So, you did get to Berlin.
For about 24 hours. You look fine.
No, I look like a woman who works with bricks. Well, in Berlin, if you are between 18 and 55, you must work.
You speak English very well. You could be a translator or something.
No jobs, but thank you. Now I practice my English with you, maybe, yeah?
Yeah, but definitely, yeah.
Most times I practice only in letters to America.
Oh, relatives? Friends?
A friend in St. Louis.
Well, I'm a friend from St. Paul. Frau Burkhardt, will you have dinner with me tonight?
Dinner? Yeah, thank you. I'll be through in 20 minutes. Then we go and I change my clothes. You will wait, Sergeant?
The sergeant will wait. I'll just sit down here in this packing case.
Here you see Berlin as it really is. Ruin. Oh, Sergeant, you're hurt?
Of all that...
Oh.
Just help me out of this wet cement, will you?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a fine place to put a wheelbarrow.
I should not have let you sit down on that old packing case.
That's my own stupid fault. Look at my uniform.
You look so nice and fresh.
You know, if this stuff hardens, you're going to have one more statue in Berlin.
Yeah, in memory of the airlift. Don't worry, Sergeant. There's the tailor shop downstairs from where I live.
Oh, this is a fine way to start a leave. Look at that.
I personally will make it up to you.
Yeah? Well, all right.
You look very nice in Herr Stiebe's bathrobe.
I'll have to thank him for it.
He has a room next door. He will be glad to talk to you.
Duck? You know, if you lived any closer to Tempelhof, they'd be landing planes on your kitchen table.
Here is where the airlift planes make their, what is the expression, landing approach.
You know, walking to your place, looking at the shops, they're almost empty. You wouldn't know there was any airlift at all.
Ask the people of Berlin. We know. We are grateful.
People are people. War's over.
Yeah, the war is over. Well, I go down and get your uniform now. If you want company, Herr Stieber's room is through that door. I'll be right back, Sergeant.
Rein.
Hello.
Oh, the American sergeant. I'm Stieber.
Danny McCullough. I wanted to thank you for the use of your robe.
Oh, it's a pleasure. You'll pardon me for not leaving the window, but, yeah, that's another one. I have to mark it down.
Pardon me, but what are you doing?
Oh, it's very simple. I'm a Russian spy.
What?
Surprise? Don't worry. The Americans know that I do this.
But why?
Well, you see, I count the airlift planes. Each time a C-54 comes, I mark it down. And every 3 hours, I phone the Russians.
Oh, Steve, that's crazy. They can read the official airlift figures in the paper.
Oh, but those Russians don't believe official papers. So, you see, I make a check.
Well, what happens when your count agrees with the official figures?
Oh, that would make the Russians very unhappy. So every day, I knock off a few planes here and a few planes there.
And the Americans know about this?
Oh, sure, once they fix the phone for me.
Oh, some system. Say, do the Russians have many spies?
15,000, maybe.
Oh, that's great. Why don't the American authorities do something about it?
Oh, they do, Sergeant. You see, they have spies, too. Not so many, just about 10,000.
You mean to say there's 25,000 spies spying on each other?
Well, you see, it would be quite a mess if it weren't for one thing.
What's that?
There are maybe 500 spies who work for both sides. That way everybody knows what everybody else is doing.
Sergeant, guten Tag, Herr Stevens.
Guten Tag.
Sergeant, I forgot. The electricity.
Hey, wait a minute now. Calm down. Catch your breath.
But your uniform.
What about my uniform?
I forgot all about the electricity. Today there is no current in this part of the American zone. Most of the generators are in the Russian zone. And
Look,
there is
just
no...
tell me one thing. Where is my uniform?
The tailor, he took it to a friend in the British zone to use his equipment.
Oh, fine. We're supposed to meet a buddy of mine for dinner.
Well, you still go.
Like this? In a bathrobe?
Oh, well, I have clothes, Sergeant. Not so nice, maybe, but you're welcome.
Oh, no, sir. If I'm caught out of uniform, I've had it.
You would look very German. Nobody would know.
And this was going to be such a nice 24 hours. Well, there goes another one, Herr Stieber.
Forget it. That one was American propaganda.
What a city. Well, I said I wanted to see Berlin, so I might as well see it as a civilian. Herr Stieber, let's have those clothes.
And now, before the curtain rises on the next act, don't forget that the new 1951 Buick will be shown for the first time anywhere this Saturday, January 20th. Don't miss this gala opening day at your nearest Buick dealers. That's the day the entire all-star lineup of 1951 Buicks will be introduced. And you are personally invited to be among the first to see them. See the car of your dreams and everyone's dreams with its new features, new smartness, new and distinctive Buick lines. And what else has the new 51 Buick got that sets the pace again? Plenty. Check this new honey for its power, its looks, its price. And you'll see why the 51 Buick is the smart car, the smart performer, the smart buy for 51. Remember the date, this Saturday, January 20th. And the place, your nearest Buick dealers. Don't miss seeing the new 1951 Buick. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. The makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. And by your local Buick dealer, who introduces the new 1951 Buick this coming Saturday, January 20th. Don't miss seeing the new 51 Buick. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Big Lift, starring Edmund O'Brien and Paul Douglas, will continue after a short pause for station identification.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of The Big Lift, starring Paul Douglas as Hank and Edmund O'Brien as Danny.
Is your friend usually late for dinner engagement, Sergeant?
He's probably sitting up with a sick radar screen. And my name isn't Sergeant. It's Danny.
But I can't very well call you that. In Germany, these things take time.
You saw me in a bathrobe. You can call me Danny.
Of course, that does make a difference. All right, Danny.
And you're Frederica. Frederica? No. Better make it Freddie.
This is a girl's name in America?
Oh, sure. Half the girls in America named Freddie. The rest are named George. Hey, here comes my buddy. Wait till he sees me in his civilian getup. Guten Tag, Herr Kowalski.
What? Well, if it ain't Fritz.
In the flesh.
You sure went native in a hurry.
It's a big deal. A tailor ran away with my uniform. Frau Burkhardt, Sergeant Kowalski.
How do you do, Sergeant?
Yeah.
Where's your girl?
Gertie, here she comes now. Some cabbage head. I'll say this for her. She irons a good shirt. Hey, stupid! Here. This is Danny and Frau Burkhardt. Meet Gertie.
My name is Gerda.
Gertie's good enough. Sit down.
If you are Gerda, then I am Frederica. When we are with the Americans, what happens to our manners?
She does as I say. That's all the manners she needs.
Hank, please.
Take it easy, boy.
Hey, you, Frederica. Danny tells me your husband was killed in the war.
Yeah?
What was he? SS?
Hank, cut it out.
Just a question.
No. My husband was drafted.
Oh, sure. Not a volunteer in the whole German army.
And if you like to know about my father and mother, I tell you that.
Never mind him, Freddie. He's a bug on the subject.
No, I don't mind at all, Danny. My mother was killed in an air raid. My father went much earlier. He was a professor at the University of Berlin. When they burned the books, he spoke against the government. I don't see him since.
Frederica, your father must have been a very brave man to do what he did.
Not brave. He just believed strongly.
My father believed, too, in the wrong things.
Your father was a louse. Papa can be the biggest jerk in the world, but in Germany, what he says goes. He tells you when to talk, think, die. Then along comes another jerk like Hitler, and he becomes the papa even for the papas.
You're a great guy to be sounding off.
What's the matter with you?
Oh, you big ape. You're treating Gerda the same way. You tell her what to do, what to say, what to think.
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, you know something? You're right. Yeah. Well, when I'm wrong, I admit it.
Well, admit it to Gerda.
Bravo, Danny.
Well, Gertie, from now on, you can disagree with me.
Out loud?
Well, it better not be too loud.
And I can ask questions?
Sure.
Good. I'm so mixed up. You are American, Danny is American. Today there is much America in Germany. So I want to know about America.
Okay. Shoot.
What is democracy?
Well, it's... Why,
What is it?
Well...
Okay, answer it, Hank.
Well, democracy's democracy. What kind of a stupid question is that?
Look, you two talk politics. Freddie and I are going to dance. I hope.
Of course.
Well, now, look, let's start with the voting, huh? Yeah.
I don't think I like him, your friend.
Hank? He's all right. In a way, you can't blame him much for his hate campaign. He was in a prisoner of war camp. German. They must have given him a rough time.
All that. Can't we forget it, Danny?
Sure. I don't want to be personal, but you mentioned a friend in St. Louis?
Oh, yeah.
A man?
Yeah, a man.
Oh. Is there anything...
No, Danny. He's a family friend. There is nothing.
Oh. Then there's a clear track, huh?
Clear track?
An American expression meaning it looks like a long, beautiful night.
Oh, yeah, Danny. I'm sure it will be a clear track.
So, America, Hank, it is run by the people.
Right.
A people's government.
Right.
Like in Russia.
Wrong.
What you said?
Okay, what I said. Now, look, call it the people's government in Russia. But the point is, who is boss, the people or the government? Now, if you...
Something wrong, Hank?
I think I just saw an old friend.
Who?
That guy, just leaving.
You know him? That German?
Yeah, I know him. I know him all right. Gertie, just sit here. I'll be back in a few minutes. Hey, pal.
Yeah?
Out for a nice, lonely walk, huh?
I do not understand.
Yeah, me too. Just a walk.
Please, I must go.
No. You know, it's funny meeting us like this. You know, you're the spitting image of a guy I used to know during the war. He was a guard in a prison camp.
Oh, God. Never. You make mistakes.
What's the matter? Relax. Take it easy. I'm just holding on to you because I like you.
Yeah.
I want to talk to you.
Yeah.
I want to tell you about this guy. Oh, he was quite a German. Yeah. He hated Americans and he hated Poles, and I was both, so he took it out on me. You know what he used to do? He'd take me aside in the woods and give me German lessons. Nothing easy like Guten Tag or Auf Wiedersehen, but nice little tongue twisters like the Potsdamer Postkutscher puts den Potsdamer Postkutschkasten. Well, I made mistakes, lots of mistakes.
Yeah.
And whenever I did, this fella, he'd correct me with a rifle butt in the kidneys. Took me about 7 months, but I learned German. Of course, I've forgotten some of it, but if the weather changes suddenly or I bend too quick, you'd be surprised how it all comes back to me.
Nine. It wasn't me,
Come
not
here,
me, not
come
me.
here. You got a little English lesson coming to you. Germans have trouble with the W's, don't they? I'll give you an easy one. Just say it after me. Which way went the winged whippoorwill? I don't want to hear any V's instead of W's in there, or I'll have to correct you. I'll try it. Which way went the winged whippoorwill? Now say it.
Which way?
Which way, I said. Now try it again.
Which way?
Again! Again!
Police! Make him stop!
If I have to, I have to.
You knocked him out. The police, Danny.
I'm a dead duck if I'm picked up in these clothes.
We'll have to run.
But, Hank.
Gerda will take care of him. Hurry. Now you're one of us, Danny. You know what it means to run, to hide, to be a German.
Come on in, Hank. You okay?
His hands swollen.
Freddie's out for a while. This is her, Steva, my friends, Hank and Gerda.
How are you?
How do you do?
Good enough.
Well, I leave you alone.
Hank, what was the fight all about? What happened?
I knew that guy once. In a prison camp.
Oh.
For 7 years, Danny. For 7 years, I've been waiting to beat that face in. So now I've done it. Why do I feel like this? So lousy, so dirty and rotten.
Hank, it is better than feeling good.
Hank, Gerda.
They're all right, Freddie. What about the uniform?
Oh, tonight there was no electricity in the British zone.
What?
Oh, early tomorrow you get it for certain.
Well, what am I going to do tonight?
I will sleep with a woman down the hall. You can have my room.
Well,
Please.
Come on, Gertie. Let's all get some sleep.
Good night, Frederica.
Good night.
Good night, Danny.
Good night.
Good night, Hank.
Okay, good enough. That's enough already. See you at the base in the morning, Danny.
Yeah, see you.
So, Danny, it has not been what you expected, your leave?
No, not what I expected at all.
I am sorry.
Don't be. We've gotten to know each other pretty well, Freddie. That's very important.
Is it, Danny?
Yeah. Yeah, it certainly is.
The way you look at me, I think, Danny, you love me just a little.
More than a little, Freddie. More.
Hey, Danny! Can't you wait a minute?
Next trip, Hank. I got to see Freddie.
Well, come here. That's what I want to talk to you about.
Huh?
Well, for a week now, I've been delivering your coffee and stockings and blouses and cigarettes for you.
Yeah, so?
So I called you a sucker, and I was right. I had a friend in the document center look her up.
Frau Frederica Burkhardt.
Yeah, look at that. What'd I tell you? That husband of Freddie's was in the SS.
Yeah. Huh? It's real pretty, isn't it?
Yeah, it gets prettier. Her wonderful father never saw university. Had a little dough, and he wanted to keep it, so he played ball with the boys. He walked out on a mother in 1939 because she happened to be Polish. Nice guy.
I guess it's true. Must be true.
All of it. There are many other things I lied about.
But Freddie, why?
Because I have to survive. Look around you, Danny. Bricks, wreckage, our lives. It's always reason enough for a lie, to escape from it for even a moment now and then.
I think, Freddie, if I were you, I'd lie and cheat and steal anything to... Oh, you poor kid.
Pity, Danny?
I love you. But more important, I understand you. Freddie, for days I've had something buzzing around in my head, and now I know it's right. It has to be.
Danny, what is this?
Will you marry me? That's all. Will you marry me, Freddie?
Why, you big lug-headed sap.
Look, I don't have to ask your permission to get married. Just take this envelope to Freddie and have her sign the papers.
You can't get married now.
Why not?
Airlift personnel who's been here 6 months are going stateside.
I'll see the CO. There must be some way to hurry things up.
She must have really fed you a line.
Now, look, there was no line. Nothing cheap or nasty. Why, she's got dignity and fineness, and brother, she's really had it. And so have a lot of other people in this town. Why, I never realized how tough...
Yeah. I feel so sorry for them. Every Sunday at 4 o'clock, I stand right here and bleed. Okay, Danny, I'll see she gets your letter. Gertie and me'll take a walk by Freddie's place.
Okay, I gotta get back to the plane.
Well, run real fast. Maybe you'll break your leg. Can you imagine, Gertie? Just like that, he's going to get married.
It is very nice. She will go to America and find out for herself about this democracy.
You still harping on that?
I don't see how it can work. Here, just in Western Europe, there are so many peoples, languages, customs. It would be impossible.
Impossible, she says. Look, tell me, Dopey, you ever hear of Manhattan?
Yes. It is in Brooklyn?
It ain't in Brooklyn. It's an island, 12 miles long and 3 miles wide. In Manhattan, we got more Irish than there are in Dublin, more Jews than in Israel, more Germans than in Dusseldorf, more Italians than in Naples, and 500,000 Poles besides French and Greek and all the others. And you know something, Gertie? They all get along all right. Maybe they don't all love each other, but at least they've learned to live together. Hey, ain't this where Frederica lives?
This is it. And there's her neighbor, Herr Stieber.
Well, let him give her the letter. I don't even want to talk to her.
Hello, you're Danny's friend, yeah?
Hi. Would you give this letter to Frau Burkhardt? It's from Danny.
Of course. I give it to her with this other letter I bring her from the post office.
Yeah. Just see that she gets it. Come on, Gertie. Now, look, you know what Manhattan is. You understand.
John?
Ah, here, I've brought your mail, Frau Burkhardt. This is from America, St. Louis, and this is from Danny.
Oh, danke.
But wait a minute, that's the wrong letter, Frau Burkhardt. The other one, that's
Please,
the one
Herr Stieber.
You don't read Danny's first?
Please.
You know that Danny's a remarkable young fellow. He has a certain feeling. Really, he doesn't even know me. And yet, you know what he did? He gave me these shoes from the PX. Look at these wonderful shoes.
What? Oh, I was reading.
Excuse me.
Herr Stieber, you're going out again?
Soon?
I wonder you would mail this letter for me. I wanted to leave quickly, and I'm very busy.
To St. Louis, of course?
Yeah.
You're so busy, Frau Burkhardt. Is there something special?
Yeah, I'm going to marry Danny.
Oh, so you're going to marry Danny.
Herr Stieber, I'm very anxious for my letter to be posted.
Oh, of course. I'll go right now. To St. Louis.
Captain Gramey, don't you understand?
Yeah, sure.
Look, I'm going home. I'm posted stateside for Saturday. I can't get out of it.
Yeah, you ought to be celebrating, Sergeant.
Celebrating? If I'm going to be married at all, I got to be married today, tomorrow, or the next day at the latest.
Go argue with the weather. We're fogged in at Rhine, Maine. Maybe for a week. Sergeant, right now you haven't got a prayer.
Oh, yes, I have. Yes, I have, and I'm going to keep saying it over and over and over. Captain, you checked today's weather?
Tight. Not a break. Try tomorrow again, Sergeant.
Captain Gramey, today's my last chance. I'm drafted out tonight.
Well, the Met section says the fog might rise a little.
Then maybe? Maybe?
Yeah, maybe. Sergeant, I don't know whether I'm making this flight for you or the Air Force.
We'll name our first son after you, Gramey McCullough. The poor kid.
Don't count on too much, Danny. Flying in this soup is one thing. Landing is another.
Yeah? Well, we'll soon find out.
Yep, right now. This is Big Easy 37 calling Tempelhof Tower. Big Easy 37 to Tempelhof Tower. Over. Danny, grab those earphones.
Yeah.
Tempelhof Tower to Big Easy 37. Go ahead. Over.
How's it for a landing? Over.
Mighty thick. Let GCA bring it down. Have a look for yourself. Over.
GCA, roger and out.
This is Kowalski's ship, Captain. You'd just like him to crash us to keep me from getting married.
Big Easy 37, this is Jigsaw. How do you read? Over.
Jigsaw from Big Easy 37. Reading you 5 by 5. Over.
Roger, 37. Understand 5 by 5. Give my love to Danny and do not acknowledge further instructions on this transmission. Maintain your present heading of 270. Start your descent.
800 feet, Danny.
Maybe it'll thin out.
Not much. 600 feet.
See anything, Captain?
Yeah, my wife and 2 kids. 400 feet. We're down a minimum.
Blank. Dead white.
Sorry, Danny, I'm no hero. We're going home. Tower from Big Easy 37. Failed to break through on approach. Clears for return to Rhine, Maine. Over.
Roger. Over now.
Thanks, Captain. You did your best.
Don't worry, you'll work it out some way.
Sure. With me posted stateside and Freddie and Jen.
Fire signal.
Number 4 engine. Look at that smoke.
Feather 4.
Feather 4.
Pull the bottle.
Got it. CO2 isn't working. Still burning.
Of all the miserable luck.
Captain, we'll have to go in now, won't we?
Well, you don't have to be so happy about it. Tempelhof Tower from Big Easy 37. Number 4 engine on fire. Pull fire bottle. Still burning. Request emergency clearance. Over.
Big Easy 37 from Tempelhof Tower. Jigsaw will contact you for emergency landing. Over. Big Easy 37, this is Jigsaw. Your present heading is 262. Correct to 270. Very good. Your course is good. Your altitude is 1,200. Your position 3 miles from touchdown. Begin descent. You're drifting slightly left. Nothing to worry about. Steer right to 273. You're now approaching on course perfectly. Your new heading is now 271.
I can't see a lousy foot in front of my face.
I got my eyes shut.
1 1/2 miles from touchdown. On course. Going 50 feet low on glide path. Please correct 50 feet. Now. Very nice correction. You're doing fine. You're flying beautifully. Over building area. 10 feet too low on glide path. 10 feet too low. Please correct 10 feet. Good. Good. 1/8 mile from touchdown. On the button. You will land in 4 seconds.
and my first kid just got a middle name. Grimmy Kowalski McCullough.
Gertie! Hey, Gertie, open the door. Come on, open up.
No.
What do you mean, no? Open up, I said. Come on, now I just talked to Danny. We gotta go be witnesses at a funeral.
Go away, Hank.
Look, will you cut out the clowning? Come on, open up. Danny's going down to the consulate. We're all meeting at Freddy's. They're gonna get married. Now open up, Gertie!
You big baboon. My name is Gerda.
Hey, you drunk or something?
No. I read a book. Finally, I know what democracy is. It is not you, a big, stupid jackass.
One more crack like that, and I'll knock you from here to Potsdam.
Stormtrooper.
Stormtrooper?
I go to the American military government. There I found books about democracy. Democracy is independence and decency and freedom and you are a big bully.
Gertie, baby, now you got it. Now you know what democracy is.
Overstuffed big mouth.
That's the idea, baby. Criticize the government.
You jerk!
Gertie. I mean, Gerda. Come on, baby. Get your coat, will you? We're going to be late, baby.
Danny.
Oh, Steve. Oh, come on upstairs. There's going to be a wedding. I guess you know, huh?
Yes,
Freddie and
Danny, before you go up, this letter.
Huh?
Yes, it's from Frau Burkhardt. She gave it to me the mail. Well, for certain reasons, I opened it. You'd better read it.
Well, I don't know if it's Freddie's letter.
Look, Danny, read it. In this way, I say thank you for the shoes, the airlift, for everything. And I'm very sorry. Very sorry.
It's addressed to St. Louis, Carl Mirbach. And so, my darling, it is sure now that I will be with you again someday. You must write and tell me how long I must stay with him until I can get a divorce.
Danny, where have you been? I was worried.
Yeah, some groom. You took your sweet time getting here.
Oh, leave him alone, Hank.
Is it arranged, Danny? When I will come to you? In a month?
No. I think it might be longer than that.
Oh, no, Danny.
And even longer still until you get to St. Louis.
St. Louis?
Here's your letter, Frederica, to your boyfriend. How did he get to the States? Marry a whack?
Hey, what's going on here? What is this?
Yeah, read it yourself.
Well, Danny, what do you want me to say?
Nothing. Don't say anything. In a little while, I'm going home. I'll be glad. I'll be glad I'm back in the States and you're in Berlin. This is where you belong. In the rubble with the rest of the rats.
Danny! Oh, please, wait.
Leave me alone, Gerda.
No. Don't judge people by a person, Danny. For what she did, there is no excuse. But to know how she could do it, you must look back. The lies, the cruelty.
What do you want me to do? Justify her?
No, Danny, no. But at least you must know we all are not Frederica's. You must not think that.
No, Gerda. You aren't. I know that. But just let me go. I'll see you sometime in the States, maybe.
No, I stay here in Germany. I want something different, Danny. Better. But I try to find it here. It is my country.
Sure. Make it good. Maybe you can. I hope so. So long, Gerda.
There's your plane, Danny.
We'll never get off in this fog.
You got in, didn't you? They're up there, all right.
Some switch, huh? You and me. You hated him and I loved him.
Okay, so maybe we're both wrong, huh? Gertie's okay. So is Stieber. Must be plenty of others. You know, I suppose if you're ever going to sell these stoops a new way of living, you got to be a good salesman. You know, maybe if we don't shove them too hard.
Sure.
Well, you don't want to talk about it. Have a good trip, Danny.
Yeah. Hey, what about you? When are you going home?
Oh, I forgot to tell you, I switched to permanent duty.
You what?
Well, you know how it is. You know, they're getting in some new GCA equipment, and well, they want me to stick around and help kick the bugs out of it.
So you're going to grow old and gray on the airlift.
Ah, well, the Russians won't keep up the blockade forever.
They can try.
Let them. Take a look. What good's a blockade if planes are up there when even the birds won't fly? Well, it's my trick in the GCA shack. Can you find your plane okay?
I think so. So long, Hank.
Go on, Danny. Don't get lost in the fog.
I won't get lost. See you, Hank.
Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse promises two more magnificent performances as we present our adaptation of Alfred Hitchcock's thrilling motion picture experience, Spellbound. In the starring roles, you'll hear Joseph Cotton and Academy Award winner Mercedes McCambridge. Now, here are tonight's stars, Paul Douglas and Edmund O'Brien.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your applause. But if you enjoyed The Big Lift, well...
Well, the one to thank is the fellow who created the picture, and we mean created.
Yes, sir, because as writer-director, he conceived the idea, wrote the original story and the screenplay, and then flew a crew over to Germany to put it all on film.
So for Paul and me, it's quite a pleasure now to introduce to you the wonderful guy who made The Big Lift.
And if I can name a couple of other standouts, Eddie, there's Miracle on 34th Street and Apartment for Peggy. Ladies and gentlemen, the director, Mr. George Seaton.
Thank you, Paul, Eddie. As long as we're throwing credit around, let's not forget those guys who did the flying in Germany.
Yeah, and a lot of the acting in the picture, too, George.
Hey, what about that, George? How do you take a bunch of ordinary airmen, put them in front of the cameras, and make actors out of them?
The answer to that one is easy. You can't do it. Flyers aren't actors, and they can't play characters. They can play themselves. The result? Performances that are real and honest. And that's what we wanted in the picture.
Well, you had an honest story to begin with, George.
If we did, it's because it was written from observation on the scene. You saw it for yourself, Paul. The story of Hank and Danny and their adjustment is the story of an awful lot of people. Thanks, fellas, for telling it so well this evening. Good night. Good night, everyone.
Good night. Good night.
The Big Lift was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox. With Studio Tonight, we salute for the great Hollywood premiere of Mudlark on January 30th. It's for the Irene Dunn Special Charity, the St. John's Hospital. Edmund O'Brien can currently be seen in the Paramount production The Redhead and the Cowboy. Paul Douglas can soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production 14 Hours. George Seaton, with William Perlberg, is currently producing the Paramount picture Rhubarb. Tonight's cast included Betty Lou Gerson as Frederica, Doreen Tuttle as Gerda, and Henry Rowland, Eddie Marr, Tony Barrett, Paul Duboff, Byron Kane, and Ralph Moody. The Big Lift was adapted for radio by Richard Allen Simmons. The Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next Thursday when we present Joseph Cotton and Mercedes McCambridge in Spellbound with screen director Alfred Hitchcock.
Sunday, Mr. and Mrs. Cary Grant start a new series as The Blandings on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Joan Crawford, Frank Lovejoy. Production, The Damned Don't Cry. Director, Vincent Sherman. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, the cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a study in dramatic conflicts. Our story is the motion picture hit The Damned Don't Cry, and our stars are Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy. Today, with the country rising to meet the challenge of possible aggression, your Red Cross has been asked to undertake grave defense responsibilities in addition to its normal services. That's why a goal of $85 million must be reached in the 1951 Red Cross Fund campaign. Remember, when you give to the Red Cross, your gift is a lift to our fighting men. Now, before our first act, here's a word from RCA Victor. A word about money and how to make it go farther with an RCA Victor combination. You'll get the equivalent of 3 consoles, 3 different kinds of fun, and yet you'll pay for just 1 cabinet, 1 sound system. RCA Victor's Rutland, for example, brings you television at its finest. 17 big inches of million-proof television, quality proven in over 2 million homes. Second, you get both AM and FM radio with RCA Victor's new extended tone range. And third, the Rutland gives you 2 automatic record changers that enable you to enjoy records at all 3 speeds. Yes, enjoy all of these fine instruments in 1 fine combination at 1 money-saving price. Look over the Rutland soon. And say, here are 2 new RCA Victor Red Seal releases to add to your collection. September Song, sung on a single record by Itzio Pinza, and the album of selections from Gershwin's Porgy and Bess with Reza Stevens and Robert Merrill. Now for the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford as Lorna Forbes and Frank Lovejoy as George Castleman. In bold type, the headline read, Racket Leader, Public Enemy Number 2 Slain. Beneath, in subtitle, it continued, Body found in home of missing socialite Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes. Police fear Texas oil heiress, victim of crime syndicate. Why was she missing? Why was she dead? Or was she alive? Alan Fowler of the Times searched half over America and found his story in a ramshackle, disheveled house in Oil City.
Just who are you, Mrs. Forbes?
Who am I? What do you mean?
Well, you're listed as a Texas oil heiress, daughter of John Hanson. Now, there is no such animal as John Hanson. As for the Forbes label, you're supposed to be the widow of Robert Forbes, Wyoming oil magnate. Would you, care to read the vital statistics?
Don't bother. I know. There never was a Robert Forbes.
Uh-huh. Then who are you?
I'm so tired, Mr. Fowler. Very tired. Tired of running away.
Why are you running? What is your connection with the crime syndicate?
I'm going for a ride, Mr. Fowler. A one-way ride.
Huh?
Don't look so startled. Sure, I'm frightened. I've been out of my mind for days with fear. Maybe I've got it coming. Maybe I haven't, but all I know is I can't stand the waiting, and I can't keep running.
Look, why don't you start from the beginning? Huh?
The beginning. It was right here in this broken-down house with a derrick in the backyard and smelly grease pots in the front. 2 years ago, We buried my 5-year-old son, Tommy. And there was nothing to hold me here any longer. I was sick of being poor and sick of the man I called my husband. So I packed and went to New York. I was pretty naive when I got a job as a model in a wholesale dress house and discovered that my major duty was to entertain out-of-town buyers at night. One night, Sandra, another model, and myself were returning from a date, my first.
Enjoy yourself, Ethel, honey?
I feel like something that was on a sale in a bargain basement. I'm one big bruise from here to here.
So they wrestle with you a little. It's no worse than the subway. Hey, you got to stop being antisocial. This living by yourself, that's for channel swimmers. You're having a great time, and at retail prices. Here's $20.
$20? What's this for?
Your cut. Whenever we steer a couple of the buyers into Grady's back room to shoot dice, he gives us a bonus. We split 50-50. It helps, don't it? Hey, how about us working as a team?
No, thanks. I'd better learn one job at a time.
But it's all the same job. It's still modeling, only it pays better at night. Look, hon, don't kick opportunity in the teeth. What else have you got to sell but a face and a figure?
I didn't come to New York to be a tramp.
Neither did you come to New York to live in that crummy rumming house. Is that what you're looking forward to?
Well, no.
Then cut out your beefing and cooperate.
Great racket, this modeling business, Sandra. Here's your 20 from last night.
What are you giving me?
Your cut, the 2 suckers from Nebraska.
What did you do, shave it off with a razor?
I did what you did. I split it down the middle.
Don't hand me that. I saw Grady slip you 100. Since when is 20 right down the middle?
Since I began using your arithmetic book. Look, the first night we started, you gave me 20. I found out from Grady it should have been 50. This just straightens out the bookkeeping.
It does more than that, honey. It closes the books. I'm getting myself a new partner.
And I'm heading for the showroom. Oh, while you're getting a new partner, you better get yourself a couple of other new items, if you will excuse the expression.
Why, you...
Oh, Miss, would you be kind enough to bring me a cup of water from the cooler?
Sure. Here you are, Mr.
Martin Blackford. Oh, what a headache I've got.
Sorry. I'm Ethel Whitehead. I work here as a model.
Oh?
Hey, what are you doing here with these books?
I'm a CPA.
What's that?
Certified public accountant.
Say, that's pretty big stuff.
Yes, I'm with Tuttle and Wagner, tax consultants. We take care of your auditing.
My what?
Your books and records. I mean, the firm.
Oh, yeah, I see. How come I never saw you here before?
Well, I only come over about once a month, usually on a Saturday afternoon.
I'm usually off then. So there you are. It must have been fate.
Huh?
F-A-T-E. Certified public fate.
Oh. Well, I'm afraid I must really get back to work.
What if you don't?
Well, the Secretary of the Treasury won't like it. Neither will Mr. Talbot. It's my job to keep them both happy.
And you do that with nothing but this pencil?
Well, it takes a little brain, too.
I'll bet. How much of that is it going to take today?
Oh, I'll be here till around 9, 10 o'clock.
Oh, when do you eat?
Whenever I finish.
Now, that's what's giving you those headaches. You're skipping too many meals. You're just kidding yourself. Keep on doing it, and pretty soon you can't work. Your company goes to pot, and then where are you? You're dead.
I never thought of it in quite that way.
Well, see you later.
Too bad we won't see you at Grady's tonight, Angel.
You'll see me all right, with the big money bags. A CPA. Certified public accountant to you, dearie. Reading the menu spoils my appetite, George. Just bring me the squab with wild rice, asparagus with hollandaise, a small mixed green salad with a touch of garlic, cherries jubilee, and a double martini. What are you having, Martin?
Huh? Oh, I'll have a chicken salad sandwich and a cup of coffee.
Well, I thought you said you were hungry.
I'm afraid reading this menu sort of spoiled my appetite.
Are you sick or something?
No, just Bit embarrassed. Afraid I'm short of funds.
Oh, that's all right. They'll take your check.
I don't think you quite understand, Miss Whitehead. How much do you think an accountant earns?
Well, I took it for granted that a man who... Well, the Treasury Department. I assumed that at least you made something
Less than that. Here's an item on the menu that's half a day's salary. I make exactly $60 a week.
Well, of all the crummy deals.
Oh, not really. Salary isn't everything, you know. Oh, they're a very nice firm.
Are you on the level?
Oh, don't worry. I'll manage all right. I like chicken salad sandwiches.
Don't be silly. Nobody likes chicken salad sandwiches. All that education, brain, and for what? 60 lousy bucks a week.
You'd be surprised what my mother could do with it.
You support a mother, too?
Oh, she's quite a manager.
She'd have to be a magician. Why, you could make more than that bouncing drunks out of here.
Well, I see you made it. Oh, who's this gentleman? I thought I knew most of our out-of-town buyers.
Out-of-town buyers? Oh, boy. The boys in Washington will love that, won't they, Martin? Mr. Blackford happens to be a tax consultant associated with the Treasury Department.
Tuttle and Wagner, really.
So many connections, I just can't keep them straight.
Oh, well, Mr. Blackford, in case I ever have any tax problems, I'll know who to call.
That's fine. He'll send over his office boy to add up your tips.
A great sense of humor. She used to sell more cigarettes that way.
Hello, folks.
Why, Grady, I'd like you to meet Mr. Blackford. He's connected with the Treasury.
And how are you, sir?
I'm afraid Miss Whitehead's a little confused. My only contact with the Treasury Department's when I make a mistake.
You make many of them?
Certainly not. That's what the clients pay for. He's a CPA.
Oh, well, whatever he is, any friend of yours is a friend of mine.
That means certified public accountant.
Yeah, sure, CPA, I know. Say, after you finish your dinner, you and Mr. Blackford might like to drop into the black room for
Oh, no. He couldn't possibly. He's right in the middle of a terrific problem. He barely has time for a sandwich.
Well, it's just a friendly little game.
Grady, he's got to rush right back. I keep telling him what's the point of having a brain from here to here and making a bundle of money this high if you can't take time off from starving.
Well, that's too bad. Say, Mr. Blackford, I don't suppose you could stop by my office on your way out for just a second.
What about?
Well, just a personal problem. I made one of those little mistakes with the Treasury myself. This morning they contacted me personal. Mr. Blackford, I certainly would appreciate a little professional advice if you could spare it.
I think we could possibly squeeze in the time. Huh, Marty?
Huh? I don't know why not. After all, friends of yours are friends of mine.
Let's take time out for a message from Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
Hey, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work, will you?
Okay. Folks, Better Tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
And here is the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy.
Have you got a cigarette, Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, sure. Here.
Thank you.
Well, continue with your story, Mrs. Forbes.
My story. The small-town girl who wanted to make good in the big city. The small-town girl who was only interested in big fish. Well, when Marty finished looking over Grady's books, the next thing that happened was that the meal was on the house and he'd been offered a job as accountant for Grady. Then we were walking home. You're a genius, Marty. $100 extra a week. Your chicken salad days are over. And this isn't the only job waiting for us. Grady has plenty of friends. And I'll bet they got tax problems sticking out all over them.
Well, I certainly appreciate what you've done for me, Miss Whitehead, but...
First thing you do is to learn to call me Ethel.
Yes, I'd like to, Ethel.
Now, go ahead. You appreciate it, but what?
Well, I'm not really sure I should accept the job. Tuttle and Wagner might not approve of it.
Why not? It's on your own time. What you do a few nights a week is your business, isn't it?
Yes, but I feel I owe them at least an explanation.
All you owe them is what they pay you for. And for what they pay you, you can take a few days off.
Well, I know it isn't much, but...
Did they ever tell you not to take an outside job?
No, but...
All right, then you be snooty, too. Don't tell them.
All right. I'll take it on one condition, and that's that you share it with me. The fee, I mean.
Why, I wouldn't think of it. You mean like a percentage?
Why not? I guess you could use the money as well as I can. I wouldn't feel right otherwise.
Well, I wouldn't want you to do anything you thought was wrong.
Good, then it's settled. After all, you're responsible for this whole thing, Ethel. I wouldn't have had the nerve.
You don't need it, Marty. I got enough for both of us. Hi, Marty. I thought you were working tonight.
I am, but even night workers have to eat.
Now you're getting smart.
I was hoping I could have dinner with you.
Oh, I can't. I have a date.
Out-of-town buyer?
Yeah. What about tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night I'm busy. Grady has a new account for me.
Another one? That's wonderful. That makes 4 of them. If you're not careful, Marty, you're going to wind up a rich man.
Just makes it tougher to see you.
I wish you'd called earlier.
I didn't know earlier.
Here, zip me up, will you?
Oh, yeah, sure. I was working, and all at once I just felt I had to see you. Couldn't you break that date tonight?
I'd love to, Marty, but it's impossible. He's a big chain store buyer, one of our most important customers.
But it's been such a long time.
Well, if it isn't my old friend Grady.
Hello, Ethel.
Sorry, I'm going to have to rush out on you.
Oh, this isn't a social call. I just came to pick up Marty. We're going to a meeting.
But I'm due back in Malloy's tonight.
Malloy will be there, too.
What kind of meeting?
Business, big business. Like an invitation to the White House from the Prexy himself. Coming, Marty?
Sure, he's coming. Hey, Marty, if you'd like, I'll come with you.
Wait a minute, Ethel. George didn't tell me to bring you.
This George. Did he tell you not to bring me?
Why should he? He doesn't even know you're alive.
All right, let's prove to him I am.
But what about your date?
Where your interests are concerned, Marty, my date can go to the movies.
Thanks, Ethel.
Oh, but George wants to see Marty, not you.
All right, we'll leave it up to Marty. If he wants me, I'll come. If not...
I'd like to have her along, Grady.
Oh, the White House should look like this. What's George president of? A diamond mine?
That statue over here, Ethel, is an Etruscan.
A what?
An Etruscan refers to an early art period. Etruria was an ancient country with a highly developed civilization located in what is now known as Italy.
This is Marty Blackford, George Castleman.
I've heard a great deal about you, Mr. Blackford.
I hope it's been favorable.
If it weren't, you wouldn't be here.
And this is Miss Whitehead.
How do you do?
How do you do? I don't think I've heard anything about you, Miss Whitehead.
Oh?
Ethel's Marty's friend. He doesn't go anywhere without her.
I wonder if Marty's friend would release him long enough for a very short business session.
So long as it's short and he's in good company.
Grady, would you take Marty into the library and introduce him to the gentleman there?
Oh, sure thing. Let's go, Marty.
Miss Whitehead, I must say I admire your choice of friends.
I like men with brains.
It's a quality that isn't offensive in women, either. Can I get you a drink?
No, thanks.
I hope you'll be able to amuse yourself while Mr. Blackford and I are in the library.
I'll try to find something.
I wish I knew what to suggest.
You might invite me into the library.
There's one thing I never do in the presence of women. Discuss business.
That should leave you plenty of room for other interests.
I have no other interests. Even my wife understands that.
What happened? What happened in the library, Marty?
Oh, Mr. Castleman offered me a job. Secretary of the Treasury. Grady and the others are just little outposts in an empire. They have everything in the Empire except a good accounting system.
And they want you to give it to them.
Yes. Castleman's going to open up a suite of offices with my name on the door. I'm going to run the whole show.
Oh, Marty, that's wonderful.
But it's more than just a bookkeeping office. It's a front. Front for the biggest wire service in the country.
I knew it. I knew you'd come through. Because you got brains. I knew it the first time I talked to you. Now Castleman knows it, too.
You haven't heard a word I said. It's to be a wire service for bookmaking, betting. Wires to every racetrack and sports arena in the country.
So what?
So what? It's illegal. It's against the law. As long as there's a wire service in the back and I know about it, I'm an accessory after the fact. They can throw you in the penitentiary for that.
What did you tell Castleman?
Nothing. He never gave me a chance. He just told me what I was going to do.
What are you going to do?
What do you think? I'm going to get out fast.
Are you crazy? You can't get out now. I won't let you.
You mean you want me to be like them, a criminal?
You bet I want you to be like them, smart. Look, nothing's going to happen to you. Castleman won't let it.
You don't understand, Ethel. This is a syndicate of organized crime. It's not just betting and gambling, but narcotics. Every kind of vice and corruption you can think of.
I don't want to think about it. And you don't have to think about it either. You'll be an accountant, just like you always have been.
There's such a thing as self-respect.
Self-respect? That's something you tell yourself you got when you got nothing else. Where's the self-respect in living on chicken salad sandwiches? In being afraid to blow your nose because Tuttle and Wagner don't like the noise?
At least it's decent.
And what good is that? Can you pay the rent with it? Can you live like George Castleman? Have a butler call you sir and light your fire?
Having a butler light a fire has never been one of my ambitions.
And what is your ambition? A hole in the wall stuffed with decency and self-respect? Look, Marty, the only thing that counts is the stuff you can take down to the bank. Oh, I know how you feel. You're a nice guy. But it's not a nice guy's world. If you don't kick and punch and belt your way up, nobody's going to give you a lift. We've got to do it ourselves, because nobody cares about us, except us.
Ethel, you think it's right for me to take it?
I'm not saying it's right. I'm only saying if you don't, what happens? You go back to Tuttle and Wagner and wait for your pension. And I go back to waiting for the out-of-town buyers. And that new house for your mother, that goes on the waiting list, too. Is that what you want?
You know it isn't.
And there's no other way. Not for us.
If I could only be sure it was for us.
What do you think I've been talking about? Kiss me, darling. Kiss me.
Come in, Miss Whitehead.
Thanks, Mr. Castleman.
Grady told me Blackford didn't go anywhere without you. He didn't tell me that you went anywhere without Blackford.
Grady doesn't know as much as he thinks. I had a talk with Martin last night. The office idea's okay. He's agreed to come in.
Is there any question about it?
Yeah, a big question. Martin has an important position with a very old and reliable firm. He has a reputation to maintain. He'd be giving up quite a lot to come in with you.
Oh, really? Martin Blackford is 34 years old. He earns $60 a week at Tuttle and Wagner. He lives with his mother in a cheap suburb. He drives a broken-down jalopy. Until he was hired by Grady, he never owned more than 2 suits of clothes at one time.
Well, there are other things. The terms. And there's a little matter of protection.
Protection? From whom?
Well, from whoever you need protection from, or is running a bookie joint legal these days.
Miss Whitehead, I never initiate a project until I'm assured of the cooperation of the proper authorities. As for the terms, I think Mr. Blackford can safely leave those to me.
No, I didn't mean to give you a fast shuffle. It's just that, well, he hasn't had much experience at this kind of thing.
You seem a little new at it yourself. Sit down. Now, what did you really come to see me about?
Well,
Excuse me while I open the window. What kind of perfume are you using?
Temptation.
Yes, I suppose it is in some quarters.
Let me tell you
Now,
something.
what were you going to say?
I was about to say it was a pleasure being associated with a gentleman, but I made a mistake. It's no pleasure and you're no gentleman. You enjoy making a person look like 2 cents, don't you? Well, get this straight. I don't like being made to look like 2 cents, especially by somebody who was small change himself not so long ago.
Now, what do you mean by that?
I mean Joe Cavaney, who changed his name to George Castleman. You and your Etruscan flower pots. You and your sensitive nose. Since when did Joe Cavaney know anything about perfume? Since you were a loudmouth hoodlum hijacking beer trucks in Jersey, running rum from Cuba, plugging guys for a $10 bill? I can find out things, too.
You didn't waste any time.
I don't have any time to waste. I'm leaving.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I made the mistake last night. I should have invited you into the library. I admire a woman with brains, but a woman with brains and spirit excites me. A woman like that reminds me of Joe Cavaney. What is it you want?
I want what Joe Cavaney wanted, and what George Castleman has.
I think you're quite capable of getting it, too. Must be a place in my organization for someone like you.
I already have a place in your organization.
I had in mind a somewhat more prominent place. Although there's quite a lot you'll have to learn.
I could learn it.
For example, lesson number 1. It's an Etruscan vase, not a flower pot. Being able to own it is one thing. To appreciate it is another. Lesson number 2, cheap perfume is cheap perfume, no matter who tells you, Cavaney or Castleman. And lesson number 3, take that loud hat off your head. A well-dressed woman never wears anything that deflects a man's attention from her face. Now that I see it, it's a very pretty face.
Exactly what kind of place in your organization did you have in mind, Mr. Castleman?
It's too soon to judge. We'll have to see in which direction your capabilities lie.
You're asking for trouble, aren't you?
I never got anything yet worthwhile without trouble. Only don't take this kiss for anything more than it's worth.
It may be worth more than you think.
When we ask you to try Anacin for the relief of pain due to headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, we are not asking you to try a new or unproved method. For there are many people listening in now who have been introduced to Anacin tablets by their own dentist or physician. You who have received Anacin this way know the effect of incredibly fast relief these tablets bring. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. People by the thousands are using modern Anacin today instead of other ways. Doesn't their experience seem worth following? Try Anacin the next time you suffer pains from headache, neuritis, or neuralgia. You'll be delighted with the results. Ask your druggist for Anacin today. Anacin is spelled A-N-A-C-I-N. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste. And by the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of The Damned Don't Cry, starring Joan Crawford as Lorna Forbes and Frank Lovejoy as George Castleman.
Would you please pour me another bourbon, Mr. Fowler?
Yeah, sure. There you are.
Thank you. When a girl from the wrong side of the tracks wants sables and minks in a hurry, she hasn't time to ask too many questions, has she? George Castleman was my kind of guy. Rich, affluent, and we began seeing quite a bit of each other, privately, that is. And one day I visited Martin in his new office. George was there.
Hello, Ethel.
Hi, Marty.
Ethel, now that I have a private office, there's something private I'd like to say.
What's that?
Here. When I was a kid, they used to call it an engagement ring. I've been wanting to say it a long time. This just makes it official. Go ahead, put it on.
No, I can't.
You mean you can't now?
No, I mean I can't ever.
But I thought you told me after we got all this.
You don't need me anymore, Marty. You're on your way. You're a success. Oh, look, go find yourself another girl, will you? A girl as nice as you are.
I don't want another girl. I want you. I always thought as soon as we got what we wanted, that you and I...
But I'm no good for you.
I never said you were, but that doesn't matter. It's too late for that. I want you to marry me.
I'm sorry, Marty.
You're sorry? What kind of an answer is that? Then why did you do this to me? This office, that wire room, this whole stinking business. Do you think I wanted it? I hate it. I hate every part of it. I only did it because of you. I did it for you, Ethel. I thought it was the only way I could have you.
Well, you had no right to think that.
You made me think.
I didn't make you do anything. If you didn't want all this, you didn't have to take it. And if you don't want it now, you can leave. Nobody's holding you. Nobody's twisting your arm.
You couldn't have done this to me deliberately. You couldn't have planned it this way. No, something must have happened. There's somebody else. That's it, isn't it? Answer me.
Yes. He's promised me the world, Marty. And I've got to have it.
This world he's promised you. Does it include a ring like this?
I never asked. I'm not even sure it matters. I can't help it, Marty. I just can't help myself.
I'm afraid I'll have to be pushing along, Marty. I thought if Miss Whitehead wanted a lift, I'd be glad to drop her.
So long, Marty. I'm ready, Mr. Castleman.
Miss Whitehead?
Yeah?
I'm Patricia Longworth. A mutual friend told me I might find you here in this bar. May I join you?
Yeah, of course.
He tells me you're interested in a new apartment and some new clothes, etc. He thought I might be able to offer some helpful advice.
If George thinks I need advice, why doesn't he give it to me himself? Or doesn't he want to be seen with me in public?
Miss Whitehead, I happen to know that our friend sees rather great potentialities in you. So far as being seen with you in public, well, you must remember he is a married man and... well, he does occupy a position of some importance in the community.
Okay, I'll buy that. Now, just who are you and how do you fit in? What are you selling?
My old social contacts. Some of them are still open, and they have a certain market value to some of my newer contacts. People such as our friend. Now, let's start with your name. Ethel Whitehead. I wonder if we couldn't find something more provocative. Let's see now. How about Mrs. Forbes? Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes.
Suits me.
Steel, isn't it? Or is it tobacco?
No oil.
Oh.
There were derricks in my backyard.
Now, I'd say you need one more thing. A touch of the continent. The south of France. You know, broadening your scope, giving you the proper background. And that will take about a year.
A year?
If we work diligently at the job.
Now, repeat after me, Madame Forbes. Voulez-vous aller au ballet avec moi?
Huh?
Repeat after me. Voulez-vous aller au ballet avec moi?
Voulez-vous aller au ballet avec moi?
Oh, bien, bien.
Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes charge accounts. Mink coat, $6,000. Champagne, $3,000. Diamond bracelet.
Darling.
But your discretion, George. All these people watching us.
Who cares about people? You're beautiful.
Oh, my darling.
Mission completed.
Whatever became of Ethel Whitehead?
Oh, didn't you know?
Mm-mm.
She ran away with Joe Cavaney. They were married and lived happily ever after.
Well, they deserve each other. I'm only interested in the Castlemans and the Forbes, in their future.
Sorry to interfere with your evening like this, Mr. Castleman, but something came up that couldn't wait.
Well, let's have it.
Please sit down, Martin.
No thanks, Ethel.
The name is Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes.
Mrs. Forbes. It's about Grady. Nick Prent has been trying to reach you long distance. Grady's been killed.
Killed?
Automobile accident. He was drinking. Must have lost control of his car.
Drinking? Who says so?
Prenta found a bottle in the wreck.
Well, Prenta lied. Grady doesn't drink. He was murdered. Grady must have been on the track of something, and Prenta found out, and that's why he killed him. That cheap hood, I pulled him out of a garbage can and gave him a start. I'm going to dump him back in the garbage can.
That's quite a problem now that he's been alerted.
Unless we send out someone to check. Someone he'd never suspect. Lorna.
Oh, you can't be serious.
I don't know anyone I'd have more confidence in. Anyone more perfect for the job. You can do it, Lorna. You're the one person who can find out if he killed Grady.
George, you really want me to go out there?
Well, why not? Nick is a setup for you. He's always sucking around cafe society.
Well, you can't let her risk it. He's a killer.
Listen, bookkeeper, you're paid to keep my accounts, not to tell me what I'm doing. Now get out.
George.
Get out!
George, did it ever occur to you that I might have something to say about this?
I'm sorry, dear. What did you wish to say?
From what I've heard tonight, Mr. Prenta isn't likely to pour out his life story without very strong inducements. There must be a limit to, well, how far you want me to try to induce him.
Well, you know how to handle it. I've got to know what's going on out there.
Would you send your wife?
Why bring my wife into it?
Why bring me into it?
Because my wife is incompetent for this job, and you're not. I equipped you for it. Every Paris label, they can all pay off now.
What am I? One of your slot machines? Another racetrack? Another wire service you've underwritten? Is that all I've meant? Just another investment?
You know better than that. Forget it and forgive me. I simply took it for granted that you were part of me and the things that concern me. I see I had no right to take that much for granted.
You had every right to ask anything of me. But please don't ask me to believe that you've regarded me as a part of you.
We've both had to wait, Lorna. I don't think it'll be much longer. If you do this job for me, I promise, when you get back, I'll be free. Will you believe me?
I learned a long time ago, George, that the customer's always right.
One newspaper calls you an Oklahoma heiress, another says you're from Wyoming. Which is it, Mrs. Forbes?
Are you this inquisitive with everyone you meet, Mr. Prenta?
It's a habit I picked up in my business.
Well, perhaps that's where it should stay.
It's a good rule any place. People I deal with, I like to know about.
And in what way do you feel you're dealing with me?
Well, right now, I'm only dancing with you. As for the future, I had something more interesting in mind.
Then you'd better change your mind. Have I made myself clear, Mr. Prenta?
My friends call me Nick.
Oh, I wouldn't be so presumptuous as to try to break into your little circle of friends.
I moved into your circle. Oh, come on. Don't you think we're wasting a lot of time? What are you doing tomorrow?
You're the masterful type. You tell me. Nick, I'd say your swimming pool is the best-looking one in the West.
It ought to be. I spent over 10 grand for it. Lorna, how long we known each other?
6 wonderful weeks, Nick.
A long-distance call, Mr. Prenter. Detroit.
Yeah, coming. Wait here for me, Lorna, will you? It'll only be a few minutes. Business,
right.
Yeah, all right, we'll work out the details tonight. No, you better let me call you. We'll make arrangements to pick you up in Chicago. Yeah, don't worry about it. Hold it, Eddie. What are you doing here, Lorna? Thought I told you to wait by the pool.
Could I have a cigarette?
There's a half dozen trays around the pool filled with cigarettes.
And there must be more than half a dozen women who could be, well, calling you long distance.
Oh. So long, Eddie. You're jealous, Lorna, huh? That's good.
No, I'm not so sure. I've been warned about you, Nick. I have a friend who has a friend who's heard rumors.
You believe rumors?
Yes, sometimes. I'm told that that you've even ordered men killed.
That's what I mean about rumors.
Well, do you?
Do I what?
Order men to be killed?
Lorna, your old man made his money in oil. That made you an heiress. I never knew my father or anyone I could call that, so I've had to make it myself. I'm making it. But there's always people who try to take it away. You either protect what you got or you got nothing.
And to do that, you'd kill?
You don't like what you're hearing, huh?
I can't believe what I'm hearing.
Well, that's because you never had to be a part of it. You never had to watch yourself 24 hours a day against somebody trying to cut you down. The guy he sends out to trip you up. The guys you can't trust. You gotta take measures, that's all.
Nick, suppose you couldn't trust me. Would you order me killed?
No, Lorna. I'd do it myself.
Thank you, Nick. No. Save the kiss for tonight.
I can't make it tonight.
Oh? That long-distance call?
Maybe. I'm expecting some people over. Strictly business.
Oh.
What's the matter? Don't you trust me?
Maybe. It depends on what kind of business.
Ethel?
What are you doing here, Martin?
I go where George sends me. Sent me here to check on one of his investments. Hasn't heard from you in some time.
He hasn't heard from me because I've had nothing to report. I've been doing the best I can.
Yes, George knows you've been busy. He's had reports on that.
Look, I was ordered to ingratiate myself with Nick Prenter. That's exactly what I've done. No more, no less.
George thinks you've been taking his orders too literally. I'm inclined to agree with him.
Your agreement or disagreement doesn't interest me.
No? You'd be amazed to learn how highly my opinions are regarded, Ethel. That's why I'm in a position to offer you some advice. Don't hold out on George. If you do... Now, are you absolutely certain you've learned nothing?
Nothing he didn't already know?
Prenter did have Grady killed.
Yes.
What else?
Nothing else.
In all the time you've been with him, all the hours alone, you've learned nothing else? Not even the people he talks to?
Well, sometimes there are calls, long distance.
From whom?
I don't know.
From where?
Well, there was one from Detroit.
When?
This afternoon.
Go on. What's the rest? What'd you hear?
Well, nothing, except that, well, he's expecting some people tonight. It's business, a meeting. That's all I know, Marty, and all I want to know. I've had enough.
Oh, you're upset. I thought you were enjoying your work. Or has Prenter become important to you?
He means nothing to me, except he's a human being, and he trusts me.
Don't tell me that disturbs you, taking advantage of a man's trust. Well, you can ease your stricken conscience because your friend won't be vulnerable much longer.
What do you mean by that?
You don't think George intended him to live, do you? George had been waiting until he had all the facts, and you're going to get them.
No, I can't. I won't.
You're going to find out every person who's at that meeting and why he's there.
I can't go through with it. This is killing you're talking about. A man's life. I want no part of it.
You want no part of it. You are a part of it. What do you think you've been living on, playing on, traveling on? Where do you think the money came from that converted you into the fashionable Mrs. Forbes? came from 100 killings, 1,000 beatings, all the pennies and nickels and dimes squeezed out of 1,000,000 fists, all the $3 payments at the foot of the stairs to help make you a lady of refinement. No, you can't get out of it, Miss Whitehead. You hitched a ride on the roller coaster, and it doesn't stop, and nobody gets off until the trip's over.
Oh, Marty. Marty, please help me.
Oh, how can I? You wanted the trip, and you took me along with you. I can't help you now any more than I can help myself. Now, just do what George sent you to do. Find out about that meeting tonight.
Take it easy, boys. I'll see who it is.
Unscheduled visitors are frowned upon in better circles, I know.
Something wrong, Lorna?
Yes, I'm afraid I've come down with a terrible malady, Nick. A bad case of jealousy. But I had to be sure.
About who I was with tonight?
Yes.
Come in. Come on, I want you to meet your competition. Take a look. Real heart crushers, aren't they? This is Mr. Lohman, Mr. Hart, Bender, Joe Sheffield. Boys, Mrs. Lorna Hanson Forbes.
Haven't we met before, Mrs. Forbes?
What? Oh, I'm afraid I don't recall you, Mr. Lohman.
I'm Hart.
Oh.
He's Lohman.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you from around here, Mr. Hart?
Kansas City, but I get back east a lot.
Well, I guess you must have seen my picture in the paper. Yes, that's it. Someone's always recognizing me. Gentlemen, I offer my apologies for the interruption. Back to your national convention. Nick, try to forgive me.
Come on, Lorna, see outside.
Oh, I'm so ashamed, Nick. I shouldn't have come here. I'm sorry.
No, you couldn't have picked a better time. Those fellas in there work for the same guy I work for, George Castleman. Lorna, in exactly 48 hours, Mr. Castleman's going to be canceled out. He'll be working for me. The whole country will be mine. Oh, Lorna, I want you to share it with me. Oh, what's the matter? I'm not good enough? I'm not good enough?
I didn't say that.
But that's it, isn't it? That's what you really have to face, isn't it?
No,
I know the right people. I wear the right clothes, but I don't bleed the right color, huh?
No, stop it.
Let's see what color I bleed. When this goes through, I'll be on my way. Do you understand that? I'll have your old man's oil. I'll own all your gold-plated friends. Maybe then my name will be worth something to you. Maybe then you wouldn't mind sharing it, huh?
Share your name?
I've been asking you to marry me.
Oh, no.
Hey, what's that for?
Oh, Nick, I'm scared. I'm scared about what you're doing, what you're planning, what it'll lead to.
You're that scared for me?
Yes.
I mean that much to you?
Nick, how much do I mean to you?
Well, everything I have. Is that enough?
Yes. If you'll give it up. If you'll get out of this whole thing.
If that's what it'll take to have you, you got a deal. I can check out inside of a year.
No, it'll be too late
But
then.
I can't get out now. This is the big jump. I gotta see it through.
Please, Nick, give it up. Don't go through with it.
It's too late, baby. The wheels are already turning.
Nick, could I see you a minute?
Yeah, okay, Eddie. You go home, Doc. I'll call you later.
Patricia! Patricia!
She isn't here. Gone to a movie. George sent her.
George?
Hello, Lorna. Aren't you glad to see me?
How did you get here?
I've been too far away. How was the meeting?
Meeting? What meeting?
The meeting you told Marty about at Nick's house.
There was no meeting. I misunderstood.
You mean there were no visitors? Only yourself?
Well, there were a few, some local friends.
I see. You lying little double-crosser.
George, lay off.
Wasn't Sam Lohman there from Cleveland and Eddie Hart from Kansas City?
Yes.
What are they doing? What are they planning?
I don't know, George. I don't know.
They're out to get me, aren't they?
Yes.
And you're covering up for them.
No.
I'll kick your head in. I'll beat your brains apart.
Stop it, George. Stop it.
Stay out of this, you bookkeeper.
George, wait. She can help us. She can still be useful.
When I get through with her, she won't be of use to anybody.
Stop it. She can help us get Prenta. George, listen to me. You want Prenta, don't you? She can get him for us tonight, here. We'll all be in the clear. George, stop it. George, look. She can call him on the phone and get him over here. He'll never know. She'll tell the police it was self-defense. He tried to attack her.
Yeah.
Take a look at her face, George. Look at her. It'll work. Don't you see? It's perfect.
Okay, Marty, okay. You got a brain, the best kind, the kind you don't have to go out and buy. Now pick her up and put her in that chair.
Yeah, all right.
Give her the phone. Tell her what to do.
All right, call Nick Prenta. Tell him you want to see him. Tell him to get over here right away. Alone. Please, Lorna.
Marty, I just can't do it.
You've got to.
No, I can't.
What's the number?
Right on. That's Nick. All right, Lorna. Get to the door and let him in.
He has his own key.
You little tramp.
Oh!
One wrong word and I'll kill you both.
Lorna,
Yes, Nick.
I want to apologize for busting in on you, Mrs. Forbes. I know it isn't done in your set, but your friend Eddie Hart told me it would be okay. He said Castleman might not like it so much.
Nick, I didn't
But
tell...
that Ethel Whitehead would go for anything, and I believe him. I told you what I'd do to you.
You're not going to have time to do anything.
Castleman! Watch it, George. He's getting his gun.
That's what he hopes. Nick wasn't even a good hoodlum. Marty, where's Ethel?
She beat it. She's in her car.
All right, let her go, Marty. I'll get her no matter where she hides.
Not a very pretty story, is it, Mr. Fowler? But I want you to print every word of it. I want nothing left unsaid.
Uh-huh. Why?
Well, let's understand each other. I've never been possessed by humanitarian instincts, but listen, Mr. Fowler. There must be hundreds, thousands of girls like I was, trapped by poverty and wanting to escape. Let them be ambitious. Let them try to better themselves, but not my way. It's much too expensive. Do you want to wait around and watch the fade out of the notorious Lorna Hanson Forbes? Oh, you wouldn't be a good newspaperman if you didn't.
Lorna,
Marty.
you better get your things. You can't stay here. You've unfinished business with George. He's on his way here, unless the police get to him first. They're looking for him. You see, I told them who killed Prenta.
You told them? But what will George do?
Doesn't matter.
That means your unfinished business, too.
That doesn't matter either.
You did it for me. For me. Oh, Marty, it makes no sense.
Has everything you've done made sense? We do what we do because we're made a certain way.
Yes, but what I did, there was a hope for some return, some kind of dividends. For you, there's nothing. There never can be. Not even a promise.
I know that. I kept a very good set of books for everyone but myself.
Ethel. Send out Blackford.
George, he's outside. Where are you going, Ethel?
Hello, George.
Where's Blackford?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
What are you doing out here? Waiting for me, I suppose.
Strangely enough, George, there was a time when I did wait for you and nobody else.
Well, that's past. Where's Blackford?
I don't know.
All right, come on, let's get going.
Sure, George.
I figured I could draw you out, Marty. You're not very bright. Start saying your prayers.
George, no!
Ethel!
Oh!
George, I'm going to blast your head off. Ethel. Ethel, darling. Ethel, I'll get a doctor. You'll be all right. You have to be.
Don't look so sad, Marty.
Oh, Ethel.
It's the only way. Maybe this will help balance the books, Marty.
And so ends our adaptation of The Damned Don't Cry. Our stars, Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy, will return in just a moment with our guest screen director. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present the hilarious comedy Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell and Jeff Chandler. In future weeks, we will present Humoresque, starring Tallulah Bankhead and Stephen Cochran. And on April 26th, the Screen Directors Playhouse is proud to present Jackpot. And our stars will be Miss Margaret Truman and Jimmy Stewart. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Joan Crawford and Frank Lovejoy.
You know, Shakespeare said, the play's the thing, and we all agree. If he were alive today and around motion pictures, he would have added, and so is the director, and especially one with the scope of the very brilliant Vincent Sherman. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present Mr. Sherman.
Joan, I'm very grateful. I hadn't realized I was such a remarkable fellow.
Oh, but you are, Vincent. When an actor doesn't mind getting up at 5 a.m. to work for you, you are remarkable. Remember how many of those early calls we all had working for you in Goodbye, My Fancy?
Yes, and I apologize for ruining your sleep, Frank.
Apologize? Vincent, I'd think nothing of getting up at 2 a.m. for you.
Oh, and greater love hath no actor than for his sleep. It's been a long time since I've heard a finer tribute. Incidentally, if I may, I'd like to say how much I enjoyed working with Frank Lovejoy as my co-star in Goodbye, My Fancy.
And may I add, the gentleman is really an actor.
Well, thank you, Vincent. And, Joan, there isn't anything I can say about you that everybody doesn't already know. You're wonderful.
Say, before this turns into a mutual admiration society, don't you think we'd better say good night?
Yes.
Good night.
Good night, Vincent. Good night, Frank.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
The Damned Don't Cry was presented through the courtesy of Warner Brothers, producers of I Was a Communist for the FBI, starring Frank Lovejoy. Joan Crawford can soon be seen in the Warner Brothers production Goodbye, My Fancy, directed by Vincent Sherman. Included in tonight's cast were Irene Winston, Eddie Fields, Paul Frees, Eleanor Audley, Tony Barrett, Ken Christie, and Sidney Miller. The Damned Don't Cry was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen again next week when we present Hired Wife, starring Rosalind Russell and Jeff Chandler, with screen director William Seiter.
Saturday's Fun with Judy Canova and Dennis Day on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse. Stars, Margaret Truman, James Stewart. Production, Jackpot. Director, Walter Lang.
This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, by Chesterfield, the only cigarette that gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, the cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope, and by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Tonight, on the anniversary of our 100th broadcast, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present that hilarious motion picture comedy hit, Jackpot. And here are our stars, Miss Margaret Truman and Mr. James Stewart.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening. Tonight's story, Jackpot, is a comedy that deals with the trials and tribulations of the Lawrence family. It's a satire on the many giveaway programs offering thousands of dollars, fabulous amounts to the average American family. Winning one is an adventure that is rather unforgettable, as we will soon see. But before we begin, here's Jimmy Wallington.
And here's a word from RCA Victor. Last week, the curtain went up on the 75th anniversary of the National Baseball League and the 50th anniversary of the American League. There's no better way to celebrate than by enjoying at first hand the thrills and the clean sportsmanship of baseball today. Baseball today. It's the American way. Of course, the next best thing to a seat in the stands is a seat in front of a 19-inch RCA Victor television. RCA Victor's new extra powerful picture pickup gives you the best possible reception everywhere. You know RCA Victor television is most in demand, but here's really important news. RCA Victor 19-inch television is available. It's on display now at dealer stores. So insist on the best. Insist on seeing 19-inch million-proof television by RCA Victor. When you do, you'll agree, inch for inch, your best buy in television is RCA Victor 19-inch. Now, the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Jackpot, starring Margaret Truman as Amy and James Stewart in his original role of Bill.
Every morning, every evening, ain't we got fun? Not much money, but honey, ain't we got fun?
Yes, ain't we got fun? We're the Lawrences of Glenville, Indiana. I'm Amy, the voice on the left. And on the right, that good-looking, manly tenor is my husband, Bill. And between us, to complete our family quartet, is my teenage daughter, Phyllis, and my young son, Tommy. On this happy note, we all went to bed last night. And on this happy note, we all arose this morning. Bill, wake up.
Come
on, up.
Oh, gee whiz. I wish you'd waited just 2 more minutes.
Why?
Well, I was just about to make a choice.
A choice about what?
I was having a dream.
About me?
Well, you were kind of a part of it. It was before we were married, and I had to make up my mind. I could go to the North Pole with Admiral Byrd, or I could marry you.
And what did you decide?
Well, I didn't. You woke me up.
Oh. You mean you had some doubts?
Well, I don't know. It's just a dream, you know. Well, I better start getting dressed. Amy, how long have we been married?
We're having an anniversary in 2 weeks, and you were there for the wedding. Figure it out for yourself.
Amy, are you happy?
At 7:30 in the morning? What kind of a question is that?
Well, I don't know. I don't know. I was just thinking about us. You know, this is it, Amy. The pattern's all set. You and me and the kids. This is it. I'm never going to the North Pole with Admiral Byrd.
Byrd went to the South Pole.
Well, this time he was going to the North Pole. He had some kind of a defroster or something. Anyway, what difference does it make? I'm never going to get there anyway. I'll just go on working at Woodruff's department store. You'll go on raising the kids. One day we'll be old and nothing will have happened.
Is that what made you think about us?
No, dear. I love you. I love the kids, but
I want to go to the North Pole.
Yes. Why not?
Well, because for one thing, dressed as you are, you'd freeze to death. Say, Bill, remind me to remind you not to forget to bring home a case of club soda tonight. You know, tonight's...
Tonight's, Wednesday. Yeah. The gang's coming over to play Monopoly, yeah. Every Wednesday, week in, week out, we play Monopoly. Yeah, I know. Amy, listen to me. Let's be daring. Next week, let's play on Thursday. No. This would be too much of a shock for everybody.
Including you. Now, how about shocking yourself into remembering to come home on time, huh? Dinner is served promptly at 6:30, sir.
Hello, Amy, darling.
Why, Bill, you're home early. What's the occasion?
Well, I couldn't wait to tell you the good news.
Oh, you've been promoted, a vice presidency.
Now,
I
hold
knew
on,
you'd make it. I knew
hold
it
on,
couldn't
Amy. No, it hasn't happened yet. Maybe in the next 3 weeks.
I don't understand.
Well, Mr. Woodruff said whoever comes in with the best idea how to increase our business volume, that's the one who'll get the job. Here, I'll get it. Hello.
Hello. New York is calling Mr. William J. Lawrence.
Well, New York. Well, this is William J. Lawrence.
This is the Federal Broadcasting System, Mr. Lawrence. Will you be at home tonight between 9 and 10 o'clock to listen to Name the Mystery Husband on the Federal Broadcasting System?
Well,
Your telephone number has been selected as one of those to be called during the program tonight. You'll have a chance at the $24,000 jackpot.
Well,
Good! Now, please don't use your phone between 9 and 10 so the line will be open for us when we call.
Well,
Thank you.
Well, I'll be darned.
Who was that on the phone?
That was the Federal Broadcasting System, and they want me to be home between 9 and 10 so that I can name the mystery husband and win the $24,000 jackpot.
Feeling pretty good, aren't you? Get the ice out for me, will you, dear? Who was it?
Who? Well, it was Mabel Spooner, pretending she's a radio station. Of course, I went along with the gag. I told her I'd be home.
Are you sure it was Mabel Spooner?
Mabel Spooner, yeah, sure.
What did you say the name of the program was?
Name the mystery husband.
You win the $1 trillion jackpot.
No, it was a $24,000 jackpot.
What, Tommy?
Oh, I don't know what you win, Mom, but it's something fierce. Can I stay up and listen to it?
Bill, are you sure it wasn't the Federal Broadcasting System that called you?
I don't know.
Gee, did they call us?
Well, somebody called us, son.
Wait, do you know the answer?
No, I don't.
Oh, gee, Dad, why you
Now,
doing
Tommy,
millions of
don't get excited.
Oh, but Mom,
No,
Dad,
it's just some of our friends trying to play a joke on your
That's
father.
right, Tommy. No, that's just a gag.
Oh,
Now go on and wash your face before we eat.
Gee whiz, what kind of a thing is that to joke about? You sure?
I'm positive.
Are you?
I don't know. Amy, why would the broadcasting company call me?
Well, they just take a number out of the book.
Oh, no, the odds are 1 in 10 million. Why did they call me just as soon as I got home? Why didn't they call me this afternoon? No. It's Mabel Spooner. She knew I was at the store. Well, as soon as I hear her voice, I'll know. Mabel, now come over here. Now, I want you to repeat after me. This is the Federal Broadcasting System.
This is the Federal Broadcasting System.
That's not her, Amy.
Excuse me, everybody. Just a minute. Bill, come into the kitchen. I want to talk to you privately.
Sure, darling.
Bill, We have to do something about this.
Do something about what?
Try to find out who the mystery husband is.
Oh, now, Amy, if we win, we win. If we lose, what's the difference? Everybody's having a lot of fun.
Fun? Bill Lawrence, I don't get you at all. You work a full year at Woodruff's for $7,500, and here you have a chance to win $24,000. And you don't even lift your finger to do anything about it.
Well, what do you want me to do, honey?
Well, Walter Winchell's always giving tips on the jackpot programs. Maybe somebody knows who the mystery husband is.
Who?
Well, maybe somebody in radio, maybe.
I don't know anybody in radio.
Well, don't we know somebody who might know somebody?
Well, look, it's too late anyway, Amy. Look, it's 8:15 right now. The program goes on for 45 minutes.
Wait. I've got it. Hank Summers.
What about him?
Newspaper man.
Oh, he won't be back from New York till tomorrow.
Call him.
New York? Oh, that's long distance.
Call him.
Okay. Oh, operator. New York, the Bijou Hotel, Mr. Hank Summers. Person to person. Amy, that's going to cost $10. That don't make sense. What?
But it does make sense. $24,000 worth. Suppose Woodruff doesn't make you vice president. Who cares?
Yeah, $24,000.
Hello?
Hank? Hello, Hank. Hey, this is Bill Lawrence. Hey, who's the mystery husband?
Me. I haven't seen my wife in 12 years.
That's a pretty good one. I'd say, name the mystery husband. I'm a contestant now.
Well, I don't know for sure, but they're saying it's Harry James or Artie Shaw.
Harry James or Bernard Shaw?
Artie Shaw.
Artie Shaw. Is he married?
Silly boy. The government hasn't frozen wives as yet. Now, look, pal, don't blame me if it isn't either one of them. Might be some third guy we never even heard of.
Yeah, I know, Hank. Well, thanks a lot, Hank. I'll see you when you get home. So long.
What did he say? Who is it?
Oh, boy, we're in, Amy. We can't lose.
He told you who the mystery husband is?
He sure did. We can't lose. That's definite.
Well, who is it?
Well, it's either Harry James or Artie Shaw. Or somebody else.
Oh.
And now let's eavesdrop on a couple of old pals.
Say, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work with it.
Okay. Folks, Better Tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Buy Chesterfield, Chesterfield, the one that proves its case. Yes, Chesterfields are milder, plus no aftertaste.
So ho, open a pack and give 'em a sniff.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
Now the second act of Jackpot, starring Margaret Truman and James Stewart.
Did you ever play bridge and experience the anticipation and excitement of awaiting the perfect hand, the 13th spade? Well, I guess that about sums up how my Bill felt while he waited to be called by the Name the Mystery Husband program. His nerves were absolutely tingling and jumping. Ain't we got fun?
Ladies and gentlemen, here are some more prizes to add to the list. 24 Corday Swiss watches, a lifetime supply of the push-button shaving cream with 3 extra buttons, 100 Great Dane dogs, and besides that, 1 can of dog food, an airplane trip to New York for 2, your portrait painted by the famous Hilda Jones, your house decorated by Leslie of Harrington Interiors, and for your daylight barbecues, the finest in outdoor floodlighting, the incomparable Magnalite. Operator, place the next call.
It's either Harry James or Artie Shaw.
What? What are you talking about, Bill? This is Woodruff, your boss.
We wondered if you and Amy could come over for some bridge.
Bridge, are you crazy? Now hang up the phone. I can't talk to you now. What's the matter with you?
Who was it?
It's Mr. Woodruff, my boss. I guess I told him, didn't I?
Excuse me, Daddy. I want to call Dorothy.
Oh, yeah, go ahead. Hey, give me the telephone. Hey, what do you think you're doing?
Well, what did I do? I didn't do anything. Everybody hates me.
Only 8 minutes left.
Daddy!
Shh. Quiet, Tommy.
Daddy, I'm stuck.
What?
My head's stuck between these two rails on the banister. I can't get it out.
Oh,
Well, wait a minute. For heaven's sake. All right. Now, here. Now, take it easy now. We'll get it out. All right, now pull. Try and help me a little. Pull harder.
Ow, my ears.
Well, pull a little. Oh, hey, that's the phone. What'll I do?
Just leave me stuck here.
All right, well, don't go away now.
Hey, Dad, watch out. The telephone book.
No, I'm all right.
Bill! Upside down. That's a fine way to answer the phone.
He's out.
Help me get him up. Somebody answer the phone. Wake up, Bill. Wake up. Say something.
Here, I'll throw some water in his face.
Hey, who hit me? He was bigger than I was, Amy.
Answer the phone.
Answer the... Wait, who is it?
I don't know. Find out, Bill.
Hello?
Hello. Is this Mr. William Lawrence?
Yes, this is Mr. William Lawrence.
William J. Lawrence of Glenville, Indiana? Hello there, Mr. Lawrence.
Oh, hello.
Mr. Lawrence, this is Larry Haynes of the Name the Mystery Husband program. How are you?
Oh, I'm fine.
Ah, that's splendid. Now, Mr. Lawrence, we have a little riddle for you, and if you answer it correctly, you will win a chance to guess the identity of the mystery husband and win the $24,000 jackpot. Are you ready, Mr. Lawrence?
Oh, I guess so.
All right. Slow and steady wins the race, not the one who sets the pace. One went fast, the other went slow, but the slow one won, as we all know.
Amy, I don't know.
Shh, race, wins the race.
It's middle ground in your house.
It's middle ground in your house.
It's middle ground and...
Ow! It's the tortoise in the hair.
The tortoise in the hair.
The tortoise and the hare.
What's that? The tortoise and the hare? Oh, that is absolutely correct, Mr. Lawrence. Now, listen carefully, Mr. Lawrence. Here is the mystery husband himself. Name him, and the $24,000 is yours. Are you ready?
George Bernard Shaw.
What's that? Don't you think you'd better listen to the mystery husband first? Pins in a haystack, little girl blue. Farewell, I am off anew. You can't see me, but I'll see you. Pins in a haystack, little girl blue. All right, Mr. Lawrence, can you tell us who the mystery husband is? Mr. Lawrence, are you there? Well, Mr. Lawrence appears to have fainted.
Amy, give me a nickel. Heads, it's Harry James. Tails, it's Tommy Dorsey.
Mr. Lawrence!
It's heads.
I think it's Harry James.
Will you repeat that, Mr. Lawrence?
I think it's Harry James.
Mr. Lawrence out there in Glenville, Indiana, you have just won the $24,000 jackpot.
Bill, just look at all this loot that's arrived. This diamond ring.
Here, let me put it on your finger, Amy.
Oh,
That's where it belongs.
It's lovely.
I've always meant to buy you one.
Thanks, darling.
Mr. and Mrs. Lawrence, I presume.
Yes? Who are you?
I, madam, am one of your prizes.
Which one?
I, sir, am Leslie of Harrington Interiors.
I, sir, am Lawrence of Arabia.
Bill. No, Mr. Leslie's the decorator who's come to do our house. Isn't it wonderful?
No, simply scrumptious. Well, won't you come in? My wife and I'll show you around.
Thank you. Oh, divine. This room is absolutely divine. We won't be able to use a thing. Ghastly. And there, I suppose, is the dining room.
Mm-hmm. My favorite room.
Divine, absolutely divine. Simply just junk everything and start from scratch.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. You know, there are some things around here I like.
You like? How dare you?
All right. Before I commit mayhem, I think I better go to work. Goodbye, Mr. Leslie.
Just Leslie. Goodbye, old boy.
Goodbye, Amy. I'll see you tonight. Big meeting with Woodruff.
Bye-bye, darling. Good luck.
Well, Bill, any suggestions on how to better our business?
Yes, sir. I think that what we have to do
hold it just
is
a
to...
minute.
We're going to form
Yes. Oh, it's Mrs. Lawrence. She wants to speak to you, Bill.
Well, tell her I'll call her back later.
Oh,
Don't
all right, yeah. Bill says that he says it's urgent. Go ahead and talk to her.
No, but...
Go on! Go ahead. Take less time than what's going on right now. Go on.
Well, I don't want to take the... Yeah? Yes, Amy. It has? Well, you can... Well, why don't you just put it in the refrigerator? Oh, well, I'll think of something and call you back. Yes, dear, yes. Yes, I know it's a hot day. Yes, goodbye. You see, it's the jackpot, Mr. Woodruff. The more stuff's arrived. They just delivered the meat.
Did Amy call you about that?
Yes, that's right.
Well, why didn't you just put it in the refrigerator?
Well, it's a quarter of a ton of beef, you see. It's a complete steer, fully dressed.
Yes, complete steer. Oh, all right. Where were we?
Well, now, here, I was going to tell you, my idea is we were just about to open a babysitting department.
What?
In the
Who
store.
said so?
Yes, a babysitting department in the store here.
Yes. It's Amy, Bill.
Oh, no, tell her I can't talk to her.
Oh, no. It's all right. I can wait. Some things are more important than other things.
Gee whiz, right in the middle of a conference. Yes, Amy. Oh, the freezer. Well, that solves all our problems, doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't. Oh. No, of course you can't throw away 400 dozen kippered herrings. Yes, Amy. I know it's a hot day, dear. Yes. Well, you just stack them someplace in the shade, and I'll think of something. Yes, I'll call you back. Now, where were we?
You were about to become a vice president.
Oh, thank you.
Vice president in charge of diaper changing.
I'll answer it.
Never mind. Conference dismissed. And on your way out, send in Fred Burns, the new vice president.
All deliveries to the rear, please.
Well, what do you mean? It's me. I live here, Amy.
Oh, I'm sorry, Bill.
Well, the only polite people I've met so far are the truck drivers. Of course, they always are. Amy, what's that on your head?
A Jacques Fifth Avenue hat. It's the only thing I knew where to put. Look, isn't the piano beautiful?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. It's a very nice tone, isn't it?
Oh, Bill, your newspaper man friend Hank called and wanted to know what you're going to do about your income tax.
What income tax?
The income tax on all the stuff we won.
Well, how can you pay income tax on a refrigerator? What are you supposed to do? Send them a tray of ice cubes?
consult a tax expert. Oh, and by the way, Hilda Jones is on her way over here to talk to you about your portrait.
Portrait? Oh, no portrait now. Amy, we settled that.
Oh, Bill, please. It can only happen once in a lifetime.
No, absolutely not. No portrait. Yeah?
I am Hilda Jones. You have won me, too.
Wow! Gee, you're a prize package.
Thank you. I am here to paint your portrait.
Well, let's not lose any time, kid.
What did you say, Bill?
Oh, I forgot, Amy. Miss Jones, this is my wife, Amy.
How do you do? You're French, aren't you? Jones?
Hildegard Jonet. In English, Hilda Jones. It's simpler, yes?
Oh, much. But Greenwich Village. I thought you'd look sort of artsy-craftsy, and you're so... Well, anyway, it's a shame you had to travel such a distance, because that was the one thing Bill said he didn't want. Didn't you, Bill?
How was that, dear?
Your portrait painted, dear.
Oh, well,
of course. I wanted him to, but he's absolutely set against it.
Oh, that is bad. If I do not paint the portrait, I will lose the commission.
Oh, isn't that a shame?
Yes, a shame.
Well, now, I hate to do that to you, but I just feel so silly posing.
Oh, but why, Mr. Lawrence? You would make a beautiful subject. You have such fine features and good bone structure.
I have?
Yes, and posing, it is nothing. You will enjoy it. At least all of my subjects do.
Gee, it's hard to talk around here.
Really?
Yeah, well, I mean, there's so much noise here.
Really?
Well, I am staying at the Glenville Hotel, Mr. Lawrence. Maybe it is better if I call you tomorrow.
Yeah, well, why don't you do that?
Yes, do.
You can reach me at Woodruff's department store.
I will be sure and call you. Au revoir.
Au revoir. Did she go out the door or crawl back into the woodwork? Quite a charmer, isn't she?
I didn't notice particularly.
Oh, didn't you? And what happens when you do notice particularly? Does smoke shoot out of your ears? Don't Amy me. And before you go off to do all that posing, I wish you'd do something about putting those 400 dozen kippered herrings in the refrigerator. And you might plan to spend a couple of hours in there with them.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Lawrence. Or should I have said goodbye?
Well, what's on your mind, Leslie?
Have you found out about the tax yet?
Well, is it true?
Oh, yes, indeedy.
You mean to tell me I have to pay income tax and all this stuff here?
Oh, you poor innocent lamb.
Hey, to hear you talk, you'd think Uncle Sam himself was sitting at the radio writing down all sorts of...
Oh, yeah, they take a list. Yes, it's on file in Washington with your fingerprints.
Well, why don't they announce that on the program?
If they did, Mr. Lawrence, there'd be no program. Toodaloo. Here is something you should know if you ever suffer from the sudden pain of headaches, neuritis, or neuralgia. It's a way to ease the pain, often within a few minutes. A way that is incredibly fast and effective. It's Anacin. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients in easy-to-take tablet form. Thousands of people were first introduced to Anacin through their own physicians or dentists. But today these tablets are in such widespread use that all drug counters have them, and anyone may enjoy their benefits. Next time you suffer from the pains of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, by all means try Anacin. You'll like the convenience of Anacin tablets, and you'll be delighted with Anacin's incredibly fast action. Anacin. Anacin. Ask for Anacin by name today at your druggist. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the only cigarette that gives you mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, the best cigarette for you to smoke. And by the makers of Anacin for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. The Screen Directors Playhouse production of Jackpot, starring Margaret Truman and James Stewart, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Jackpot, starring Margaret Truman as Amy and James Stewart as Bill.
Two urgent items. Bill is being painted by Hilda Jones, who is quite a dish. The other? A tax consultant visited us regarding our loot from the jackpot. His verdict? We owe the government $7,000. We have $400 in the bank. Ain't we got fun? Yeah, ain't we? Hello?
Amy, I'm still trying to sell enough jackpot prizes to pay those taxes.
Any luck?
Yeah, I sold 2 ivory penguins, 50 cents apiece. I loaded a watch right under Woodruff's nose.
What's that? You sold Mr. Woodruff's nose?
No, I would have, except it's hard to pry loose. Now, I'm not coming home for dinner tonight, dear. I just got a tip on a fellow that might buy the 7,500 cans of oxtail soup.
Oh, but, Bill, I've smothered such a beautiful herring.
Well, honey, he's just going to be in town tonight, and you know how we've got to
I know, the tax. Oh, well, I'm not very hungry, so I'll wait up for you, and we'll both eat later.
Darling, I won't be home later.
Is it the herring?
No, I have to see Hilda.
That's worse, stuffed herring.
What? How's that?
No, nothing, Bill. Just the next time you make these plans, I wish you'd give me a little advance warning so I won't be left high and dry. Goodbye.
Oh, Mrs. Lawrence, would you know where I could locate Hilda Jones, the artist girl?
I could tell you where I wish I could locate her. Never mind. Leslie, we're going out.
Out?
You and I, we're dressing for dinner.
Just you and I, not Mr. Lawrence?
Mr. Lawrence has gone to the North Pole.
I beg your pardon?
And since he has, I'm going to swim the channel.
Well, you've got the eyes right, but it seems to me Amy's hair is a little, yeah, Hilda, right in here. It should be a little darker, I think.
Like so? When must this be finished?
Well, Wednesday's our anniversary. You know, Amy still thinks you're painting my portrait. You couldn't come over for dinner, could you? I sure would like you to be there when I give this to Amy.
Well, that is very nice, but when I get this finished, I think it is better I go home. Do you not think so?
Well, I don't...
Oh!
What's the matter?
Oh, it's nothing. Only when I work too long, my neck, it gets... maybe a drink would help.
Oh, sure. What, orangeade?
Whiskey and soda, I think. Come downstairs to the bar.
All right. Oh, no. No, I don't think we better. You see, I found out today that there's a lot of gossip around about you and me.
No.
Yeah. Well, you know how it is. The people around here is sort of small town.
And you are now?
Well, I get around more, you know. I go up to Chicago on buying trips, stuff like that. And sort of gives me a broader point of view.
Yes, of course. Oh, Oh, my neck.
Well, here. Now, you just ought to relax those muscles. Here, now, why don't you sit over in the chair here? Now, I'll rub the neck and shoulders here. I'm a champ at this. Now, just relax.
Oh, feels good.
Yeah. So maybe I could make better contact with the rubbing if I could remove this towel around your shoulders there.
All right. And I, too, will remove this smock.
Yes, that's fine. Oh, well. Well, you look very nice in that strapless sunsuit. Say, I have an idea. You stand over here in front of me. I'm going to crack your back, so just relax now. Oh, I'm sorry. I broke the zipper. I'm sorry.
I think it is better. I put on something a little more.
Yes, a little more. Good night. Good night.
Oh, am I glad to be home.
Didn't you enjoy your dinner, Leslie?
I don't think the duck is nesting very well.
Oh, I'm sorry. The menu said Long Island duck.
If that duck came from Long Island, it walked out here. Fix me a bicarbonate, will you, in a hurry, please? I'm going outside to my trailer. Oh, there's someone at the door.
It's Bill.
Egad.
What's the matter?
Well, he has a guilty conscience. He's carrying his shoes in his hands and tiptoeing in. Oh, the rascal.
Oh, Leslie, this has been the most enchanting evening of my life.
Oh, it has, huh? Hey, Leslie, come over here.
You keep your hands in your pocket. Remember, I'm a gentleman.
Oh, no, you're not.
Hey, Amy, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
Of course. Leslie and I found ourselves with an evening on our hands, so we decided to do a little celebrating. We went to the Tavern Inn for dinner. We had the most divine duck.
Hey, where are you going?
Please, Mrs. Lawrence, the bicarbonate, please.
I'll tell you what I'll do, Bill. I'll fix 2 doses. I'll take mine out to Leslie's trailer, and you can take yours back to Hilda at the Glenville Hotel.
Oh, so that's why you...
That's why I.
Well, that's the joke of the year.
Well, why don't you let me in on it?
All right, I will. We'll go right down to the hotel right now. Where are my shoes?
Are you sure you brought them home with you, dear?
Look, now I want you to know that Hilda Jones is a nice, sweet, innocent girl. She's the best friend a man ever had. Now, come on, let's go. It's me, Bill Lawrence.
Bill, you came back here to rub my back some more. Oh, Mrs. Lawrence.
Yes.
And how?
I'll say she's the best friend a man ever had. Bill Lawrence, don't ever talk to me again as long as you live.
Morning, Dad. Where did you sleep last night?
I slept in the garage. Stop asking personal questions, Tommy. Who's that playing the piano?
Oh, a prospective customer. He's trying it first. Why don't you sit down and have breakfast?
Not unless someone invites me.
Tommy, tell your father someone is not inviting him.
Have a roll, Daddy.
Thank you, Phyllis. At least someone loves their daddy.
Phyllis, would you tell your father there was a policeman here this morning? Those 50 fruit trees have to be off the sidewalk by 5 o'clock.
Thank you. Phyllis, would you mind telling your mother that she'll have to get somebody else to take those fruit trees away because I'm going to Chicago on a buying trip today. Also, I have a chance to unload the diamond ring and the watches there to a Mr. Flick Morgan, who's in the horse room business or something. Hey, Fats Waller! Hey, go outside and find the lost cord, huh?
Are you two getting a divorce?
What?
Well, we have a right to know, Tommy and me.
Yes, you have indeed, Phyllis. You'll be among the first to be notified.
Oh. Don't joke, Father. Children are the real victims of broken homes. I read an article in the Ladies' Home Journal that said that children are the real victims of broken homes. Children are.
That article sort of repeats itself, doesn't it?
And it also said that when the parents are always quarreling, this has a serious effect on the children, and later in life it can change their personality.
Is that a fact?
Yeah.
Well, you know, Phyllis, sometimes I think a change in personality might do you good. And now, would you mind to ask your mother if she'd be kind enough to drive me down to the station? I have to catch the 9:15.
Tell your father the answer is no.
Good. Tell your mother I'll drive down to the train myself, leave the keys with the station master. Goodbye, children.
All right, Mac, give me a rundown of Jamaica, will you? That's right. What's
Hey,
Huh?
say, fella, this is a horse parlor or something, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. What's on your mind, Bob?
Are you Flick Morgan?
Yeah, that's right.
Say, my name's Lawrence, and Harry Summers told me to look you up. He said he thought you might be interested in this diamond ring.
Well, it's a nice-looking stone. Is it hot?
Is it what?
I said, is it hot?
Is it hot?
Hot.
Hot? Hot. Oh, no, I won it in a jackpot program on the radio.
Jackpot program?
That's right.
Well, that's a new one, anyway. How much you want for it?
$5,000.
The coppers.
What? Hold on, the coppers. Hey, wait a minute. Hey, where are you going? Hey, you got my ring.
All right, boys, all right, line them up. Hey, you, where do you think you're going?
I was just going out this window.
Come on, get over here. Okay, everybody, hands on your heads and line up against the wall and no noise. You're all under arrest.
Now, officer, I wasn't making any bets here.
No, what were you doing?
I was just trying to sell a diamond ring.
Where is it?
Well, he had it on his finger.
Keep your hands on your head. Diamond ring, huh? What's that stuff in your pockets?
Now, these watches, well, now, they all belong to me. I won them on a
Holy Toledo, the guy's a walking jewelry store.
I won all these things on a radio program.
Yeah, I know. Take it or snatch it. Now start talking.
Well, wait a minute. I won all... I told you. I'm telling you the truth.
Yeah.
Now, look.
What?
I don't have to answer these questions, see? I'm a citizen, see? I'm a taxpayer. Oh, am I ever a taxpayer? I work for Woodruff's department store, Mr. Andrew J. Woodruff in Glenville, Indiana.
I don't believe it, but I'll give you a chance to prove it. There's a telephone. Call long distance and get Woodruff.
Okay, I'll get Woodruff. Okay. Here. Operator, will you have long distance get me Mr. Andrew J. Woodruff, Woodruff's department store,
Oh, look, sir, you couldn't possibly have bought that watch in my store. We don't carry this make.
Well, a man in your store with a carnation in his lapel sold it to me. Why, he took it right out of his pocket. He had dozens of them there.
Jackpot loot. And selling them in my store. Tell me, by any chance was this man long and lean and slightly nuts?
Yep, that he was. Reminded me of a fellow who once talked to a rabbit, the 6-foot kind.
Woodruff speaking.
Hello? Mr. Woodruff? Say, this is Bill Lawrence. Hey, look, Mr. Lawrence, I've kind of mixed up in a little jam here in Chicago. It's a silly thing, but the police want you to identify me. The lieutenant here, he doesn't believe I work for you.
Oh, he doesn't, eh?
No.
He doesn't believe, Put him on. A.J. Woodruff speaking. Lieutenant, I have no William J. Lawrence in my employ. Well, of course I'm positive. If I were you, I'd throw him in the pokey, tie the key to a jackrabbit's tail, and mail the rabbit to Siberia.
How'd you get me out of the Hooskow, Hank? How did you know I was in there
Look,
anyway?
for the 50th time, Flick Morgan called me.
He called you? Did he mention my ring?
For the 100th time, yes, and I wouldn't worry about it. He's an honest Joe.
Yeah, well, the people I talked to didn't seem to think so. I had to say Harry James. Why didn't I say Jackie Robinson or Aunt Jemima or somebody?
Don't worry, you'll get it straightened out, Bill.
Harry, you know, I've been through a lot the last couple of days. How about stopping someplace for a drink, huh? Just maybe one little one for the road?
You've already had 10 roads.
Okay, now stop lecturing me. Hank, did I tell you tonight's my anniversary?
Yeah, pal, 40 times.
Right.
That's why you're going home and celebrate with Amy. That's why you bought her the roses you're carrying.
But I can't go home. I'm fired. Did I tell you I'd been fired, Hank?
Yeah, Woodruff told me and I told you.
That is correct. I've been fired. I had to answer that telephone. Now, why are these roses shaking their heads at me? Now, they would have answered it, too.
Now, easy, pal.
Easy,
Take
pal.
it easy.
Oh, take it easy, pal.
Now, look, Bill. The thing for you to remember is to be very gay and happy and don't tell Amy a thing.
Right. Trust me.
Well, we're running low on gas. I guess we ought to stop for some.
Well, buy me a glass. I'll drink it. That's a pretty good one, isn't it?
Very funny.
Happy anniversary, Mother.
Children, go upstairs.
Go on upstairs, children. Hi, Tommy. Hi, fellas.
What's the matter with you, Dad?
Well, he wasn't drinking sarsaparilla.
Go to bed, children. Go on, go on.
Mother, apply alcohol to his forehead and rub it in gently, and then take a mustard plaster and place it on his back.
Phyllis!
Well, if it can cure rheumatism, it sure can cure what ails Dad.
Amy, these roses are for you. Hiya, Mother. How about a little celebration, huh?
Seems to me you've done your celebrating, overdone it.
Well, Mother, it's our anniversary. Say, is that the same fella playing the piano that was here when I left?
The same.
What's he trying to do, beat it into a second-hand piano and then get a cut-rate price or something?
Hey, Spike Jones! Hey, make with the wash tub, huh?
There was a string quartet accompanying him last night. Too bad you missed it.
Well, it's too bad we couldn't have him here tonight. We could have a celebration. Come on, Mother. Now, let's have a little celebration.
Bill, where have you been?
Shh, secret. Hank told me not to tell you.
Oh, so Hank was in on it.
Well, sure. Well, if it hadn't been for Hank, I'd still be in jail. Oh. No, you're not going to trick me. No, you're not.
Why don't you lie down and rest, Bill?
Who, me? No, come on. Let's have a libation, Mother.
I don't want anything, Father.
You don't want anything, Father? What, are you a toe-teetler?
Please sit down.
I think I'd better sit down, yes. Hey, isn't this my favorite easy chair? Who cut the back legs off it?
Leslie. It needed to be cut down, so he did it.
Well, for what? Am I a midget?
Now, don't get excited. It was completely wrong. It threw the whole room off balance.
Threw it off balance, huh? I believe I'm going to throw Leslie off balance.
Bill, really?
What did I do? You let him amputate my favorite chair. He changes the living room into a funeral parlor, and besides, you feed him roast glass under duck, and poor me, what do I get? A kippered smothered in herring. And you stick up for him.
Yes, I stick up for him because you're wrong. You stay out for several nights, goodness knows where. Come home drunk. Oh, by the way, how is Hilda?
Hilda is the best friend a man ever had.
Good, because you're going to need a friend. We're through.
Hello. Is your father at home?
No, ma'am.
Your mother?
Well, she is. Hey, is that picture you're carrying for us?
Oh, yes.
I don't think we're taking anything more.
What is it you wish, Miss Jones?
Oh, hello, Mrs. Lawrence.
My husband isn't here.
May I come in, please?
Certainly. Tommy, you may leave. Run along and play.
Oh, okay, Mom.
I have the portrait here.
Oh, so there is a portrait.
Oh, yes. Yes, I hope you will like it.
Well, I don't think it matters very much whether I like it or not.
Oh, I think when you see it, you change your mind. You will find it does matter.
Oh, it's of me.
Well, yes. Billy wanted to surprise you. He wanted to give it to you himself, but when I went to the Woodruff store to find him, they told me he does not work there any longer.
Yes, that's true.
Will Bill be home soon?
I wouldn't know. I doubt it.
Oh, so it is like that, huh?
Yes, I'm afraid it is. But thank you very much for the portrait. It's really very nice.
I'm glad you like it. Now I have to go. My train, she leaves in half an hour, and my taxi is waiting.
I'll see you to the door. Goodbye, Miss Jones. And thank you again.
Not at all. Oh, Leslie.
Mrs. Lawrence.
Yes, Leslie.
You'll be very sorry to hear that I'm leaving. For my work, I require an atmosphere of rhythm and harmony. Wait for me, Hilda. I'm going with you. Goodbye, dear Mrs. Lawrence. And you have my deepest sympathy.
Mr. Lawrence, I presume?
No, I'm his mother-in-law. Goodbye.
Won't you come in? I'm Mrs. Lawrence.
Pritchett is my name, of the law firm of Hammerhill and Pritchett. I've come to see Mr. Lawrence.
He isn't here.
Yes, I know. I talked with Hank Summers. Mr. Lawrence is on his way home. May I wait?
Of course. Go right in the den.
Thank you.
Mother, that man's a lawyer. I heard everything he said. Are you and Daddy really gonna get
Phyllis,
it?
please.
But I want to find out.
Phyllis, no questions.
Mother.
You too, Tommy. Run along, children.
Oh, all right, if you don't want to take us into your confidence. Tommy, which one will you choose, Mother or Dad?
I'm not going to choose anybody. I'm going to stay right here with all this loot. Hey, what's the matter with everybody?
Hello, Amy. Mind if I come in? I packed the wrong stuff in my bag. I just came to get some of the stuff I need.
Go right ahead. Mr. Pritchett, the lawyer, is waiting in the den.
Oh, all right, Amy.
Mr. Lawrence?
Yeah. Well, whatever my wife told you is true. I'm not going to contest anything.
Oh, please, Mr. Lawrence.
All right. Now just say what you've got to say and get it over with. Don't expect me to be calm about it.
Mr. Lawrence, I don't know what domestic difficulties you're having, nor can I be of any assistance to you. I'm here solely on behalf of my client, Mr. Franklin Laswell Morgan.
Mr. who?
Franklin Laswell Morgan. Flick.
Flick Morgan? What's that cheap crook done with my diamond ring?
Unfortunately, he lost it. But you're going to be paid for your ring in cash. Here.
I'm sorry to interrupt.
You're not. Our business is done. But I think you'd better take a look at your husband. He appears to be in a state of shock. Good day.
Hey, Amy, look at this $5,000.
Where did you get it?
Flick Morgan, a Chicago racketeer.
Oh, what for?
I don't know. I think I kept the code.
The code?
Yeah, honey, do you realize what this means? We can use this to take care of the taxes. This will get us back on our feet again. We're out of the woods, honey.
Wonderful. And all the time I thought Mr. Pritchett was your lawyer.
Oh, you thought he was my lawyer? I thought he was your... Oh, darling, I love you.
I couldn't live without you, Bill.
Am I interrupting something?
Al, what do you want, Woodruff?
Oh, I want to talk to you.
Well,
Bill.
I don't want to talk to you.
Oh, now. Look, Bill. What I told the police was just a joke.
Oh, it's just a joke, huh? That's your idea of a joke. Well, this is mine, right square on the button.
Oh, dear. I'd better get the smelling salts.
I'll get it.
The phone, Bill, the phone. Up on those stairs.
All right. Hello?
Hello, Bill. This is Hank. Look, Bill, I want to give you a tip. You can hold Woodruff up for a raise. He's on his way over to your place. Yeah, you got the job, vice president. Fred lasted 1 day.
Mr. Woodruff? Mr. Woodruff!
Be careful. The phone books. Oh, poor darling. Here are the smelling salts.
Amy?
Bill, how'd you make out?
Pack the trunks. We've got 3 weeks vacation.
No. How on earth did you manage?
I just put my foot down. I said, AJ, I've got to have 2 weeks vacation.
Or what?
Or I never got that far. He said, Bill, he calls me Bill now.
Oh.
He said, Bill, take 3. Say, Amy, don't you think maybe we ought to tell that piano player to go home?
I've tried for days. I don't know how to tell him in Italian. He doesn't speak English.
Hey, Axel Stordahl, why don't you get lost?
No speak English.
You don't beat it and I'll give you the piano.
Oh, thanks, Bud. Why didn't you say that a week ago?
Now we can fly to New York.
No. We better go to the country.
But New York.
I'll get it. Hello?
Mr. William Lawrence?
Yeah, this is William Lawrence.
This is the Federal Broadcasting System. Will you be home tonight between 9 and 10 o'clock?
Hey, Amy, it's another jackpot.
Don't answer. Don't talk. Do anything, but don't answer.
Hello? Federal Broadcasting?
Yes.
Willie doesn't live here anymore. Come on, darling. we're going on our vacation. We're going to the country where there's no telephone, no radio, no modern conveniences, except a few of the old-fashioned ones.
And I'm an old-fashioned girl. I always do what my husband says. So, we're flying to New York.
Our thanks to you, Miss Truman and Mr. Stewart. Our stars will return in just a moment. Next week, the Screen Directors Playhouse presents its radio adaptation of the 20th Century Fox production of The Captain from Castile. And our stars will be Douglas Fairbanks and Paula Morgan, and our guest director, Henry King. And now, here again are tonight's stars, Miss Margaret Truman and James Stewart.
You starred in the motion picture Jackpot and are familiar with all its creators. How about telling us something about its director, Walter Lang?
Oh, that'd be a great pleasure, Margaret. One of the happiest experiences of my career was working with Walter Lang. And as a matter of fact, I guess everyone else who worked on the picture had the same happy time. We really hit the jackpot when we drew him as our director. Walter is a combination of warmth and understanding and has an extraordinary sense of humor. Ladies and gentlemen, a very great director, Mr. Walter Lang.
Thank you, Margaret and Jimmy. Personally, I've gotten a great thrill out of listening to both of your performances. And I'll wager there are a great many more people who feel just the same way. On behalf of the Screen Directors Playhouse, I'd like to extend an invitation to both of you to come back anytime. We hope real soon. Thanks again, and good night.
Good night, Walter.
Good night, everyone.
Jackpot was presented through the courtesy of 20th Century Fox, makers of the Darrell F. Zanuck Technicolor production On the Riviera, starring Danny Kaye and Gene Tierney. Margaret Truman will next be heard on The Big Show on NBC, Sunday, May 6th. Jimmy Stewart will soon be seen in the Cecil B. DeMille Technicolor production for Paramount Studios, The Greatest Show on Earth. Included in tonight's cast were Don Bender, Ann Diamond, Jeffrey Silver, Eddie Marr, Jerry Hausner, Bill Boucher, Jim Backus, Betty Lou Gerson, Sidney Miller, Ed Max, and Stan Waxman. Jackpot was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin from the screenplay written by Phoebe and Henry Ephron on an original story by John McNulty. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's program were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking, and inviting you to listen next week when Screen Directors Playhouse presents The Captain from Castile, starring Douglas Fairbanks and Paula Morgan, with screen director Henry King. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, one of the weekly features on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Tomorrow night, enjoy William Bendix in The Life of Riley on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse stars Barbara Stanwyck, Wendell Corey. Production, Thelma Jordan. Director, Robert Siodmak. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television. By Chesterfield, the cigarette that has, for you, what every smoker wants. Mildness, plus no unpleasant aftertaste. The cigarette that brings you Bing Crosby and Bob Hope. And by the makers of Anacin, for fast relief from the pain of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. Tonight, the Screen Directors Playhouse is pleased to present a study in dramatic conflicts. You're about to hear our adaptation of the thrilling drama Thelma Jordan. And starring in their original roles will be Wendell Corey as Cleve Marshall and Barbara Stanwyck as Thelma Jordan. Before we present the first act, here's a message from RCA Victor. Friends, if you study the room you're in right now, you'll realize that you can't buy furnishings piece by piece without the final picture in mind. It's that way when you buy television, too. Now, here's how to get the most out of your television dollar. Consider the complete home entertainment picture, radio and records, as well as TV. Instead of having many instruments scattered about, why not settle for one fine cabinet that costs less and contains your complete home entertainment needs? Such a one-cabinet combination is the RCA Victor Rutland. Open the doors of the Rutland's 18th century cabinet and you'll find 17-inch million-proof television with its clear, steady pictures, AM and FM radio, and the Victrola 45 record changer, as well as a changer for 78 and 33 1/3 speeds. Yes, so many more families are becoming television owners this week. If you're one of them, remember to see and listen to the exciting new Rutland at your RCA Victor dealers. Now, the first act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Thelma Jordan, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Wendell Corey.
Miles Scott, investigator of human beings. That's a laugh. 25 years of trying to understand people and the tragic conclusion that people weren't born to be understood. Take Cleve Marshall, the assistant DA, for instance. It was after office hours, and Cleve was sitting around commiserating with himself, a bottle of scotch and me, on why he wasn't going home to his wife and celebrate his 5th wedding anniversary.
I'm fed up. Ever heard that phrase? No, you wouldn't. You're not married.
What happened today? Where have you been for the last few hours?
I went down to an antique shop for Pam's anniversary present. She told me what she wanted and where I could get it. It was an old whatnot.
I don't see why that should aggravate you.
But it does. I like doing things for myself. When it's my wife, my kids, my house. For one thing, I can tell my father-in-law not to come there so often. I can tell him to take his big car out of my driveway and his big fat windbag out of my living room.
Now, what's that got to do with a whatnot?
Well, it sounds sort of picayune. It's the basis of it, really. I drove down and went in. No whatnot. The Honorable Calvin H. Blackwell, retired, bless his retired soul, has just been in this morning and bought it for his daughter Pamela for her anniversary present.
Well, she happened to mention to him that she wanted it, too.
Does it all the time. If I can't get something for her, father will.
An hour and 30 drinks later, I picked myself up and left. As I passed through the door, a very beautiful girl entered. It was the night of May 25th. That's when the file of Thelma Jordan received its first entry.
Mr. Scott, I've come to see you about my aunt, Miss Vera Edwards. Twice in the last 2 weeks, our house has been broken into.
That's very interesting.
I don't seem to be able to get any satisfaction out of the police. What I meant to say, Mr. Scott, was there are reasons why I have to stay away from them and come to you. My aunt is eccentric, and uniforms upset her.
What's your name?
Thelma Jordan, Miss Edwards' niece.
Well, Miss Edwards' niece, I am not Mr. Scott, so you can save your breath. I'm Cleve Marshall's assistant district attorney.
Oh.
However, if I can be of any help, a lady in distress is a pretty lady. It distresses my specialty tonight. You can help me, and I'll help you. Do I make myself clear?
No, not quite. I'm sorry I disturbed you.
Oh, you didn't disturb me. I was just about to go out and find myself a dame. If you'll pardon the expression.
Good luck and good night.
But wait a minute. I'm a public servant. I'm supposed to hear your troubles. You listen to my troubles, and I'll listen to yours.
You sound very appealing, but I...
One drink. I'll buy a drink someplace. Honest, I'm harmless and I'm lonesome. What do you say?
Well, on one condition, that I drive.
If you insist, you're the boss.
I'm glad you said that. Because I'm no dame, remember.
It's our anniversary, Thelma. How long has it been? 3 hours? I'm going to buy you an anniversary present.
This is the very rich Edwards estate. This is where the poor relative says good night, Cleve.
Don't go, Thelma. Pretty Thelma. Thelma with the light brown hair. The minute you walked into that office...
I know, but
no buts, ands, ifs, whereases, and heretofores. Party of the first part, I love you. Thelma. Have I said that before?
You have. I have to leave.
You can't go. I haven't told you my troubles
They'll
yet.
have to wait. Please, Mr. Marshall.
You called me Cleve before.
1 minute I feel like Cleve, and the next, Mr. Marshall.
I'm going to kiss you. Yeah. Which way do you feel now? Mr. Marshall or Cleve?
I don't know. Maybe I am just a dame and didn't know it. Maybe I like being picked up by a guy on a binge.
Can't you believe that things happen when you're in love? What's time of day?
I'm sorry I can't say it that conveniently. That's what it is, a binge. No relationship between yesterday and tomorrow. That's all there is. There isn't anymore. I'm getting out, Cleve. Good night. And drive home to whoever is waiting for you.
If I told you there's no one waiting
I
for
wouldn't
me?
believe you. Drive carefully.
Thelma.
Tony. Oh, you scared me. I told you to stay away from here until I called you. What are you trying to do, upset the apple cart?
I missed you, baby. I was getting awfully impatient about getting my hands on your Aunt Vera's emeralds.
Stop worrying. I already have the combination to her safe in the library.
Well, what are we waiting for?
For the right moment. I'm not making a move until I'm protected properly. Everything is working according to the plan. I've already set the notion that the house has been broken into twice by a phantom burglar.
That's using your head, baby.
You didn't think I was playing nursemaid to a sour old woman for nothing. Tony, what would you say if I told you I had just left the assistant district attorney and that he's on the make for me?
Why are you getting involved with the law?
If the time ever comes where I need an alibi, can you think of anyone better? Well, hello, Cleve.
Oh, hello, Miss Jordan.
I was worrying about you, whether you got home all right.
Oh, I managed, drunks and fools. Well, I'm busy.
I guess you've forgotten a lot about last night. Apparently, you don't like me in the daytime.
I guess I got a little out of hand. I apologize.
Accepted. So long, Cleve.
Phone call for you, Miss Thelma. Mr. Thompson, that detective...
Thank you, Sidney. I'll take it inside the house. Excuse me, Aunt Vera.
Who's calling, Thelma?
It's all right. There's nothing to worry about.
Put on the tray, Sidney. Doctor or no doctor, I want my brandy.
Hello, Mr. Thompson?
A case of slightly mistaken identity. My secretary informed me that you called and asked me to use the name of Thompson.
Oh, hello, Cleve. It's nothing really very important. Just one of those things. 24 hours a day and lonesome. I don't know anyone else in town. In fact, time's been full of emptiness since a certain May 25th.
I can cure that.
Fine. I'll meet you down on the road. Shall we say about 20 minutes?
On the nose.
Well, thanks for calling, Mr. Thompson.
And after that?
Oh, after painting scenery that summer, I stayed on at Lake Placid. I got a job at the hotel as a hostess. Then there was Virginia Beach, Saratoga, promoting other people's fun. Then I came here and met you. I guess that sums up the history of my life.
Well, if you don't mind... Well, let's get out of here. Waiter, here's the money for my check. Let's go, Thelma.
Yes, of course.
Through the back door, please.
Well, it was a lovely evening until now. Who did you see? Your wife?
No, she's away. Beach.
Temporarily or the season?
The season. I visit her weekends. It was my secretary.
I'm sorry.
Thelma, I don't care what happens. I've got to see you often.
As often as you like. But be careful. Don't call the house again as Mr. Thompson.
Why not?
Well, why don't you use the name of Smith or Brown?
How about Dick Tracy?
It's for your sake. After all, this is a small town, and you can't afford any talk.
I know. Say, you haven't kissed me once this evening.
My mistake, Cleve. Darling, get something on the radio.
Sure. Why is it when you first meet a woman, she's only pretty? After a few weeks, she's beautiful.
Sometimes it's the other way around.
No, not with you. Well, I've told you the story of life with my wife. What do you think?
You feel as though she let you down. But you let her down. You should have told her.
You can't just say to your wife, don't leave me alone. I'm falling in love with another woman.
If it's true, you should have said it.
It's true.
So you said that first night.
Now, there's a difference. I'm really drunk now. I wasn't then.
Somebody will be coming up here on the mountainside in a moment, as usual.
Thelma, I'm not going down to the beach to see my wife this weekend. I can't stand those weekends anymore.
Don't you think I feel guilty, too? Not daring to say your name to a soul, pretending you're a dozen other people? Oh, Cleve, what horrible luck. Just when everything I hoped was going all right for me at last. So sick and coming out here to my aunt's to recuperate. Oh, some recuperation. Falling head over heels for a man I can't even be seen with. Parking spots like a couple of teenagers.
Head over heels? That doesn't say you love me.
I only know I think of you all day and all night. What I'll wear so you'll look at me with that look in your eyes, like now. What I'll say to you. That I really mustn't see you anymore. And what I'll do the next time you take me in your arms. Oh, darling.
Isn't it up to me to take the chances?
Not entirely. I'm married, too.
I don't think I heard you right.
Just that. I'm married.
I'm interested if you feel like telling me.
It isn't much of a marriage, not like yours. His name is Tony. What does the last name matter? I met him in Florida a year ago.
You still love him?
Oh, there's so much I want to tell you. Remember I told you once I wanted to be an actress? Well, it was all part of that glamour, I thought. Having a certain kind of attention paid to you, the right table at expensive restaurants, dark blue tuxedo, black fedora hat, gold cigarette case.
Oh, that's a good thing to get married for. A gold cigarette case.
Oh, I don't expect you to understand. I don't understand myself. It was all shiny until you opened the cigarette case and found somebody else's name inside. To Tony from Dimples or Debbie or someone. And then you ran into him. Out with them someplace.
How long did you stay with him?
He stayed with me until my money gave out.
Where's he now?
I don't much care, thanks to you. Wherever he is, there's money, gambling, and beautiful women.
Have you seen him lately?
No, and I don't want to. I'll be free of him someday, I suppose, but... Oh, there's nothing to be angry about, Cleve. You ought to feel sorry for me.
You've got to say it differently. That you don't think of him anymore because of me.
I've said that.
Again.
I don't think of him anymore because of you.
Away together somewhere.
Oh, could you? Could you manage soon?
Friday. I'll say I'm going up north to see the state's attorney. We'll take the evening train.
People will see us.
Then I'll only say I'm taking a train. We'll go in your car.
Oh, yes, Cleve, of course, my car. The two of us together. Oh, it's perfect, darling. Perfect.
Let's take time out for a message from Bing Crosby and Bob Hope.
Say, Bing, you got a minute?
Oh, sure, Bob. I got all the time in the world.
Don't tell me you own that, too.
Oh, never mind that stuff. Get to work with it.
Okay. Folks, better tasting Chesterfield is the only cigarette that combines for you mildness with no unpleasant aftertaste. And you can prove that yourself. Just make our mildness test. Buy Chesterfields, then open them and enjoy that milder, mellow aroma. Now light one up, and you'll know Chesterfield's milder because it smokes milder. And Chesterfield leaves no unpleasant aftertaste. That fact has been confirmed by the country's first and only cigarette taste panel.
Yes, mildness and no unpleasant aftertaste are what you and I and every smoker wants.
Hurry up, Dad. Here comes the music.
Chesterfield, Chesterfield always takes first place. That milder, mild tobacco never leaves an aftertaste.
Oh, ho, open the pack and give 'em a smell.
Then you'll smoke 'em.
And here is the second act of the Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Thelma Jordan, starring Wendell Corey and Barbara Stanwyck.
Phase 2 in the file of Thelma Jordan was recorded the night Cleve was to meet Thelma and go north for the weekend. Outside, a heavy storm was in progress. Inside the house, Aunt Vera, believing she'd heard a strange noise in her darkened library, entered with gun in hand. Outlined in the shadows was a figure, rifling her safe.
Who is it? Answer me. What are you doing at my safe? Why, it's safe.
Tell her who's calling. Tell her Mr. Brown is calling. Is Miss Jordan there?
I don't know, sir. I'm in the servant's cottage. I can't ring her with the circuit open. Could you hang up and call back, sir?
Thank you, I'll do that.
Yes?
Hey, where's my driver? I'm waiting for
Oh,
you.
thank heavens you phoned. You've got to come at once. Something's happened.
Well, tell me what it's all about.
No,
maybe.
no, don't talk. Just come. I'll meet you at the side gate. Please, please.
What is it, Thelma?
Cleve. Oh, Cleve.
I think I know. Tony's shown up.
No. Why should you say that?
Well, if it isn't Tony, what is it?
You thought of him first, too. So did I. No, it's Aunt Vera.
Well, come on, talk. What is it?
She's dead.
What?
I was just leaving to get the car out when I heard a shot. She's on the library floor with a gun beside her, the safe open.
Another burglary?
She had a valuable emerald necklace I didn't tell you. It's gone.
There's some things about Tony, too, you didn't tell me?
I don't know. If he were broke or desperate, maybe I don't know. I'm afraid.
Come on, let's go to the house.
No, don't go there, Cleve.
Why not?
You don't seem to understand why I'm afraid. There was a letter I wrote to him once, ages ago. I said Aunt Vera might be his type. She had emeralds. If they find that letter... Oh, it didn't mean anything, did it, Cleve? Just female, nasty?
I don't know whether it meant anything or not. I don't know, Tony. Maybe I don't know you either.
I suppose I had that to look forward to.
I'm sorry,
I know how you feel, but don't you see? If it was Tony, they'll suspect me, too. And every place we've been, every phone call we've made.
We've been careful. We're not going to let them suspect you.
Then tell me what I should do.
What you should have done a half hour ago. Go back in, scream, call the police. What are you waiting for?
I was hoping you'd tell me to do something else.
You didn't do anything else. You didn't change anything in there.
A little.
How little?
I rubbed off all the fingerprints.
You what?
I was panicky. I didn't know what to do, in case they were Tony's prints.
And yours along with them.
No, I shouldn't have.
But you've been in that room dozens of times. It's natural for your fingerprints to be there. Thelma, where did you remove the prints?
The window where he came in, the gun, the safe.
Burglars wear gloves on jobs like that. It's standard equipment. That didn't occur to you.
No, not until later when I calmed
So
down.
you go around and make it look like a nice inside job. What else?
I don't think... I don't know.
Did you touch her?
No.
How was she lying?
Face down.
You didn't turn her over. How did you know she was dead?
I could tell she wasn't breathing.
You've got to go back there and do it over.
I couldn't.
Your fingerprints on the safe where you looked, found the jewels were gone, on the body.
Cleve, I can't. Maybe I wasn't close to her, but I liked her. And that room, it smelt of death.
I'm going with you.
No, I won't let you take that chance. I'll do it.
And make more mistakes? No. You wait for me by the side door in case someone comes up. I'll go douse the car lights.
If you should get involved in this...
I won't get involved. I'd like to be sure where Sidney is, though.
His house is dark.
Why is the light out in the library?
I turned it out after I cleaned up.
Was it on when you came in?
No.
Unhurried killer turns the light out when he leaves. Are you sure?
No, I'm not sure.
Okay, leave it dark. But put your prints back on the switch in case you took them off. Go on. No, turn it off. There's a gun next to the body. I don't want to handle it. I'll use my pencil. It's been fired. Hers?
I never saw it before.
Put your prints on it. I'll turn her over.
Cleve.
Wouldn't that have been your first instinct if you hadn't thought of Tony and the emeralds? Aunt Vera. Turn her over.
All right.
When Scott's men were out here, did you tell them where the safe was in this room?
Yes.
What happened those first two times?
The side entrance was broken into. The next time we just heard somebody out back.
You didn't think it might be Tony before?
No, but...
But what?
Well, I saw the necklace was gone and I remembered. Not many people knew about the emeralds.
All right. Get your prints back on the safe. Put your hands on natural curiosity. Is there anything left in there?
Some more papers, it looks like.
Papers? A will by any chance? Who is her heir? Maybe you're a rich woman.
Oh, no, Cleve. No, she can't
Might
have.
be tough for you if she did.
Well, what would it look like?
Forget it. She'd have told you about it, I guess.
Oh, yes. Anyway, she wouldn't have...
Come on. Now, after I've gone, give me 10 minutes. Then scream and run for Sidney.
Oh, Cleve, it may be days before we see each other.
Turn on the hall light and don't forget to take off that coat. What's his bag doing here?
Oh, I was carrying it when I...
Get it.
No, let Sidney answer it in the cottage.
All right, but I'll listen in. It may be important.
She's asleep by now. Can you ring her? I'm sorry, Doctor, but there's no phone in her room. I can go over and waken her. It'll take a few minutes. I'll call you back later.
What's wrong?
He's coming over. When I called you earlier, how did you know Sidney wasn't on the phone?
We haven't time. You've got to leave.
Something's happened, you said. That's all he had to hear. That was nearly an hour ago. Where was he? Where were you?
I don't know, please.
I called twice the first time he answered.
Cleve, will you go?
Which way will he come in?
I don't know.
Get to the window. Touch the sill fast.
All right, it's done. Cleve, the lock on the window has been forced.
Did you shut the side door when we came
No,
in?
no.
Come on. Lock it after me. My pencil. It's got my initials on it. I must have left it in the library. Come on, hurry.
Maybe if I put the light on,
Don't. We can't afford to let Sidney see it. Just keep looking.
I found it here.
Sidney's at the front door. Look, if Scott gets the case, I'll try to get around. In the meantime, you don't know anything.
Cleve, the fingerprints on the safe. If I haven't
It's too
been
late
there...
now. Get in bed. Pretend you've been sleeping. Go on now. Hurry.
What are you going to do?
I'm going out this window.
Cleve, the storm, the ground is soft. You'll leave footprints.
Get back upstairs before he turns on this light, too.
Hello?
Pamela,
Yes?
Miles Scott.
Hello, Miles.
Let me talk to Cleve, will you please?
He isn't feeling well. He was supposed to go up north last night. Can't you leave him alone for one
I'm
day?
sorry, Pamela. It's important.
All right. He's on the beach sleeping. I'll have him call you back.
I'll take it, Pam.
It's ridiculous. The short time you have down here. It's Miles Scott.
Hello, Miles.
Did you ever read the morning papers? Front page, big. Rich old Vera Edwards was murdered. You know her?
Vaguely.
Know her niece, Thelma Jordan?
No.
What?
Oh, yes, I met her once. The night, my anniversary. We only spoke a few words, that's all.
Now get yourself together and come on out to the Edwards estate. There's $200,000 involved in a recently rewritten will.
All right. Take me a couple of hours. Bye. Well, I gotta get going, Pam.
You don't love me anymore, like Father says.
Father knows best.
Please don't brush me off like that. You're not yourself lately. I can't keep track of you. For once, I have you down here for the weekend.
Business before pleasure. Got the car keys?
They're in the car. You could have said you were sick. You are.
I'm feeling better now. I'll call you from town.
I think you were just lying around waiting for an excuse.
You won't be lonesome. Your father will be here soon.
Cleve, I'm sorry. I asked him for the weekend because I thought you weren't going to be here. When I woke up and you were... Oh, what's the use?
It's all right. It works out perfectly. I have work and you have father to complain to.
I don't anymore, Cleve.
I'll bet not. What do you talk about then?
It's past talking now. He already knows how distant you are, preoccupied, how little I see of you. If I didn't know you so well and love you so much,
What?
I think as he does, that you're playing around.
You have no courage, have you? Father says, father thinks.
All right, I'll say it. There is someone, isn't there?
Yes.
You known her long?
I don't want to talk about her.
You don't want to marry her? I'm trying to be very grown up about this, Cleve. What is it?
Still father's little girl. In hair ribbon shorts.
I know. That's my trouble. I know it. Do you want to marry her?
I'm married to you, the children, and the years.
You haven't answered my question.
You can't divorce a child.
That isn't what I want to hear. Oh, Cleve.
Yes, Pam. I still love you.
Well, then what?
You've got to give me time. I'm all mixed up.
Cleve, please don't leave me. I love you.
Miles is waiting.
And?
Yes. So is she.
If you would like to know a quick, easy way to ease the pain of a headache, neuritis, or neuralgia, then by all means try Anacin. Your own dentist or physician may at one time or another have handed you an envelope containing Anacin tablets. Then you already know how incredibly fast and effectively Anacin brings relief. Anacin is like a doctor's prescription. That is, Anacin contains not just one, but a combination of medically proven active ingredients. For your own sake, try Anacin. Anacin is sold to you on this guarantee. If the first few tablets do not give you all the relief you want as fast as you want it, you may return the unused portion and your money will be refunded. You can get Anacin tablets at any drug counter. Anacin comes in handy boxes of 12 and 30 tablets and economical family-sized bottles of 50 and 100. You are listening to the Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival, brought to you by RCA Victor, world leader in radio, first in recorded music, first in television, by Chesterfield, the cigarette that has for you what every smoker wants, mildness plus no unpleasant aftertaste, and by the makers of Anacin for the fast relief of headache, neuritis, and neuralgia. The Screen Directors Playhouse presentation of Thelma Jordan, starring Barbara Stanwyck and Wendell Corey, will continue in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. This is the Screen Directors Playhouse. We continue with the third act of Thelma Jordan, starring Wendell Corey as Cleve Marshall and Barbara Stanwyck as Thelma Jordan.
June 7th entry, file of Thelma Jordan. The Edwards estate was overflowing with reporters, police, and the usual thrill-seeking spectators. Beneath the library window in a rain-soaked flower bed, a lab man was digging out a footprint. Obviously, whoever left it was in too much of a hurry to use a regular exit. Meanwhile, as DA, I was interrogating Miss Thelma Jordan.
I've told you all I can think of, Mr. Scott. When I was in trouble, I naturally thought of Aunt Vera, my mother's sister. I had nowhere else to go. I was in ill health without funds.
Mm-hmm.
I think after a while she was glad. I did little things for her, fixed her hair in new ways, and read to her. I was companionship she hadn't had for a long time.
So she changed her will.
Well, that's what you keep telling me, but I had no knowledge of that.
Do you know to whom the money was bequeathed in the original will?
I didn't even know there was a will.
To the county. There was to be a park in her honor.
I'm sorry about that. It's not my fault.
Well, don't be sorry. There may still be that park.
Mr. Scott, in your dealings with me, you're questioning your suspicions. Don't be sarcastic. I'm not a criminal. Don't treat me so.
You almost have me apologizing, but I'll control myself. Cleve, may I speak to you a minute?
Surely.
You wait for me in the sunroom, Miss Jordan.
Very well.
Well, what do you think, Cleve?
It's too early. Now, what about those footprints under the library window?
I don't think they were the burglars. I don't think there was a burglary. Cozy her up. See what you can get out of her. Sunroom over there.
Do my best, Scott.
Cleve.
Be careful.
They're going to arrest me, aren't they?
Scott isn't going to make a mistake like that.
Don't lie. But why? What happened?
I don't know too much myself, except whoever was here last night, it apparently wasn't Tony.
But how? I haven't even told them about him.
You didn't have to. He called you this morning from Chicago.
Tony? Why?
Be a good thing to establish an alibi. Another thing. Auntie's dead. Nice fat will. Wouldn't he be interested in that? Want to pick up again?
That still doesn't mean anything. There are planes. He could have made it by this morning.
That's what Scott's getting the final reports on now. He's had the Chicago police on it for hours. If this alibi is good...
What else did they find out about him?
For one thing, that you're not married to him. Never were. Why did you lie to me?
I was ashamed. I couldn't tell you the truth.
Why did you have to tell me?
I don't know. You forced me. It was always your wife, your strings. I'm sick of it.
All right. It's still my wife, my strings.
I know. That's what makes the whole thing so... Oh, Cleve, we haven't time to quarrel.
I'll do anything possible. Anything.
A lawyer first, I guess. But I haven't any money.
I'll take care of it. There's a man in San Francisco, Kingsley Willis. He's the best.
You have to do more than that.
What more? You know how my hands are tied. Things are too close now for comfort.
Cleve, suppose the district attorney turns it over to you.
He won't. He's not going to let a thing like this get away from him.
That's what I mean. He'll be after me. You won't.
Take the case myself against you.
How better could you protect me? Hold it up. Demand more evidence. In the meantime, they'll find out who did it.
In the meantime, anything can happen. Be careful, Scott's at the door.
Follow me, Sidney. Well, no signed confession. I'm surprised.
Mr. Marshall has been very kind to me.
Well, that's because he doesn't know everything about you that I do, Miss Jordan. I've just been talking to an old friend of yours in Chicago, a Mr. Tony Laredo. He says he'd like to help you out, but he's fresh out of money right now.
Help me? In what?
Well, I told him we were arresting you for murder.
There was a burglary last night. Jewels are missing.
Oh, we'll find them around. There was a phone call last night. I've been sort of saving it. Tell her, Sidney.
I'm sorry, Miss Jordan. That man who's been calling you up lately, who you pretend is a lot of different names.
A number of my friends call me.
That man you meet down at the gate or on the road.
Let's just call him Mr. X.
Well,
huh?
He phoned first a few minutes after 9, and I hung up. When he phoned back, I waited, and you answered his ring, Miss Jordan. Something's happened, you said. Come at once. I didn't think much of it at the time, but I do now.
And so will a jury, since 40 minutes later you were pretending to be asleep. Why, Miss Jordan?
I won't say anything until I see my lawyer.
Uh-huh. Well, shall we go?
May I get my purse and a coat?
You may get nothing.
Well, Mr. District Attorney, so you got her indicted.
Yes, finding those emeralds helped, Mr. Willis.
Well, I wish you luck. Good day.
Good day. Yes, Sergeant, there goes the slickest lawyer in the country.
Who's he, boss?
Oh, hi, Cleve. Jordan's lawyer, Willis.
Kingsley Willis? You got him?
Yeah, Cleve, worse luck. But I'll handle him. Come on in the office.
Oh, I meant to tell you, your secretary's been looking all over for you. Your brother's been calling. Important, she said.
No, okay. I'll call him. Miss Desmond, get my brother on the phone, will you, please? I'll wait.
You know, I've been thinking, if you don't feel up to handling this case...
No, but I like it. I like front pages.
Well, I just thought I'd ask.
Hello, Alex. How are you, boy? How's the ambulance chasing? The Jordan case? Well, sure, but she's got a lawyer. What? Oh, you're kidding, Alex. You wouldn't. Are you crazy? You know what a case like this means to me? Why, you double-crossing... I put him through school. I made him a lawyer. It's all my fault.
Well, I might be mad with you if you'll tell me.
Oh, I'm out. Disqualified. Kingsley Willis hired my brother for his defense staff. How's that for a shrewd move, huh?
I'm sorry, boss.
Well, Eager Beaver, here's your big break, and you better be up to it, boy, because we're going to get her. We've got to get her.
It's a break for us, Miss.
5 more minutes, Mr. Willis.
Thanks, Matron. The DA is too popular in this town. Carries too much weight with jurors. This Cleve Marshall, on the other hand, we haven't so much to worry about with him.
You thought this all up yourself?
No, to be honest. I give credit where credit is due. Your Aunt Vera's friend, Anonymous. The one that sent me $5,000 on account to defend you. Here's the letter. Dear Mr. Willis, a smart move would be to disqualify the district attorney by hiring his brother for your defense staff. Friend Anonymous has quite a grasp of things, wouldn't you say?
You did take the idea.
I like it. It enables me to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It gives me local assistance, which I need. Small-town jurors hate outsiders, you know. And a pinch-hit prosecutor. And Marshall's not so sure that you're guilty, I could tell.
You haven't asked me once if I'm guilty.
Why should I? I don't want to know.
But aren't there certain things you should know to protect me?
Miss Jordan, there are 2 types of criminals, the conscious and the unconscious. The latter we sometimes call the split personality, schizophrenia. That's when the left hand never lets the right hand know what it's doing.
Yes, go on.
I don't mean that you're schizophrenic, but that we are together. I'm the right hand, and I must never know what the left hand has done or is doing. If I should know, I might start feeling guilty and acting guilty. Now are you satisfied?
I suppose.
And especially in a case like this when we have so many lawyers on our side. Well, haven't we? Only a lawyer would have thought of that trick.
If you're finished with me now, Mr. Willis...
Thelma, there's just one thing I'd like to know. Who is he? Is he Mr. X, the one they're looking for? The footprints, the telephone call?
Split personality, remember? The left hand never lets the right hand know.
Mm-hmm. Okay. I just wanted to know how we stand, that's all. Just how much we can count on him.
We can count on him.
Why did you come here to the office, Pam?
I've got to see you, Cleve.
I haven't been seeing her lately, if that's what worries you. I haven't been home lately because I've been busy. Getting a jury for this trial hasn't been easy.
Cleve, I went to the bank this morning to have the teller record my balance in my new book.
I see.
$5,000. Did it cost you that to get rid of her, Cleve, or is that just the beginning?
The beginning, the end, I don't know. Pam, please stay out of
It's
this.
my problem, too, if she's that kind of woman.
The money wasn't for blackmail, if that's what you mean. She's in trouble. I had to help her.
Not the usual kind.
No. Something else.
And you believe her, of course.
Yes, I believe her.
She's not just taking advantage of the fact that you're married, the children, your position.
What are you driving at?
Maybe you ought to find out something more about her, Cleve. We could. Father put a detective on you.
He what?
Darling, I didn't approve. I haven't spoken to Father since.
Do you know who she is?
No, Cleve. Cleve, all I want to do is help.
So do I, Cleve.
Goodbye, Miles. Cleve.
What's on your mind, Scott?
Cleve, you don't seem to have your mind on this Jordan case, and honest, the biggest chance you've ever had.
I have my mind on it.
You wanted more evidence, and we gave it to you, the emerald necklace. And still you act like you want to get it over and get away somewhere.
That's right.
Well, that's different. I'm sorry. But in the meantime, don't muff this case. You must always keep the jury with you. Remember, prosecuting a woman is different. It's much more delicate.
I'll do my best.
You, wouldn't like to go over your opening speech.
You'll hear it in the morning. See you in court. I remind you, ladies and gentlemen, of the long and arduous procedure of jury selection we have just been through. During that time, to each prospective juror, I put the same question. Do you believe in capital punishment? You particular 12 said that you did. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. But perhaps you had mental reservations. Perhaps you were not completely honest and said to yourself, she isn't guilty, and I won't have to recommend death. But you will, Mrs. Asher, and you'll have no qualms, religious, humane, or otherwise, about this death penalty.
Watch Mrs. Asher, Thelma.
Yes, Mr. Willis.
He's antagonized her. He couldn't have picked out our juror better if he tried. Mrs. Asher, she hates him, uncharitable, unchristian. You ought to thank Mr. Marshall in your prayers sometimes.
I will.
I may have handled some things wrong. I'm sorry about Mrs. Asher, but I've been playing up to her lately.
Yeah, and she knows it.
Okay, stop riding me. I didn't ask for this case. I got all the evidence in, didn't I? We'll cook her on that.
Unfortunately, that's not all it takes. Willis has been too clever combating it. Did you get that this morning? The gun and the necklace could have been hidden in the smudge spot by the fleeing bandits till he could come back for them later. Who would believe that except Mrs. Asher? Anyway, Cleve, this afternoon's your big chance. When you get Thelma Jordan on the stand with that new ammunition you've got, then you can really tie into her.
Don't worry.
Let her try and explain away her past. That's all, brother. Where are you going?
For a walk. Be back in an hour. Miss Jordan, I want to talk to you.
My lawyer said not to talk to anyone unless he was here, Mr. Marshall.
Legally, she doesn't have to, Mr. Marshall, but I'd advise you to, dearie. He may offer you leniency to confess.
Oh, Cleve. Cleve, I've waited for this. In court, when you look at me with such hate or don't look at me.
I have to do that.
Sometimes I think that hate is real and I can't bear it.
Why do you think it might be real?
The evidence. It has piled up, hasn't it?
Sort of. But I don't believe anything I don't see.
I thought maybe that was why you were here, losing confidence in me.
No, in myself. There's no guarantee that this is going to turn out all right.
Not to, after all you've done. I know the chances you're taking. I'm frightened, too.
Of anything special?
Being on the stand. The way you're going to have to go after me.
If you tell the truth, there's nothing to worry about.
I can't tell all of it.
What can you tell?
About you, me, Sidney coming in. You're having to get out so fast.
That I'm going to handle another way. What other truth can't you tell me?
I don't know.
There are things I'm going to have to ask about your past.
Oh, that's no mystery. I already told you.
The prim, repressed hostess in a hotel.
Yes, that's right.
Then these pictures must be of another Thelma Jordan. Gambling raid photos. Scott got them from the Florida police. That blonde in the corner gave a phony name. Is it you?
No.
That's not very convincing.
It's not me, Cleve. As I was once, maybe, but not now.
Oh, come.
In
You're
the
quibbling.
days of Tony, I told you, but not now.
The past is prelude to the future. Didn't you ever hear that, Miss Jordan? For whose benefit have you changed? Aunt Vera's? So she'd leave you her money?
That's not true.
Perhaps we should call you Sarah Bernhardt Jordan. You told me once you wanted to be an actress.
Stop it, Cleve!
You can't tell me stop it, Cleve, in court.
That's why I'm petrified with fear at going on the
I've
stand.
just begun.
What else?
No more photos. Facts. Coincidental, but still facts. Your shiny life with Tony Laredo. Odd that wherever it's shown, there were whiffs of blackmail, minor thefts, barroom brawls, quarrels.
Rumors only, you said. You can't hold that against me.
The jury will.
Oh, Cleve, look at me. I'm not like that. I'm not.
Unfortunately, a jury doesn't look at you like I do.
Oh, darling, I can't take the witness stand. What are we going to do?
You sit tight. I'll arrange a fast call from Mr. X to Mr. Willis.
Does the defense desire to call further witnesses?
There are no further witnesses, Your Honor.
One moment.
The prosecutor has an objection.
I should like to argue for our right to cross-examine Thelma Jordan.
Right? What right? What law book did you study from?
I said to argue the right.
How can you argue the right of something that doesn't exist? The defendant takes the stand to be examined by me, then you'll have the right to cross-examine, not otherwise. Believe me, there's nothing I would like better than to put my client on the stand. But to subject her to this prosecutor, whose vitriolic attack on this woman is
the personalities of the prosecution and the defense should be kept out of this, Your Honor.
Will you please tell him once and for all?
Mr. Marshal, as I'm sure you know, there is no law which requires a defendant to take the stand. She does not have to prove her innocent. Guilt must be proved against her. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have reached a verdict.
We have, Your Honor.
The defendant will rise and face the court.
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty. Not guilty.
Well, the tramp got away with it. Don't take it so hard, Cleve. It's only a lawsuit. Next time you'll have had the experience.
Cleve, I'm sorry. You look so tired. Now that it's over, couldn't we talk soon?
I'll call you tomorrow, Pam. Excuse me. Oh, Willis, congratulations.
Thanks. The best man won, didn't we?
I don't know what you mean.
Maybe I'm wrong.
Why don't you answer it, Thelma?
Why, Tony? Just people calling to say they're glad.
Well, then at least take it off the hook. I'd like to know who this anxious guy is.
Hello? Yes, Cleve. Yes, sir. Yes, they've gone. You're calling from the corner? No, you can't come here. No, it's not safe. No, Cleve. I'll meet you somewhere, or I'll let you know in a few days.
Did he ask you if I was here?
No. Why did you have to come here?
Well, weren't we supposed to meet afterwards? Has anything happened to change our plan?
Our plan was a long time ago.
Oh, not so long. My memory's not too short. Except I gather our plan has changed. That's why I came back the first time. I didn't like that stall, and I don't like this one.
I'm not stalling. I just don't want to face him.
Or him face me, which?
Please don't let him find us
Why don't
here.
you tell me that night you were in love with him?
I wasn't.
It was Scott you were supposed to go after, make him tumble for your charms and those burglaries. Then, all of a sudden, there was a guy named Marshall.
It just happened that way. Wasn't it better the way it turned out?
Sure. An assistant district attorney, married, got kids. It's always a kind. Well, just so you're not in love with him.
I'm not. He's in love with me.
You find that hard to resist. I'm in love with you, too.
Especially now.
Now that you're rich? Yeah, I suppose that does make a difference. But you brought that on yourself. I only asked for emeralds. Instead, I wind up with a lifelong annuity. You think I'm going to let that get away from me?
I'll sign it over to you. Everything. Any deal you want, but we're finished. I'm not going away with you.
No, that might look like complicity. Later, if you're so anxious to get away from me. But you'll change your mind. Come here a minute. I'll help you change it now.
Oh, don't, Tony. Don't.
Go on. Get rid of him.
Yes. Yes, you stay here. I'll take him into the library.
I don't care how. I'll just get rid of him. Then we're leaving. You and me. Keep in mind the district attorney would still like to know about those footprints. Who is Mr. X?
I was worried I had to come.
Come with me, Cleve. Into the library where I've told you so many lies.
What is it? What happened?
Tony's come after me. I'm going away with him.
I don't believe that.
You don't believe anything you don't see.
I don't want to talk about the trial. That's over. Why's Tony here?
He's part of it. He's all of it. I've always loved him.
That's not true. You're lying.
No, listen to me. We've never had much time together. We haven't now. Oh, you must have known, except you didn't want to know. That's why you called Willis and told him not to put me on the stand. You knew I'd break down. Okay. I killed her. Right from that corner. I didn't know about the will. I was getting the jewels for Tony. I came out here with that plan.
Go on, don't let me interrupt.
Well, you could help, Tony. It isn't easy. She had a gun when she found me at the safe. I'd like to say I didn't intend to kill her. But when you have a gun, you always intend if you have to. But you were the fall guy, Cleve, right from the beginning.
Yes, you're right. I suppose, as you said, I must have known you killed her all along. Though I did think it was Tony.
From Chicago, I killed Aunt Vera?
Whatever the angle, get out of her life and stay out of it.
You don't seem to understand. We started this together. We finished together.
You've got your chance, Laredo. Take it.
Otherwise, what?
Thelma's been acquitted and can't be tried again. But you can for complicity.
And you? Why would that put you, Mr. X?
Let it go, Cleve. Don't you see?
He sees. That's a convenient part about a fall guy. Once you've got him hooked, you've always got him hooked.
Why, I'll
Don't, Cleve, he has a gun!
Tough luck. It was supposed to be Scott who could destroy evidence, but you were so anxious.
Is that true, Thelma?
Of course it's true, you pigeon! Break my skull, will you? Get your things, Thelma. And after a nice trip, I thought we'd go to Europe, Paris, and the Riviera. How would you like that?
As far away as possible.
Sure.
Give me a light.
I don't have any matches, and I'll use this dashboard later.
You were right. It was hard, but it's better this way. Go a little faster.
What's your hurry, baby? We're doing 70 now.
Faster.
Okay. He's lucky to get off like he did.
Yes. He only lost his wife and home.
You'll get him back. Here's your lighter.
Nice and red hot, isn't it?
You won't go away from him.
No. No, I won't leave you. Ever. We'll never leave each other. Never, never.
Laredo's dead, but she's still alive. For how long, I don't know.
Thanks, Doctor.
There's no more to say.
What about this, Tony?
How many confessions do you want?
It was no accident?
No accident, Mr. Scott. Now you've got 2 confessions.
Hello, Thelma. He's confessed everything, Cleve, except who Mr. X is.
Why don't you tell him?
I love him. That's why.
Back in a few minutes.
I couldn't go on with him, Cleve. You did that for me. I'm glad it's over. All my life, struggling. The good and the bad.
Save your strength, darling.
Willis said I was 2 people. He was right. You don't suppose they could just let half of me die?
Doctor!
That's over, Cleve. All over. Let's go.
Okay. Thanks for leaving us together. How long have you known?
Oh, for an hour or so. Tony talked. I guess you know what it means. Disbarment, no more law practice anywhere. I'm sorry, I'll have to report it.
I already have.
Cleve, I've always liked you.
Scott, would you phone Pam?
I already have.
I just wanted to tell her I'll get in touch with her later.
Yeah, that's what she said, too. Later. But she'll get over it.
So long.
I'll be seeing you, Cleve. Good luck. Miles Scott, investigator of human beings. Maybe if I get to live to 100, I'll understand one of them.
And so we close the file on Thelma Jordan. Our stars, Barbara Stanwyck and Wendell Corey, will return in just a moment with this week's guest screen director. Next Thursday, the Screen Directors Playhouse brings you two more great stars, Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming. And our adaptation for the first time on the air will be The Great Lover. The following week, on the evening of Hollywood's Great Academy Awards, we are proud to present Academy nominees James Stewart and Eleanor Parker in the unforgettable romantic drama Next Time We Love. Now, here again are tonight's stars, Wendell Corey and Barbara Stanwyck.
The motion picture set is the director's canvas. Here, he is the guiding artist. The camera is his brush, the actors his colors, and under his sure stroke, there can be excitement, drama, pathos, and laughter. Ladies and gentlemen, the director of The File on Thelma Jordan is certainly a major artist of his craft. Naturally, I speak of my friend, Robert Siodmak.
I go along with that, Barbara. When a man can draw such vivid portrayals as The Killers, Dark Mirror, Spiral Staircase, and many others equally exciting, well, it's a great privilege to be associated with Robert Siodmak.
Barbara, Wendell, thank you very, very much for your kind thoughts. When a director is surrounded by as fine artists as yourself, well, his job is not too difficult. I can only say I really enjoyed making this picture with you, and I look forward to the day when I can again work with you. And may I speak of generosity for a few seconds? There is a way we can all express it. I speak of the Red Cross drive, which is now in progress. Will you open your hearts and your purses? Give, so that the Red Cross can give. Thank you.
Even a little can mean so much. Don't let them down.
Remember, don't let your window be bare. Dress it with a Red Cross seal. Good night, everyone.
Thelma Jordan was presented through the courtesy of Hal Wallace Productions, whose current release is the Paramount picture September Affair, starring Joan Fontaine and Joseph Cotton. Wendell Corey may currently be seen in the Nat Holt production for Paramount, The Great Missouri Raid. Robert Siodmak has just finished The Whistle at Caton Falls for Columbia Pictures. Included in tonight's cast were Bill Conrad, Hy Averback, Ralph Moody, Stan Waxman, Peggy Weber, Ruth Parrott, and Jack Carroll. Thelma Jordan was adapted for radio by Jack Rubin from an original story by Marty Holland. Screen Directors Playhouse is produced by Howard Wiley and directed by Bill Karn. Portions of tonight's broadcast were transcribed. This is Jimmy Wallington speaking and inviting you to listen next week when we present for the first time on the air The Great Lover, starring Bob Hope and Rhonda Fleming. Listen again next week to Screen Directors Playhouse, the Thursday night feature on NBC's All-Star Festival of Comedy, Music, Mystery, and Drama. Listen tomorrow evening to the one and only Duffy's Tavern, the Friday night feature of the All-Star Festival.
Saturday, enjoy yourself with Dennis Day and Judy Canova. They're on NBC.
Screen Directors Playhouse